Okay. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I apologize for yesterday's mic blast I was probably giving, but I'm trying some new Bluetooth headphones. Let me know if it's coming across a little bit better. No. I apologize for yesterday's mic blast. Okay. So we're going to pause for a bit until we're ready in the conference here, but we got Victor in. Victor, can you unmute yourself and just test your sound?
Hi there. Can anybody hear me?
So I see that you unmuted, but I didn't hear you. Did anybody else hear Victor? It could just be me.
Hi there. Can anybody hear me? I can hear you, yes.
It actually looks like it's coming through. I think it's just on my side. I'll wait a second. There's a little bit of a delay in the conference room, and hopefully someone can tell me.
Oh, I think I was on multiple tabs. Can you hear me now, Brian?
Okay, we're good. Victor, you're up. I'll let you know if I can see your screen, but go ahead and start.
All right. Let's see. I think it's screen 1 that I'm sharing. Are you seeing anything?
Hi, Victor. It sounds like we can all hear you. Unfortunately, I can't, but we're unable to see what you're sharing.
Yeah.
If you can try again.
I'll try on Google Chrome. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. Be right back.
It's that I hit the pay button and it caught up, so I think there might be a longer than usual delay in the stream. It might be more than 10 seconds.
Okay.
Because I think that there might be a delay from when I'm sitting on the screen. I can refresh, but now he's talking.
Well, I don't think he's. Well, I think he just dropped out of the backstage. But it's so bizarre. I might need to ask people. So I apologize if I'm blasting everybody again, but I had to take off my my headphones to allow me to be able to hear. But Victor, if you can try to request to join again, add yourself to the backstage. Okay.
Fingers crossed.
Okay, I can hear you now, which is a step up. Let's see if you can try to share your screen. And he's in now. Just seeing if he can share his screen. Oh.
Is it?
Yep, looks good.
Hey,
all right. I'm gonna drop out. Sorry about that, Peter. Or sorry, Victor.
No problem. Okay. So, hi there. I'm Victor Schelling. Good afternoon. I'm from Wiki Solutions. My presentation today is about the OpenCSP. I think quite a few of you have already heard about the OpenCSP project. And today I wanted to give you a status update of what we're working on. And I also would like to share with you the business model, which I think has not been discussed yet. We've been talking about the OpenCSP since Semantic Media Week Conference 2020 already. So yeah, lots of things to share. So yeah, this is my the content of my presentation. First up, the vision and the business model. Then I'll give you a status update, and then the roadmap and the future. It's all fairly straightforward. So the OpenCSP, I'll give a short refresher of what it is again. Wiki-based solutions obviously likes MediaWiki a lot, and we would like to position MediaWiki as a great open source alternative to players such as Confluence and SharePoint. They have many users. Somehow they achieve that. So we want to figure out how we can improve the positioning of MediaWiki with the community. This is very important. It's not just a wiki-based project to accomplish the same. So moving on, we got to figure out what gives Confluence and SharePoint and also others like-minded sort of systems. What gives them happy customers? Or yeah, happy, define happy, but they have a lot of customers. Don't know if they are all very happy. And what in MediaWiki should be utilized to improve the positioning. Well, these systems, they are actually defined as content services platforms, which is where the term CSP, which we often use, OpenCSP, comes from. And they have a pretty clear definition of what they are and a feature set. And it's important to dive into the feature set of a content service platform to understand how they are positioned. So I'll go over them briefly now. So first of all, a content service platform is content focused, meaning that you are allowed to enter free text in them with easy features supporting this. And not just structured data, of course. It's an information repository, so that means that information is stored in the system itself. It's not just a system that pulls in information from other repositories and shows it directly. It has APIs. That is, of course, both for external systems wanting to interact with your CSP, but also internally an API is always great. For automating things, for example, in MediaWiki, the bots or extensions can interact with each other through the API. A content service platform should also support digital business and transformation. It should be able to connect with other systems. A simple example is, for example, having a third-party authentication provider. It should have web, desktop, and a mobile app, so it should be responsive. It should have pre-built solutions in it, which we will take a look at. And it should be installable on-premise or hosted or in a hybrid solution. So typical CSP use cases, and these are quite familiar for everybody working with wikis, is a document management system or knowledge management, business process applications, record management, and team productivity, or as Ad demoed yesterday, an information security management system for being audited on your information security as a company. So defining our vision, it is to create a free community-owned framework on top of MediaWiki to support pre-built solutions for digital business and transformation, which we package as the OpenCSP framework. This is a clear picture of what it looks like, of what the role is of the OpenCSP framework in the big picture. Of course, a CSP contains a lot, and it can be a lot. It can be a work instruction system, or it can be a knowledge management system. So we are not here to provide the full solution of an ISMS to the community or a work instruction, but rather we want to set up an OpenCSP framework which lives on top of MediaWiki directly, on which you can build a solution which creates then in the end a CSP. And this framework contains building blocks and provides rules for the solutions built on it. So a building block can be, of course, an extension, a very simple example, but it can be more. But its goal is to provide an easy out-of-the-box solution to create a solution on top of which makes your system a CSP and therefore positioned as a system like Confluence or SharePoint. So you might be wondering, how does Wikibase earn money off of this? The simple answer is we don't. We don't have a we don't directly earn money off the usage of the Opencvp framework. We want to make this available for anybody. We don't do branding in this framework of Wikibase solutions. It's not only limited to our solutions, of course. Anybody can propose an extension or whatever to be included in the framework. Our business model is like anybody else using the Opencvp, that we are approached for our expertise with the Opencvp framework, and then a customer can ask us to build a solution on top of that framework. So we need to define some requirements for our building blocks and the framework. We want to make happy customers. That first and foremost, everybody wants customers. And we also want happy Wiki developers, not just Wikibase, but anybody. It should help you develop a system quickly and an attractive system for customers. It should be easy to install, use, and understand. It should be really simple, but have great documentation and be reliable, secure, and flexible. So that means that it only contains software that has been tested, and the software is built for general purposes, so you can build any solution on it that you want. We also wanted to stay as close to MediaWiki as possible, because, for obvious reasons, security reasons, and MediaWiki develops great products. They are, of course, sometimes a bit tailored in the default package for Wikipedia, but a lot of the core components from MediaWiki are great, and we want to use them as much as possible instead of creating an extension that does this customly. And it should also be supported and recommended by the community, which is, of course, a result of having happy Wiki developers and customers. Continuing the vision, what needs to be in the framework? That is simply a work in progress still. We have proposed during the first Semantic Media Wiki conference a couple of extensions that need to be in it, but this is changed all the time. Mainly, it's slimmed down a lot. We don't want it to have that many extensions. So I will go into a bit about the extensions that it currently contains later. And of course, it should have great documentation about the installation, the rules for solutions, best practices, and more. We have set up opencvp.org for containing all of this information. It is a work in progress still, so it's not. You can go to the website, but it's not much to see yet. But this should be your one-stop place for installing the Opencvp framework. It contains examples. It contains more documentation about the extensions that we are using, best practices, etc. But we will, of course, also document everything on MediaWiki.org related to the installation of the extensions. So where do we stand currently? This is the bridge to the roadmap. We've been working on, as I mentioned before, the Opencvp framework since 2020. A lot of people have shown interest in it outside of Wiki-based solutions, and we've held bi-weekly community meetings, which are hosted by Ad. We have created a lot of new iterations of the CSP project, of the CSP framework, I have to say, through customer projects. Of course, Wikibase needs to feed the bottom line like every company. So we can only improve the Opencvp framework when a customer wants a feature for it. But we do have a pretty clear idea of which features we want to add next. So whenever a customer project approaches, we of course try to interest them in funding new additions or new iterations for the CSP framework. We also still need to define a community release. We need to define what is going to be the community release and what is going to be the version after that. Of course, that is also interesting. So we need to come up with milestones. So yes, that is where we stand currently. But we do have a lot of customers already who are using the CSP framework. And I'll go into that now. So there are basically two components that I want to highlight about what is in the framework right now. The first is about editing and layout. What extensions we use to support that, what it looks like in practice, what it looks like in the interface, and then also searching. These are two fundamental building blocks which have nothing to do with creating a specific solution on top of it, but the basic fundamentals of this should allow you to create that. So first up, editing and layout. I have talked about this before at the previous Semantic Media Wiki conference about using slots and separating the content of a page from the structured data. But basically, we want to use the visual editor for editing of the content of a page, and we want to use a forms extension for editing structured data. And we don't want when opening the visual editor being confronted with a template involved in the structured data where the page is dependent on, because that is prone to human error, of course, etc. So we use a separate form for editing the structured data, and this is at the moment flex form, I have to say. Sorry, Charlie. But page forms is also welcome, of course, although in our setup, we use a way to store the structured data of a page in a separate slot. This is what my presentation was about. This depends on the MediaWiki multi-content revisions mechanism. And currently, only Flex Forms is able to provide a form interface for writing to a different content slot, and page forms is not. But of course, we very much welcome page forms into the CSP framework. And then when the Semantic Media Wiki has the role to store the structured data, and it's stored in Elasticsearch because it's scalable and you can do other fun stuff with it, which I will explain in the search part after this. And then we also make use of Chameleon UI components to be able to present on one page the form for interacting with the slot data, and on the other side the visual editor for interacting with the main slot of a page, which is what you always see when you open the source code of a page. So this is what it looks like in practice. It's always good to have a visual example. On the left side, of course, you see the visual editor. And on the right side, you see the structured data attached to this page. And the structured data on the right side of the page is rendered through a Chameleon UI component. And we are able to have a form in this which only interacts with the structured data of a page, but a user is never able to see the raw template call involved in a page. By the way, I will not dive too deep into the technical parts of this because I can talk about this, I think, for a full day, and my time is limited. So if you want to know the technical details about this, please watch my presentation at the EMWCon 2021. But this is a fundamental part of the Opencvp framework, which should, of course, be content-focused, and we want to use a lot of the MediaWiki core components, which is the visual editor. So this is the way that we solve it. And then next up, we have searching. Robus is actually also giving a presentation about this today. It's a lightning talk. I think it's in about 2 hours from now, I should say. So what we want is we want a great search functionality on the wiki, modern search functionality. And for that, we tap into Semantic Media Wiki's index, Semantic Media Wiki's Elastic index. We want to create page overviews using the Elasticsearch index. So we want to be able to search easily through all of the content that we have in the wiki. And of course, the ask parser function that Semantic Media Wiki offers is great for that, and it has also other possibilities. But searching with all of the native Elasticsearch components is much more powerful. And we don't only want to create a better main search for the wiki. We want to create all kinds of search interfaces in the wiki. We want to create a search interface for searching that category or that category. And each category has its own properties, of course, which we want to show as facets. And these facets should also be dynamic. Anyway, I shouldn't go into this too deep. I'm sorry, because Robus is giving his presentation about this. And of course, the search extension should also have a great API so that you can do much stuff with it outside of the wiki code itself. So this is what the search looks like. I'm sorry, the screenshot is a bit botched up, but this is a very simple screenshot of doing a test query. This interface is rendered with Vue. And it shows a certain category in the wiki, and that category has attachments, users, and versions as properties for it. And also, of course, the modification date, which is a semantic extra special property. And automatically, you'll be able to filter on these values using dynamic facets. And of course, you can see your results there. Results can also contain snippets. They don't in this case. But yeah, this is what it looks like. So the Opencvp at this moment contains Semantic Media Wiki with Elasticstore, faceted search through these extensions, Chameleon for the UI components, FlexForm for rendering forms, Visual Editor, and slots. And then I would like to move on to the roadmap. Some of you have heard me saying FlexForm quite a lot, and you might be wondering what this is, but this used to be WS Form, which is due for community release, of course. We've done major refactoring to it, which I think Charlie will also talk about during a lightning talk. And it's renamed to FlexForm because we don't want branding associated to the Opencvp framework of wiki-based solutions. So that is why. And also Wikisearch and Wikisearch Front have undergone the same refactoring and renaming. So then we have two items which are on our near roadmap. First of all, we are now using Chameleon, which is a great skin, of course, but not everybody likes using Chameleon or being bound to it. It's so we want to think about the future of the skin dependency in the Csp framework. But this is something that needs funding from a customer project or anybody else in the community who wants to pick this up. So this is on the backlog for now. Then the last item is spaces. We want to add an extension to the framework which allows you to create content spaces based on namespaces, MediaWiki namespaces. Confluence also has this, and this is one of the most used features of that. Then we would like to extend this also with using with the ability to create private spaces. But given the open character of MediaWiki, this is also quite a big technical feat. So we are also in need of a funding of this through customer project or anybody in the community. So I'm almost done. I see also that I have little time left. Then the final item actually on the roadmap, sorry I forgot about this, is that we are creating the opencvp.org website, which has all the documentation on it. And then finally, I want to take a look at what the future of the Opencvp framework looks like, hopefully. Yeah, the year is, well, anybody can guess, hopefully in the near future. Our vision is that anyone can install the Opencvp, and people are using the Opencvp without wiki-based solutions even knowing about it. And any company can set it up for their customer. Anybody can set it up for themselves and experiment with it, but we don't have to know about it. We do want to take up the role, I don't think I've included it in the presentation, of being the maintainer of the repository containing all of the technical or building blocks, software building blocks. But a user doesn't even have to know that. And of course, other MediaWiki companies like using the Opencvp for their customers. So this is the end of my presentation. If you are interested in the vision of the Opencvp framework, please feel free to join the bi-weekly meetings and share your thoughts on it. And if you'd like to get your hands on it, we'd like to offer that you just give us a message. you can email me at victor@wikibase.nl, for example, or send it to info@wikibase.nl. And we can set up a demo wiki for you, and you can just get your hands on it, experiment with it, and see what it is for yourself. Any questions are welcome, of course. And I would also like to point out that, as I did before, Robus is giving a presentation on the wiki search front extension, and Charlie's giving it also on FlexForm today. So that's it.
Hi, Victor. There's a couple questions in the backstage, if you can read them out loud and answer them.
What is the basic structure of the OpenCSP? Does it use Docker, Ansible, etc.? We don't have a clear vision of this yet. That is, I think, something we can think about for later. For now, we just want to set up a proper technical base, and how you install that with Docker or Ansible should be optional to the user. Not everybody knows about how to install a wiki through Docker, of course. So we want to set the barrier as low as possible. But you can think, one thing I was thinking about myself is that the OpenCSP could, for example, have its own composer file, which lists all of the extensions that are part of it, and the installation will just tell you, put this composer file in your root directory, run composer update, and then it will install all of the extensions for you. So that is one automation I've thought about. This is like a side mission, so to say. Are there any other features or Confluence or SharePoint that you think MediaWiki should match? That's a good question, I think. I quite like it that Confluence and SharePoint have a sort of a setup wizard, which asks you some questions. For example, what is your role? What are you setting up the wiki for? And it automatically creates some sample pages for you, which you can use to see how you want to structure the wiki for your own. That is one of the features that I like. And of course, some of the workflow automations. Also, the integration of systems like GitLab in your system are great use cases, or vice versa, that you can use GitLab to interact with your wiki. Private spaces, why not use lockdown? We are considering it, but the technical details of this are much more known to Marijn and Ad. But I'm quite certain that the permissions are on a much more detailed level in the space vision than lockdown currently allows. But if anybody wants to have in-depth conversation about this, I think it should be moved to one of the bi-weekly meetings. Any other questions?
I think that was it. There is a follow-up question with the lockdown extension, but I think it should probably be handled offline. So unless anything else comes through, there's something from the live audience. Give it 1 second. Okay. Well, Victor, thank you. It's exciting to see CSP coming along, and it's also fun to see multi-content revisions actually in use.
Yeah, it's so great, multi-content revisions. All right. Well,
Okay.
thank you, and
Thank you,
thanks for hosting. Yeah. Okay.
And next up, we have Jeffrey Wing talking about Canasta. Jeffrey, are you setting up at the front? I'm not seeing your request to share audio and video yet. All right, we're just setting up the podium right now for an in-person talk, so give us 1 second.
And then,
all right, I see you, Jeffrey.
where can I find my PDF slides? Sorry. No worries. You sent them. Okay. Oh, here, let me download it. Okay. All right. Sure. Where is no, here it is. Okay. All right. Hopefully people can hear me. Yep. Okay, we're good to go. Let me share this. Oak. And hopefully y'all can see this.
Looks good.
Cool. Awesome. Okay, great. All right. Okay, so good morning, everybody. If you're watching in from Europe, good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Wong. I am the founder of MyWikis, and we're a MediaWiki hosting provider. So over the past year, I've been working with several of my industry colleagues to create Canasta. And today we are excited to share some really cool news about Canasta and explain what that means for the Canasta project. So for those of you who are new to Canasta, it's an all-in-one MediaWiki package for sysadmins that makes it easy to manage MediaWiki, to add extensions and to load starter content and data structures. So if we consider MediaWiki as like a Raspberry Pi, you can say that you can think of Canasta as a CanaKit. So instead of getting MediaWiki all on your own, spending hours upon hours getting introduced to the various extensions and learning how to install the difficult to install extensions like Cirrus Search and Semantic MediaWiki, then finally trying to set up the structure of your wiki, right? That takes days. And we can reduce that time to live your wiki by using Canasta and configuring it with ease. So that's why we call Canasta a comfy data for your home. Excuse me, comfy home for your data. Sysadmins can literally save days of unnecessary work by using Canasta. So Canasta was originally developed by a mini consortium of 3 companies in the enterprise MediaWiki industry, WikiWorks, WikiTech, and MyWikis. we all share a common goal in sponsoring the development of Canasta to make a fully featured, easy to maintain MediaWiki instance possible for all to use, not controlled by any single entity, and available online as free and open source software. We want to make sysadmins' jobs easier, especially for that reluctant sysadmin who has to do it because they want a running wiki and not because they like running MediaWiki. Canasta is comprised of 3 components that are closely intertwined. The foundation of Canasta is the tech stack. It's what makes MediaWiki easier to manage and enables the other 2 components to make maximal impact. So on top of the tech stack lies Canasta's large extensions and skins collection, comprised currently of over 100 extensions and I would say, 5 to 10 skins that are bundled with Canasta and are made extremely easy to install. So finally, at the top is going to be Canasta's starter page layouts and data structures. This aims to solve that blank page problem by reducing contribution inertia and providing best practices. So these 3 components work together to provide the value that Canasta aims to deliver. The foundational component of Canasta is going to be our tech stack. In making the Canasta tech stack, we have to keep true to 7 goals. So first, we're fully open source because we want Canasta to be a community effort and for our products to be accessible to everyone. Second, Canasta is always intended to be as convenient as possible for the sysadmin in both use and feature set. Third, Canasta will stick true to core MediaWiki. So rather than trying to replace MediaWiki with something, cooler or whatever, we think it's already very cool, and we will only want to build on top of it. Fourth, Canasta's development direction. It will emphasize stability. This is super important for companies who, cannot afford to upgrade their wikis every single month, right? They have to have the same version. So we prioritize getting Canasta using the latest long-term support version. And we will preserve tagged versions of recent older versions of Canasta in our container registry. And I'll explain a little bit more about how that works in a bit. Fifth, Canasta will continue to support all the customizations that anyone should be able to make to any standard MediaWiki instance. So Canasta is meant to work to help you rather than against you. Sixth, Canasta makes good on our open source promise by introducing official ways of creating derivatives of Canasta and extending the functionality of the Canasta stack itself. So we realize there are a myriad of situations, right, where things might want to be changed a bit or a lot, and that's okay. And last but not least, Canasta is source control. So you can keep track of your wiki's configuration in Git, Subversion, Mercurial, etc. And this is possible because Canasta is designed to separate configuration from code. Now, with the Canasta stack, you get a variety of advantages over the regular way of using MediaWiki. Because we have streamlined setup instructions and only rely on Docker, and in the future we will create a CLI for this, it's really quick to get it working from scratch. Canasta basically maintains itself. And it's easy to upgrade MediaWiki because all you need to do is pull the newest version of the Canasta image and restart. And during the container startup process, it's going to upgrade it by itself. Canasta, by separating configuration from code and using ephemeral Docker containers to run MediaWiki, eliminates those problems of configuration drift that you get when running on a, like a regular LAMP stack. Leveraging Docker allows Canasta to scale vertically and horizontally, easily with your choice of an orchestration tool, whether that's going to be Kubernetes or Docker Compose. Even with the ease of installation, Canasta does not sacrifice staying true to how vanilla MediaWiki works. It doesn't aim to change, vanilla MediaWiki functionality in a way that compromises our ability to support later versions of MediaWiki or prevent the use of anything that can work on vanilla MediaWiki. In fact, we actually want to stay as close to the Wikimedia Foundation stack that they use to run Wikipedia, because that's always going to be supported, right? So that's why we've chosen, for instance, to use Debian as the base image for the Canasta applications image, for instance. It's fast and straightforward to port over an existing MediaWiki instance to Canasta with potentially 0 configuration changes to make. And even if you need to make some, it's going to be very small tweaks. And this is because Canasta uses the same local settings file as vanilla MediaWiki does. And we have a few small improvements that I'm excited to share about later that might make your life a little easier with that. And last but not least, by using and developing Canasta, stakeholders can benefit from each other's contributions to the project, which allows us to reduce our time spent updating Canasta and its components, right? We can let one person do all of it, and it lets us regain time to better serve our clients. Canasta is both beginner-friendly and suitable for MediaWiki experts. This consortium of companies that you see on the screen have already begun to use Canasta for running the wikis of their clients. Speaking on behalf of WikiWorks, WikiTech, and MyWikis, I can say that we've all benefited greatly from the decreased setup time, ease of applying updates, a reduction of services to maintain, greatly simplifying maintenance of the remaining services, and ability to scale the wikis using the orchestrator that we use, whether that's Docker Compose or Kubernetes. And it's given us the time to work on other more exciting development projects. And despite Canasta being very fully featured, we've made it very easy still to both set up and switch to it. So once you've installed Canasta, all you need to do is drag and drop your local settings file into the config folder. If you want to make use of Canasta's MySQL database, great. You just need to edit your database settings to match Canasta's, which takes 1 minute. You can use Varnish and HTTPS with 0 additional configuration. And that includes getting the certificate provision as well. You can load Cirrus Search and Visual Editor from Canasta's extension repository by using cfload extension and running the quick configuration stuff that you need to do for those extensions. And speaking of cfload extension, that's how you can use the bundled extensions of Canasta. And analogously for skins, you can use cfload skins. These functions specifically load from Canasta's built-in collection rather than what's in your custom extensions or skins directory. So you'll never see these extensions in a folder, but they're there. And you can just load them like that. And adding these extensions is really as easy as adding a line to load the extension or skin, plus any configuration that skin or extension requires. And then, just restart the Canasta container and you're ready to go. It's easy. So a little bit now about what exactly is in that tech stack. So at its core, Canasta runs on Docker. So this allows for easy setup and development, as well as a platform agnostic guarantee of consistent functionality. The main Canasta web application, consists of MediaWiki, Apache, PHP, bundled extension skins, and other supporting components. Supporting services like MySQL and Elasticsearch run on separate containers. We provide the stack on GitHub in multiple flavors to clone and use for your own instance of Canasta, with currently Docker Compose being our most publicly supported version, following with Kubernetes still, I guess, in private beta. And we provide this, we provide it on GitHub. We currently support Docker Compose the most. But that improved Kubernetes support will be coming soon. And we will also be adding support for cloud providers such as AWS and Azure. So the Canasta container stack, what does it look like? It's currently comprised of 5 containers. The Canasta container in the center is what contains MediaWiki, PHP and Apache, as well as maintenance scripts and the like. A separate MySQL container at the bottom provides the database of the wiki, right? The Elasticsearch container powers Cirrus Search. Above the Canasta web server is Varnish, and above that is going to be the TLS Terminator proxy, Caddy. Varnish is natively supported by MediaWiki and is an HTTP accelerator, providing caching of the wiki when you're not logged in, and provides, proxies requests to the Canasta container. And finally, Caddy proxies HTTPS traffic to varnish and provides zero configuration automatic TLS certificate provisioning via Let's Encrypt and Zero SSL, which provide free certs. And those of you who might be familiar with Traffic, spelled Traefik, that's basically like an alternative for Caddy. And so those are interchangeable. We just happen to use Caddy for the first time. And by the way, why do I have this kind of smiley face guy at the top, right? Well, originally I was planning on making that the user, right? Because the user sees Caddy first and then they kind of go down like that. And then it turned out to be like a stick figure. So here you go. And also it's happy because it's using Canasta. Anyway, how do we represent MediaWiki as normal while adding Canasta specific functionality under the hood? So our image essentially adds a compatibility layer. Normal components of MediaWiki are bind mounted from the stack repo and the host operating system into the container. And behind the scenes, we add Canasta specific functionality and combine that code with the stuff from the stack repo and the host OS. MediaWiki runs on a combination of those two things. So anything behind the scenes is tucked away within the Canasta image. So it's not directly accessible from the host OS where the container runs, and you probably don't want it to be accessible anyway. Looking specifically at how local settings works in Canasta's tech stack, the end user will still have the same local settings file that they use on vanilla MediaWiki. There's also an option to place snippets of PHP files in the settings directory. If you wanted to break apart the local settings file into modular chunks of PHP code, much like a lot of configuration that you can find on Unix, right? You can add it into this directory. And the benefit of doing this is you can easily add or delete files, discrete snippets of code, to immediately add or remove that functionality or setting from your wiki, rather than editing local settings.php. And when you're automating things, you definitely don't want to be setting things like SED things, right, within your local settings. You don't want to be editing a shared file. You want to be editing little bits and pieces. And if you want it gone, just delete it. So that should be beneficial. And let's say you didn't want to use Canasta anymore. Great. You just concatenate all of those files into the local settings and you're done. Canasta's tech stack is also designed to be officially extensible and modifiable. So you can take the base Canasta code and reuse, repurpose, or override features of it to get exactly what you want. This is particularly helpful for those who need to make their own image with their exact specifications and don't want the exact structure of Canasta, but also don't want to maintain their own separate Docker stack. Or if you want to use only some of Canasta, you can cherry pick what's in the existing image. And more information will be released over time about how official derivatives can be made. But in a nutshell, you can create your own Docker file and use Canasta as the base image to build off of it. And as long as changes are made to the right place, Canasta aims to offer support even as we add new features to Canasta. Over the past year, the Canasta contributors have worked together to decide what extensions and skins are worth bundling with Canasta to provide a complete array of functionality. So we have about 100 or so extensions bundled with Canasta, and they're the finest from the MediaWiki community. They're not enabled by default, but they can easily be enabled at any time without needing to download anything additional. And the general criteria that we've set for the extensions and skins that we've picked so far revolves around relevance and developer activity. While we've picked many extensions that add lots of great value to MediaWiki, we don't want to be picking extensions that are redundant, and we also don't want to pick any extensions that aren't actively maintained or might not be maintained in the future. And this way we can try to reduce as much as possible any issues with upgrading to the next version of MediaWiki. We don't want to hold people from upgrading. We don't want to hold them back from upgrading. We want it to happen. And if extensions are not maintained, that is going to be very tough. So we want Canasta to be sustainable even as you upgrade over time. And the last component of Canasta is currently a work in progress, but it sits atop the technology. Wikis are only as useful as the content they have inside them, right? So without a good page structure, supporting templates and forms, data structures, it is very difficult for many to overcome that blank page problem and contribution inertia. Page packages have been mentioned throughout this conference, and our recent concept introduced to ship pre-made packages to the wiki as a starting point. The page extension, excuse me, I keep getting this wrong. The page exchange extension facilitates the packaging format and the importation, modification, and deletion of those packages. And for more information on packages, you can actually tune into Ike's presentation, Ike Heck's presentation, in a few hours. Canasta bundles the page exchange extension, which makes adding packages a breeze. And in the future, Canasta will aim to add more unique features to support the installation of these packages, including through a CLI, a command line interface. And we hope these will empower Wiki champions to facilitate adoption of MediaWiki among their organization. And so for those of you who saw my talk during the Docker workshop that Cindy hosted at EMWCon 2021, we've made many small improvements and a few major updates since then. So first, we have finalized how local settings.php should be made for Canasta. And as of Canasta 1.0, there is no longer a requirement to add anything special to local settings to get it working. In the past, you had to add like include Canasta utils or whatever. That's gone. You can now just use a regular local settings.php file, and Canasta does magic behind the scenes, so it works like a charm. In addition, we've added that settings directory we talked about, and this is a convenience feature that Canasta introduces, and it'll be very helpful to anyone who enjoys modular configuration that doesn't involve editing one single file, right? And this will be very important in using a CLI for Canasta, because the CLI is not going to be editing a single monolithic local settings. It's not going to work. So we need this kind of feature to make it possible. And right, as I mentioned, Canasta 1.0 now comes with TLS termination and HTTPS acceleration caching built in, zero configuration needed. So after almost a year in active development, we are excited to announce today the official launch of Canasta. And version 1.0 marks our first general availability release. And with this, you can visit the Canasta website at canasta.wiki for more information on how to install Canasta. So I've been touting the ease of use of Canasta for so long, right? But now I want to prove it for real this time. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to install Canasta from an entirely new EC2 instance from start to end. So what I'm going to do is let me join this. Okay. I'm going to have this stop sharing my screen. Okay. Start sharing this instead. All right. So what we're first going to do is wait. Hold on. Does this still have audio? I think so, right? Okay. Yeah. So we're going to start off with. You don't see my screen, do you? Okay. How to get this working? Let's hop in. Yeah, so hopefully this is okay. Okay, so we start off with at the Canasta download and setup page, right? I'm just gonna walk through it as if I've never seen Canasta before and I wanna set it up for the first time. So, what we're going to do is we're going to use Docker Compose to set this up. And it says before starting, you should have Docker Engine and Docker Compose installed. So I have initialized a brand new EC2 instance running Ubuntu. And I'm going to install it using the instructions provided by Docker. Right now it's saying, okay, I want to go down to, do my sudo apt get all that stuff. So I'm going to log in. And I'm going to do sudo apt, update. And then I'm going to copy this. Okay, let me do this. All right, and then let me run this. I will add Docker's official GPG key by its request. Well, did it copy? Okay, and then it wants me to set up the stable repo. And finally, let me do these two things. Let's do a apt update and a install of Docker Community Edition, which comes with Docker Compose. I know there was a talk saying it might be difficult to use Docker for a beginner, but our belief is that, Docker is so powerful and it's actually easier than you might think. We're more than happy to, handhold and make sure that you can get Docker installed on your machine so that you can get Canasta working. So, if we can install it within this presentation, I don't think it's that hard. All right, so now we are at the point where we need to clone that stack repository from GitHub. So I'm going to do a git clone from here. And I'm going to cd into this directory. Okay, I'm going to first make a copy of the .env file, and I'm going to edit it. So what I'm going to change is I have this set up on. Oh shoot! Yeah, this is a Windows computer. Sorry. Okay, I have this set up to this EC2 instance pointed to Canasta test2.mywikis.net. So if you visit it right now, it's not going to work because there's nothing on the server. And please don't DDoS this. Okay, and we can keep the rest of the stuff, as is. It's fine. Okay, and then all right. The next part is if we're creating a new wiki, which we'll do today, we're going to navigate to that repo directory and run docker compose upd. So this is on Ubuntu, so I'm going to have to add a sudo in front of that. But here we go. Whoops. All right. Wait. Did it run the install? Yeah. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. So what it's doing now is it's doing the first install of this. Is there a way we can get this bigger? I'm sorry, guys. Let me try to. No. Okay. Here, let's do that. All right. So this first launch of Canasta, we're running, Docker Compose upd, which is bringing up the containers, and we don't have any containers to bring up. We don't have it, so we need to download them. Download the images from wherever they are on the web. And once this is done, we can start up. Sorry, the container will automatically start up, and we can start configuring MediaWiki. Let's see. In the meantime, I'll kind of give you a brief hint as to what we're going to do next. So we're just going to go to the Canasta test2.mywikis.net, and I'm going to do an install real quick. So now we're done with that. Let's hop over here and go to Canasta test2. Okay, so I think it needs a moment to let MediaWiki let's see. Okay. Let's see if Varnish is yelling at me. No? All right. Okay, that's okay. This is definitely always a risk you're taking when doing a live demo. So I have backups prepared. Eventually you'll get to this. I know that's like quite a jump, but here we go. Yeah, so I literally made this last night following those instructions. And basically all I've done is some very small changes to local settings. I just did cf load skin vector, cf load extension visual editor, cf load extension Elastica, Cirrus search, advanced search, and then I did set the default search engine to Cirrus search, run those 3 scripts on Cirrus search, which this stuff will be automated later with the CLI, and finally, oh, there we go. So it just needed a moment to think. Okay, so all right, now let's speed rush set up Wiki. Let's time this and put it on YouTube. All right, so we're going to change the database host to DB, and the password is, in this case, we set it in the .env file. So we use that, it works great. Canasta test 2 or something, cool. Right, blah, blah, blah. Okay, and then I'm not going to share right now. Okay, so let's do authorize editors only. Yeah, and let's enable file uploads as well. And then by pressing continue, you'll begin that installation process. Cool, cool, and then done. So I will now install local settings. Let me pull up another WSL instance. Drag this here. Well, actually, no, that's not going to work. So SCP from mount C users settings, and then it's to Ubuntu. So I'm just going to copy this file into the config, and now let's try if we can get inside. Okay, so we are inside, but we do not yet have what do you call it? We don't have a skin installed yet, and that's totally fine because Canasta doesn't try to interject, right? So it is expected that you would need to do a little bit of additions to your thing. So, okay, it's come to my attention that for some reason, maybe the bottom of my screen can't be seen. So let me try to move this up a little bit so that you can see it. Oh no, that's not what I want. Okay, whatever. So as I mentioned, we're going to do cf load skin vector, so we can see vector. We're going to do cf load extension visual editor. And let's just try that for now. Great. Log in. And let's try editing. try to see if I can review my changes visually. Yes, I can. Done. Oh. Thank you. Then let's see if we want to go a little further. Yeah. Okay. I've been told that. Okay. Yeah. I've been told that we're running a little low on time, but hopefully you can see that I still was able to do a install for Canasta. And so sorry about that, guys. Hopefully it's worth it.
Hey, Jeffrey, that looks really good. We are a little bit out of time, but
so I can show Sierra Search later, but that's going to take another, maybe 5 minutes. So not too bad. Okay. So what is next for Canasta? So first, to start with Canasta's tech stack, there's so many things that we'd like to add to Canasta to make it do anything a MediaWiki sysadmin could possibly imagine or need. And so first we're adding, we want to add built-in memcached support. Then we're going to add a Canasta CLI. And we are expected to get some help from that from Google Summer of Code this summer. And we'll hopefully, be able to manage Canasta directly from the command line, eliminating the need for you to manually do those Docker actions, and also adding some other additional convenience functions, but that won't be required to run Canasta with. So, and that'll also help with deployment of Canasta to cloud services as well, if you want to use AWS or Azure. Next, we realize that ARM architecture is, quickly becoming the new normal and replacing traditional x86 systems, even in the cloud. And we're aiming to get native ARM support for Canasta's images soon. We're also aiming to add support for multiple wikis, wiki farms, to be run from the same Canasta instance, and hopefully that'll make wiki farms on Canasta a reality. And last but not least, we would like to reinforce Canasta support for Kubernetes and introduce that native cloud container server support. Our roadmap for Canasta's extensions and skins is pretty simple. We will continue to seek the addition of more useful extensions and skins as long as they fit that criteria that we shared earlier. And finally, for starter pages and data structures, we want to keep adding more, as there are many permutations of starter pages and data structures for each use case of MediaWiki. We want to build a robust, comprehensive library of starter pages and data structures, so Canasta will also make it easy to get content set up on the wiki fast. And adding packages and data structures can also be facilitated by the future Canasta CLI. For more information about Canasta, you can visit our website, canasta.wiki. Our source code is open source and can be found on our GitHub, and we welcome any contributions to it. We're currently using the GitHub issues page as a central discussion point for both bug reports and feature requests of Canasta. So don't be shy. Hope to see you there soon. And at this time, I would like to open the floor to any questions. Thank you.
Hi, Jeffrey. There's some questions for you in the backstage if you want to take a look at it.
We had a few questions. Let me try to answer them quickly. Can Canasta and OpenCSP be complementary? From what I've heard today, yeah. I don't see why not, right? They mentioned that they're not sure, if Docker or Ansible is the right choice, right? They want to leave it open. Well, Canasta has already made that choice, right? And as I said earlier, Canasta, you can add derivative stuff to it. So theoretically, sure. How it turns out in the end, I don't know, but the future is exciting. So what are the best ways for the community to contribute to the Canasta project? So first and foremost, anyone who wants to help build out the features that I described, that would be great. As long as you have some experience with Docker, you can clone this and get it running. You can always contact me. My email is jwang@mywikis.com. So feel free to contact me about this. You can also probably contact your own Karen, since he's the founder of Canasta. Financially speaking, that would also be great, because why not, right? We could probably hire some people to work maybe full-time on Canasta this summer. There are probably some interns who are looking for some work. So we can definitely get that done as well. Eager to hear if Canasta includes or plans to include a pre-installed and pre-configured service bot like MW client as part of the Canasta Docker image. Sure, why not? I mean, we'll see. Not currently planned as in what we've looked at, but that's okay. It seems like it would be a good idea for Canasta and Mesa developers to draft a list from each perspective of what the other tool does not provide that they require from their tool. And this might lead to teams merging into one project, which I think might lead to a larger support base for maintenance and further development. That's a very interesting idea. So basically, I think you can see that Canasta and Meza are built very differently, and that's by design, and that's totally okay, right? I think that sharing ideas is always a great idea, and I am looking forward to see what sort of synergies that we might have in the future. So yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, guys. I'm sorry for running over time.
I have one quick question.
Oh yes, Mark.
Help my ignorance. What is not supported in the ARM?
What is not supported in ARM?
Right, currently, because you said it's one.
Well, oh right. So Canasta, you can't run that image on an ARM system right now.
Okay, so you just need to build the ARM image.
Yes, and I think also the underlying packages have to be compatible with AR64. So yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. And pass over the HTML IDE.
Okay, thanks, Jeffrey. Hi, Daniel, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, good. Sorry about, we're a little bit over time, but we're just going to eat into the break. As a note, we're going to be trying to take a group photo right after your talk, Daniel, with remote attendees and in person. So for the remote, I'll be sending out a Zoom link for everybody to join.
Okay.
And then in person, we'll all group up by the front projector. So passing over to Daniel to talk about changes to the configuration system in MediaWiki 1.38.
All right, thank you very much. Let me briefly try and figure out how the screen sharing works here. Okay, I hope I'm sharing the right thing now.
I'm not seeing it yet. Oh, there it goes. Yep, looks good.
Okay, I hope I keep sharing it when I start the presentation. Can you see it? I assume so.
Yep, sorry.
Cool. All right, so this is all about how we do configuration in MediaWiki, how we load it, how we read it, how we manage it, how we change it, and all that. And in the bad old days, everything was global variables, right? Default settings was loaded and it set a bunch of global variables. And then local settings was loaded and it set a bunch of global variables, some coming from includes in extensions. Then the setup script runs and it messes with global variables. And then perhaps if you're running a maintenance script, then it messes with the global variables to override some settings. And all the application logic would also just interact with globals. And that, of course, leads to a bunch of problems. It's really hard to reason about. It makes things hard to test and so on. So in a bright and shiny future, what we really want is we want to have a thing to load and manage the settings, and we want to have a thing that you can use to access it. And so ideally, there would be a schema for, no, that was a bit too fast. Okay, there would be a schema for configuration, and you could then load different bits and pieces of the configuration from different sources, from different files or other locations. You can load extensions that define more configuration, and all that gets loaded into a settings builder, which then gets also used by the setup code and can be used to override settings from maintenance scripts. And in the end, it generates a config object that is immutable and can then be used by application logic, or ideally just by the service wiring, to get to the configuration you need to set up individual service objects and other code. So why? Well, we want to be able to easily generate and manipulate configuration. So that is much easier if you treat configuration as data rather than code. Especially generating is still kind of fine, right? You can generate a PHP script with a bunch of global variables, but once users have started to mess with that file and maybe put some conditionals in, or comments, or includes, and so on, it gets really hard to update it programmatically. So having just a data file is much simpler. We want to be able to mix and match, integrate configuration coming from different sources, which is not as trivial because some of our configuration variables are really complex structures. And so you have to actually know how to merge parts. If you only load part of them from one source and part of them from another, you need to know how to merge them, combine them. Beyond that, getting away from globals improves testability and generally avoids bugs, because you're not relying on global state. You have much better control over what goes into the code you run and what comes out. So for a long time, we have kind of worked on that. There have some improvements have been made. Quite a few years ago, the idea of config objects was introduced. And so most application logic by now uses config objects. And also, we no longer register extensions just by calling an include file that messes with globals. We have these nice extension.json files that we load via the extension registry. That already improves the situation somewhat. Now for 1.38, we wanted to make it possible to get away from global variables. And what we get to is this. And it looks a bit messy and scary. It's just that, as is always the case, things have to get worse before they can get better, because you end up having like the new system and the old system, and then some code that makes it possible to have them both at once and integrate them. So that makes for a somewhat messy diagram here. But let me try and briefly tell you about our thinking. We have introduced a settings builder. It can already be used to load configuration from YAML files or JSON files. We started to define a configuration schema that is used to integrate settings from different sources. But we are still loading local settings, which manipulates global variables, and we are still loading extensions separately from the settings builder. So we have to take care to integrate the information that is treated the old way, right, and the new way. In the plan for the next version is already much cleaner. In the next version, hopefully in 1.39, all configuration that comes in should already go through settings builder and should completely be isolated from global variables. We will, in the end, once all the configuration is loaded, still expose them as globals for backwards compatibility. But it will no longer be the mechanism to actually define configuration. And yeah, that already gets us pretty close to that bright and shiny future, I hope. So I would like to tell you a little bit more hands-on in more practical terms what some things are that you can already try out in 1.38. But I have to tell you that most of them are still experimental. They may still change and are not really stable interfaces yet, but we would be very grateful if you could try them out and play with them and tell us what you think to inform the further development of these features so we can have them ready for use in 1.39. So the first thing I want to tell you about is a new mechanism for overriding config. This is something that is not necessary very often, but typically it only happens in config in maintenance scripts, when the maintenance script has to maybe disable a cache or has to override a specific setting based on command line options. And so far, the only way to do that is write too fast again. By writing a global variable, right? That's how it worked. And this is done in the final setup method that is defined by the maintenance script base class. And not that many extensions to it, but like a handful. And quite a few scripts in core actually do it. So now we will be injecting the settings builder into the final setup method, so it is available there. And so if you want to override a config variable, you just tell it to override the config variable. No more messing with global variables or global state. The next thing that you could try out, if you like, is loading some of your configuration from a YAML file or JSON file that is located wherever you please. The structure is basically just the same as the structures of the corresponding configuration settings. Just take care that you include the top level config key, because settings files, these YAML settings files, can actually contain not just config, but a few other things. Most importantly, the list of extensions is not inside the config key. It's its own thing. Oh yeah, one thing to take care of is the fact that these files should generally not be readable from the web, right? You don't really want people to directly look at your config files. And if it has a PHP extension, that usually doesn't happen because it's executed. If it's a YAML file and it has your database password and it's living in the web root, you better configure your web server not to serve it. Or of course, you move the file somewhere else. Instead of loading YAML files by calling a method from local settings, you can also make the entire local settings, turn it into a YAML file or JSON file. And now it's even more important, of course, to put it somewhere where it's not accessible from the web. Yeah, but this YAML support is still a bit incomplete and not as convenient as it could be, and also comes with some issues. So we are not entirely sure if we want to keep it in this form. One of the things that we run into is that you cannot use PHP constants in YAML, right? So if you list a bunch of namespaces, well, you have to list them as integers, which is not great. There's a number of ways that we could work around that, but it's not clear yet what we want to do. Another issue is that YAML itself is a somewhat scary format, right? As you probably know if you have used it before, most strings don't have to be quoted. You can just put them in. And if your language code is for English or German, that's fine, right? Just put DE or EN there. But if it's for Norwegian, don't forget to quote the NO, because no is a Boolean. And your wiki will not work if you don't quote it. So these are the little surprises that YAML has in store for you. There's another thing that I am very happy to see us try out. And again, this is experimental. It's quite kind of likely to still change, but I hope we will keep it, which is a built-in way to define a wiki farm. And all you have to do is define a directory that contains files corresponding to each wiki. And if this variable is set, then MediaWiki will automatically look at the requested domain and turn that domain into a file name and load that file. So if you're asking in your browser for fun.acme.com, the wiki will try to load the corresponding YAML file, set the site name accordingly, set the database name accordingly, load the extensions that you want, and so on. these directly using the requested domain name may not be as convenient as could be. So there is a little bit more advanced way to do this. You can set an environment variable based on the host name or some other criterion in your htaccess or Apache config file. And if you set this wiki name environment variable, then it will be used to construct the file name of the settings to load. But the name of that that environment variable is one of the things that is still a little bit contentious. We may still change that. We may still also change the name of the configuration variable that enables all this. And we may actually also, it's not quite clear yet whether we really want to do it this way or if we want to require a function call in local settings.php to enable this, where you would just say, hey, load wiki farm settings. And in that function call, you would provide the directory rather than doing it as a configuration variable. That wouldn't work if your local settings itself was YAML file. But on the other hand, it gives you much more control and would be more explicit. So yeah, this is still open. In any case, I would be very keen to hear from you if you try this out and just to hear how it works for you. Another experimental feature is, well, this one is kind of hidden. I said earlier that we don't want local settings PHP to set global variables anymore, but we will not do away with local settings.php, right? The flexibility it provides by allowing people to put conditionals and other code into their configuration file, well, it can be scary sometimes. It can be hard to deal with, but it's certainly useful, right? So we don't want to do away with it. So the idea for the future is to still have local settings.php set variables. They will just no longer be global variables. So we will be including this file isolated in a function scope. We will provide all the settings in that function scope, and we will extract everything that was changed by local settings.php back into the settings builder. So it ends up in the same place as all the settings loaded from other places, from other files. This should just work as always. There's just a few edge cases that don't quite work. So, for instance, if you explicitly use the global keyword to reference a variable in your local settings file, this example is a little bit contrived, but sometimes this does happen, then it may no longer work as you expected, because this variable is already available in the local scope, in the function scope, but it's not a global, and it's not available in the global scope. So this may not work as you expect. Another thing that does not yet work, and you should be aware of if you try it out, though I expect it will work eventually, we'll have to, is if you are using an extension that uses a variable prefix that is not the standard WG for its global variables, that is not supported yet by this loading mechanism. So any extension that relies on a custom prefix for configuration, if you need such an extension, then you will not be able to try this out. Finally, I would like to elaborate a little bit more on the idea of having a config schema. This arose because we found that we need to know the merge strategy for all the configuration variables. So if we are loading configuration from multiple places and our configuration values are complex structures, then we need to know how to merge them. And this is an idea that is probably familiar to you if you have been developing extensions, because extension.json already has the idea of defining a merge strategy for each configuration variable. And we just took that idea and extended it to to core. And when we were thinking about how to represent that, since we were thinking about representing configuration as YAML and JSON, right, we settled on using JSON schema and extended with things like merge strategy. So we set out by defining all the configuration variables supported by core in a config schema YAML file. And then from that YAML file, generate several other things. We generated a documentation file, a markdown file that has documentation on all the configuration. We generate a config schema.php file that contains a giant PHP array, because that's much faster to load. Loading YAML on every request is somewhat painful, at least if you're serving many requests, as Wikipedia does. So we generate a file that is optimized for loading. And we generate a local settings.php mostly as it was for compatibility. Or actually, no, we are not. In 1.38, we are not yet generating that. We are keeping the two in sync. They are required to contain the same information, and this is enforced by a structure test. Yeah. On the config schema.php one, I had a question mark 1.38 on here because the backport patch is not merged yet, but I expect it to be merged before the RC0 release of 1.38 this week or next. So yeah, we will be loading from this generated file instead of local settings.php in the future. In case that causes any issues, there is an environment variable that you can use to disable this and go back to loading local settings.php. I don't really see why that would happen, but we still put it in just in case. Now, shortly after this was done, and a few weeks after the 1.38 branch was made, we decided, after trying this this approach of managing our configuration schema in the YAML file for a bit, we decided that it's a bit painful for PHP developers because it lacks IDE integration, and maintaining, let's say, long and complex documentation messages in a YAML file is kind of weird. So we decided to turn this on its head and define the schema in a class as constants in a class, and from that generate the config schema.yaml and config schema.php for fast loading, and the local settings.php for compatibility. Though I expect, actually, by the release of 1.39, this will no longer be a generated file. It will just be a stub that that gets all the configuration from the settings builder and just pushes it into the local scope. So right, in 1.39, in the current development branch, this is what the definition of the schema looks like. It is not quite as nice and compact as YAML, but it's much easier for a PHP developer who wants to add a new configuration variable. This is much more convenient because it's the PHP way, right? Yeah, so what I was just talking about is basically this bit of the diagram I showed in the beginning. All the things that go into the settings builder and get combined by the settings builder into a configuration array. And at the moment, all the configuration then is still pushed into global variables for compatibility reasons. But all the relevant parts can already interact with settings builder instead of global variables, right? And so I hope in Oh yeah, sorry. Right, they already can stop interacting with global variables. And if you're maintaining an extension, that's what I would ask you to do. Stop reading globals, access them via a config object instead, and stop writing globals and interact with the settings builder instead. Right, and once that is done, we are a good step closer to the bright and shiny future, where we can actually get rid of global variables for configuration management. Right, this is my presentation. It's quite a lot, I'm afraid. If there are any questions or comments, I would be very happy to hear them and talk about them a little bit. Thank you.
Daniel, there's one question right now in the backstage, and I'll collect any more as they come.
Yes, I see the question. Is any of the new structure in use on the Wikimedia sites? Yes, since Monday, we are loading all the defaults from the generated PHP file. Yeah, it was, and I'm very happy. I was a little bit worried about performance because the old file was just setting a bunch of globals, and now we are loading arrays and combining them, and there's a lot of function calls. Turns out the new way is actually faster. I'm still trying to figure out why. Why do we use YAML and not JSON for the configuration? You can use either, right? For one thing, JSON is a subset of YAML. So if YAML is supported, JSON is always supported. But if the config file has a JSON extension, we will actually use a JSON parser, not a YAML parser, which is a lot faster and more reliable, less fewer edge cases to deal with. Why do we support both? Simply because configuration is generally something that it should be human editable and human readable. And YAML is that, well, for the most part, except for the pitfalls, right? So it's up to you if you want to have something that is convenient, or if you want to go with the safer, more restrictive option of JSON. Oh, no, one of the things that is really annoying about JSON is that is no comments. Comments in configuration files are really useful. I would really be curious about to hear from the people who have been working on Canasta, whether this sounds like something that will make life easier for them, because the motivation behind all this was to make it easier for Wikimedia to move their production to a Docker-based environment, to Kubernetes eventually, so we can deploy at least some parts of the configuration via Kubernetes config maps. Besides, the other aspect is testability, but the Dockerization is a big aspect. Any other questions?
We can give it another minute, but I'm not seeing anything right now.
Yeah, I guess everyone wants to go on the break, right? We're running late, I guess.
Well, yeah, thank you, Daniel. That was wonderful. I'm interested to see how. What's that? Jeffrey is letting us know that this work here will make Canasta much easier to develop and extend moving forward. So that's great news. Okay, so thank you very much, Daniel. If you can also log in to the Zoom link there. We're going to try to get everybody on the Zoom, put you up on the projector, and then have everybody in person kind of sit under and around and get one big group picture of the conference. So we'll see you there in a second, and then we'll see everybody back for Marcus's presentation in about 15 minutes. So thanks again, Daniel.
Thank you.
Hi, Marcus. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. If you're ready, Marcus, you're up. Marcus will be talking about hash chains, blockchain, and verifying content using MediaWiki.
Yes, hello everybody, and thanks for having me here. So I'm going to talk about a project which I did together with a partner, and that in that project, what we did, and that's why I found it really interesting. We tried to explore, or we explored possibilities of having hash chains in MediaWiki, of using verified content in MediaWiki. Actually, I really liked this project because it got me back to the times where we, when we started working with MediaWiki, and it was all about exploring technologies, and you had this interesting combinations of things, and you try to see what you can make of it. And now I think MediaWiki and also the use of MediaWiki in organizations is pretty mature, but still there are these rare occasions where you get back to this experimenting stage, and this was one of them. So I found that quite intriguing, and that's why I wanted to share that with you. So so maybe you also find it very interesting, and also think of it as an exploration, so some sort of a proof of concept implementation. So what's the idea? We want to have verifiable content in MediaWiki. So in this scenario, what we need is we need to be able to provide content that you cannot mess with in MediaWiki, to have some sort of verifiable chunks of information that you can actually prove that it was not tampered with, it's correct. You maybe even want to prove the origin of the information, things like that. Also see who trusts the content, who said I sign up with that content, I agree with the content, I can as a person verify that content is correct. And one of the main things of that project was to share content safely with others. By the way, you see also a logo of not only of my company, of BlueSpice, but also of inblock.io. That's our partner here. So inblock and Tim Bunsom of inblock, he was the one who approached us and had this idea and basically needed someone to assist him with implementing this in MediaWiki. And so in the end, what we want to do is with this, we want to make the wiki a transparent but yet reliable information storage. So you might say, okay, MediaWiki already has versioned content, so we know who did what when, but there are some bots. So basically anyone can edit, and there is no easy verification tool. I mean, you can look into the history, but I mean, if you're honest, when was the last time you went through history to verify a piece of some content? If you want verified content, you might want like an indicator on the page. But there are other things, like revisions can be deleted, so it's not necessarily true that you have a complete chain of edits, especially when you have higher privileges. And also on the level we want to work with verifiable data. We also have situations where so you want to export wiki pages from one wiki to another and still make sure that the content you import on the other wiki is like the content you exported. But these dumps, they are plain text dumps, so anyone can mess with the dump, with the export before you import that. So that's not very reliable. And also, of course, in case of like hacker attacks, the database itself could be tampered with and nobody would really notice. Some of you who are more experienced with MediaWiki might say that MediaWiki already does have some hashes. Like if you go to the database, you find some hash database fields. But I took the liberty to check the MediaWiki.org page on these hashes. It's linked here, you can see it, so manual hashing. And what you can see here is that hashing is mainly used for collision detection, or for addressing things as unique, but it's not meant for verifying. And that's also something you can see because the hashes are rather weak that I use here, so they are not totally tamper-proof. So that is not that's not a basis we thought we can build upon. Okay. Before I start, because I found that really interesting, I did not know much about hash chains and blockchains before, so let me give you a brief background. So what is this all about? Essentially, a hash is you run an algorithm over an input string, and in what you get out is a line of characters and numbers, hexadecimal in this case, of some length. So you can have a SHA, I think 64, you can have a SHA 265, a SHA 512. So that's the length, and with the length also the cryptographic or the verifiable strength of that hash. So you can hash any arbitrary string into this SHA 512. And the algorithm is built in a way that when you change only minor things here, like even one character, then the SHA totally changes. So it's not even similar to the old one. So with this hashing, you can detect any change in the input string. Now, the crucial bit of this verifiability here is that you can actually use that SHA. You know, if you see here, it starts with 2C74, it ends with 459B. I use that and I give it back to the input, and then I hash my modified content plus the hash that I just generated. Now I get a new hash, and that has basically baked into it the new content plus a marker, like a fingerprint of the old content. So if I want to verify that the old content has a relation to the new content, I can now do this because I have an algorithm to work my way through the revisions. And that is called a hash chain. So the hash chain basically uses hashes you get out of previous operations, and you bake them into the new hash, thus making sure that the old version or old revision of something is connected to the new version or revision. Now, that's what we basically do when we create the so-called revision verification hash here. So in this case, instead of adding hello world or hello world, we add the content of the revision, obviously. We do have some metadata, so maybe the time of the revision or the user and some other parameters we can get out of the table, and we can hash it. Now we can also, with these hashes, you can create signatures. So I can, as a user, I can take my user, say in a very simplified version, I can take my username or the user's hash and also bake this into this this feeding content. Something, it's called a witness hash. I'm going to talk about that later. So that is also baked into this one thing. So essentially, we take these 4 hashes, we concatenate them, we just write them one after the other, and then we create another of those hashes, and that's the revision verification hash. So when I have this, I can be pretty sure that there is a revision that is rather tamper-proof. So you can neither modify the content nor the data. I mean, you can modify it, but if we try to recalculate the hash, then it will break. And so we know that the content has been tampered with. So this is a schema of a hash chain, as I just showed it. So basically, we have the original piece of information, which we then hash, and we add that information to the secondary piece of information, create another hash, which we then add to like the third piece of information, and so on. So that's the chain of hashes that are always baked into the next piece of information, and thus we can create a tamper-proof chain. In some cases, there's also a more complicated thing which you do, and that is so-called Merkle trees. So instead of chaining hashes in a linear way, you basically take two pieces of information and you hash them into one hash on a secondary layer, and then you use a hash on a third layer, and so on. And by this, you can basically bake a lot of information into one hash. So basically, no, it's wrong. That's not, the information is not baked into the hash, but the hash is derived from a lot of information. Let's put it that way. So if I want to get the same hash, and if I want to verify the integrity of this, I can do the calculation again from the bottom up to that top hash, and only if I reach the same top hash, I can make sure that my content has not been tampered with. So that is what we do with this witness hash. So the witness hash basically creates such Merkle trees out of several pages in the wiki, or maybe all of the pages in the wiki. And what we then do is we publish that hash to some place where it can no longer be modified. So of course, if I only have my wiki, I can try to recalculate things. It's a bit expensive, but I can do it. I can still mess around with it and then say, okay, this is the hash, so now compare it. But once we have published that hash, and our project partner had this really cool image, he said you can even buy an ad in the New York Times and publish that hash, but then it is immutable. So that hash is at some point, it's public. You can just no longer mess with that hash. And that's basically a witness event or witness hash. So from time to time, we can publish all the hashes we have in our wiki. We create this Merkle, this top hash, and we publish it to a place where it can no longer be modified. And in this case, you might have guessed it, we publish it to the Ethereum blockchain. So that's the only connection to the blockchain. So what we do is we create hash chains, which you can recalculate, which you can verify on your local wiki. But then sometimes we need to basically prove that a certain hash has existed at a certain time and in a certain location. And in order to be able to prove that, we publish it to a blockchain. Okay, I hope that wasn't too complicated. That's my understanding of hash chains. Of course, I'm a MediaWiki person and not a blockchain or hash person, so please be kind to me if there's something I missed here in the tiny bits and details. Okay, what are use cases for this? Why would we need such a thing? So here, that is where basically where you can also engage your own imagination. Out of the context where I work, I can see a few things. So one is store legal documents, store documents in the wiki, where you need to make sure that they are not tampered with. So one example, we have been working on a project with a customer in critical infrastructure. That's a local energy provider. So they get us a lot of regulations and orders from other entities, like other federal offices, for example. In order to collect them in one place, they store them in the wiki. So, but what is important for them is these documents need not to be tampered with. So even if they get, say, a Word document, they need to make sure the document you call from the wiki you open is the exact same document that somebody uploaded, right? And here we come back to that history. Nobody checks the history. So in this case, that is one of the things where you can think of it. Also, we can use that for signing things, signing pages, for example, and make sure that the user who signed the information is actually A, the user he pretends to be, and B, actually signed that one revision in that very state. Of course, page verification, I talked about that. And the use case that our partner InBlock has in mind mostly is exchange of information. So in his scenario, he is thinking more of the MediaWiki as a set of federated wikis. So you have a lot of wikis. They call them personal knowledge containers. And in each of these wikis, you can write, a person can write some information, and then we can exchange that. We can send that information, that article, for example, to another person's container. And we can ensure that the content has not been messed with. So I think at this point, maybe it's good to give you some, to show you a demo, but let me just really quick check if there are any comments. No, that doesn't look like it. Okay, so I can demo this so you can see what's happening. This is a MediaWiki, a personal knowledge container, which runs in a Docker. You can actually run that Docker on your own. So there is, at the end of my slides, there are links to the software and how to get it. It's obviously it's open source. It's anyone can see what we are doing. So first of all, we use it. We use a Ethereum wallet to log in to the wiki, and that's what I'm going to do. Hopefully. Okay, so again, let's try this again. I had to log in first. I forgot to do that. Now, as you can see, I'm logged in with my demo account, which is a pupil's account. So now I can create a new page in that wiki. That, for example, EMWCon. Let's create that page. It's a bit slow. I don't know. It's a local machine, so it should not be slow. Probably I'm using too much things at the same time. So hello to EMWCon. I just create some content. And now nothing really happens, but what I can do now is say, I want to prove that this is really the content I want to have on it. I can sign it. So now I click on sign. And again, I need to prove my identity using the Ethereum wallet. Let's do that. And what you can see now is we have a signature on that page, and I can actually see that signature. Now, one interesting thing is InBlock also created a verification tool. So I can, this is a browser plugin, so I can click on that tool and ask it to verify the page, and it tells me, okay, everything on this page is okay. So there is a signature, there's a revision with a signature. So this revision, the initial revision, is signed. And the signature is also okay. At least the data has not been tampered with. Now, we can, I'm not going to do this, but just to show you, if I now want to make this really proof beyond my MediaWiki, I can, how do I do this? I can generate a domain snapshot and I can publish that domain snapshot. So that's what we call a witness event. So the domain snapshot essentially is what I showed you before, is that tree of hashes which are derived from all of the wiki. I think you can even see it. So let's just do it very quick. So here you see we take all the pages, we get the verification hashes, and that is the domain snapshot. So every content of this wiki is hashed, and that results in a huge hash in the end, which can then be published to the network. It can be published using a link here, so a tool, so you can do it from the wiki. Okay, let's go back to my page. Now, what I want to show you really quick is how it reacts when I tamper with the data. So to that end, what I do is I export this. I export this tool. Since in some scenarios we have set up here, we work a lot with templates. You can also include export included resources up to any depth you want. I don't have any included resources here. And you could only include the lightest revision if you want. So let's just use any depth here and go for export. And then I can save that on my local machine. Sorry. Now, what I could do is I could import that in a MediaWiki and then run that verification. Since in a single wiki situation, that doesn't make much sense. What I do is I use a offline verification tool, which you can also get from this this online verification tool. So there is a offline verify. I click here, and then that's a JavaScript file. Then I click into the export I just created, and now let's see what it does. And it tells me that page is verified. It has one unsigned but verified content. That is the signature itself. And it has a revision that is actually verified and signed. Now, what happens if I tamper with the content? Let's just try it. So as you can see here, that's the file I just created. And let me open that with a text editing tool. Text editing tool, please come. Here we are. Okay, so that's an export. If we created a special export that includes these hashes. So that's not the normal exporter. And now you can see this is the content text, including the hash. So it has everything in it. And now I modified the text before I include this. So I say hello to EMWCon. Now I have saved that. And let's try to verify that file now. And let me do this. Okay, go back to the file again. And you see now it tells me that something has somebody has messed with the content, so content hash doesn't match, and I know that I should not trust this piece of content. Okay, I'm gonna skip the technical details just so much. We use multi-content revisions for this. So if you take a look at this EMWCon, this is basically a content slot. And we have different content slots for different pieces of information. So for example, here we have a more complex page, which includes a lot of information, also granular information. And now I have a list of included resources, which is also hashed. And I have a list of signatures. So these are content slots, which we added to the revision. Yeah, so that's basically it. I demoed it. I think we want to take a little bit of time for questions. If you have any questions beyond that, get in touch with either myself on the MediaWiki part of it, or Tim for the hash chain and blockchain part of it. Okay. Any questions?
Marcus, there's a few in the backstage if you want to read them out and then answer.
Yes. Okay, so question. I'm going to go through the questions. Question 1: was the partnership between Hallo Welt and Imblock initiated from their end? Are they currently using your collaborative project on their wikis? Are you using it currently? So yes, it was initiated from their end. I think it was we accidentally met at one of those MediaWiki events, and that's where we got to talk. Are they currently using BlueSpice? No, they are using the PKC. So my collaborative project is BlueSpice. We also could integrate BlueSpice and this, but the implementation we did or we assisted in is a proof of concept implementation. So that we want to show that it basically works, and from there on, this is a good starting point to actually explore the use cases and use scenarios and see if it would really be of interest for other people. Okay, so am I currently using it? No, since it's a proof of concept implementation, I'm not using it. Another question: are hash chains the same thing as blockchains? To the best of my understanding, hash chains are a simplified version of the blockchain. So the blockchain is this really resource-intense and calculation-intense thing, which you've heard in the news: blockchain, Ethereum, Bitcoin. Hash chains are a simplified version of it, But if to go more into detail, I would need to refer you to Tim, because that's beyond my knowledge. Yes, there's also an answer to this. So they seem to be formally equivalent, but the term blockchain refers to a very specific application. Would the entire set of edits, including be public, potentially bad content, be publicly viewable? No. That's basically if you publish, as I said, if you create that witness event, what you publish is the hash. You have that SHA-512 somewhere publicly, but there's no way to get back from the SHA to the content. What you can do, though, is you can use the content and try to recreate the SHA hash. So that's how you verify things. So that is one of the principles of this implementation, that no content ever needs to be public unless you intentionally decide to make it public. Okay, so that's so much to the questions. Are there any more questions?
That's it for stuff that we've collected.
Okay. Wonderful. So if you're interested in exploring the possibilities, feel free to approach me. I guess you know how you can reach me over various channels, and I guess the slides of this will be published at some point. And thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Marcus. That was excellent. Next up, we have a series of lightning talks starting with Darren Walsh. So excuse us, but we'll have to switch between in-person and remote speaking, so it'll take us a second, but we'll be up in just a minute. All right, I think I've got audio and video. I can see and hear you. I think I am sharing now, hopefully. Yep, looks good. We've got the Mars delay. All right, I think I'm good to go, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. So lightning talk, right? So the intention here is to just kind of briefly talk about something and share some information with folks and not really get into the weeds. So I thought I would bring up an extension that I started, I think it was like a couple years ago, called Semantic Actions. And really, I just want to share that this is out there. It'd be cool if people are interested in using it. It'd also be super cool if anybody wanted to develop and take it a step further, add other functionality to it, or make it more compatible with other people's systems. Because obviously, I created this for our internal NASA wiki and with the use case that we had in mind. But it'd be great if it was made more flexible for whoever wanted to use it. So this is the page on MediaWiki.org about the extension. There's not a whole lot here, but I link to the README over on GitHub, where the repo is located. And so I'm just going to overview the README here, just to give you a sense of what's going on. So briefly, some background. Why did I create this? I noticed that in our in use case within the JSC organizations, just on the ISS wiki, I noticed at least 10 different ways people were tracking actions. It went from as simple as like just a basic table where they used VE and they were just manually updating it. Sounds awful, but
I guess some people like that. And then I saw several people had used templates and page forms. And I think maybe even some of them used semantic properties. I don't know if any had used cargo. But what bothered me about this was that it was all disconnected. There was no way, let's say if I had actions on 5 of those lists, to see all the actions for me in one consolidated way. And there also was no way to tie actions to hardware pages or lesson plan pages or whatever, right? It was all just kind of disconnected data. I'm happy they were using the wiki, but it was like, we can do better. So I tried to cull through all the examples I saw and find a way to generically provide the same functionality for everyone. And the trick here is that everyone wants to customize this kind of thing. Well, it needs to have a field for priority or urgency or, you know, my special use case field. And as soon as you start entertaining that for one person, it's like you're going to end up with all these fields and people are going to get confused in which field do they care about. And it just, to me, that didn't make a lot of sense. So I tried to keep this as minimal as possible. And I know that that frustrates some people, but I promise that if you spend a little time tinkering with it, you'll find that this should do 99% of what you want, if not everything. I tried to model it after GitLab. I like GitLab and GitHub for their action tracking system. For a brief moment, I thought maybe I should try to figure out how to integrate GitLab with MediaWiki. But one major limitation there is, well, now all of a sudden we need to make sure that everybody that has an access to the wiki also has access to GitLab, and then they have to learn another tool. I don't know if that's the best idea. The problem with the way I went is like, well, now I have to build all that functionality in from scratch. And, you know, this is very simple compared to a lot of the really cool features that are in GitLab, but it's a start. And that's why I'm throwing this out there. So you can see that you can build a Kanban board, or I think there's other Trello or like other names that people call these. So you can, work your actions or issues into a workflow, whether you categorize them or whether you have some sort of a sequential workflow. You can do that with this system. And then you can also use all of the various Semantic MediaWiki results formats as well, because it's just using Semantic MediaWiki in the background. And actually, it also is compatible with Cargo. I haven't 100% put confidence into whether it doesn't have any bugs with Cargo, but I tried to make sure it could cater to either use case. When you create an action, the form is super simple on purpose. So what is the action? And it's a very small field, and that's because to me, action should be SMART, right? Like specific, measurable, that acronym, go look it up, right? This shouldn't be used for like project pages in my mind. Is the action open or closed? No more statuses. I know people want to put in their custom status, but I'll get to how you do that in a second. There is an optional due date. It's not required. There's an optional actionees field. You can assign actions or you can leave it blank. And then down at the bottom are details. And I skipped over labels and related articles. Related articles can be any wiki page. What is this action related to? Is it related to the pump module? Okay, let's tag that. And then I'll show you in a minute how that can then be referenced from the page about the pump module. Labels was the way that I set it up to create that workflow. So that Kanban board, you define those columns using the labels. So when you create an action board, let's imagine there's 1 million actions in a wiki, and I only want to see the 73 actions that are related to the pump module. So that's when you create that Kanban board, you use one or more related articles to define that subset of actions in the whole wiki. And then how do I define those columns? By the labels. So you might have something that's backlog and in work and ready for review, or you might have other tags that make sense in your workflow. So that's where there's a bit of a learning curve to kind of figure out how to apply that to your use case. But in my mind, that was the most generic way to make this flexible for any use case. There are several dependencies. I'm a lazy developer. And so, yeah, you need all these pieces for it to work. It'd be great if this could be more independent, but that's where it's at. Some words on installation and configuration. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I need to get into all this. So yeah, so let's just look briefly at how you create an action board. So here's a snippet of the template call. So there's this extension is really just a set of wiki pages that you import into your wiki. It's not like a real extension, so to speak. But yeah, so you call this template actionable board, and you pass these parameters to define how you want to scope based on related articles, how many issues you want to show or how many actions you want to show on a single board, which labels you want to use to define that workflow, and then some other kind of details on how you want it to look. And you end up with something like this. If you have lots of these, it limits how many are shown, and it has a scroll bar to try to keep it all within what I assume many aspect ratios would be. Obviously, the visual formatting could be tweaked. And then, yeah, you can go to town if you want to use cargo or semantic media wiki queries and use the traditional table format or any of the wild stuff like plots or whatever. You can add these nice little visual buttons to make it super easy for novice users to search actions and to add an action. You can customize it so that whenever someone clicks a button to add an action, it automatically adds the page that they came from as a related article, because they probably were on a page about some piece of hardware or some topic, and they want to make an action about that thing. So why don't we help them out? Yeah, and so like here's a snippet of text or wiki text for if you wanted to add such a link into the sidebar of MediaWiki. And then something else that we do quite a bit in our NASA implementation, I'll skip down to the visual and then come back to the text, is in our footer, we use header tabs to have several different tabs of content that populate based on queries for the page you're on. So any page in the wiki, it goes and runs these different queries. And so this is an example of how you could say, show me all the actions related to the page that I'm on, and put them in this table format. And so then on the page here is a snippet to kind of show you how that's done. I think I'll wrap it up there. And then I guess just, if there's any questions, I can answer them here, or I can just pay attention to the Riot chat, the EMWCon, and answer them later if we want to keep rolling. Yeah.
Just briefly, I guess you'll have to repeat the question, but this is kind of a silly question, but does this fit into like any kind of bigger project management scheme, something involving some, ISO is a big keyword and all that. Are there any specs that this matches?
Yeah, so Yaron asked if this fits within any kind of like ISO standard or other project management guidelines. The answer is definitely no. I was just modeling this off of GitLab and trying to make it flexible. Project management is something I'm not experienced in, but I'm starting to try to learn on just personally in some of my leadership roles at work. And so like using meeting minutes, using some other tricks in the wiki, it's like there's no super coherent way that all gets plugged together, but we all kind of choose which pieces we want for which groups we're working in. Yeah, that's something I think that would be good to put a little bit more thought into, is making a more coherent set. Okay, well, thank you. Oh, I guess I didn't check online if there were questions. Let me do that real quick. Nope, okay.
Okay, thanks, Darren. I do use that extension and love it, so a little bit of an endorsement. Next up, we have Bernhard. I'm letting him in now, but we're going to need to do a little switching of cables.
I'll stop sharing too.
Bernhard, just hold on 1 second as we switch the cables to go into remote mode. I do use that extension and love it, so a little bit of an endorsement. Next up, we have Bernhard. I'm letting him in now, but we're going to do a little switching of cables. Bernhard, you can start sharing your screen now if you have anything to share while we prepare the conference room.
I'm already sharing, so you should see.
Is it, yeah, semantic notifications. I'm sorry. I just thought that was the same thing as Dan. Yep, looks good. Hold on though. Can someone give me a thumbs up or let me know if we're ready up front? Okay, Bernhard, you're up.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Bernhard. I'm from Knowledge Management Associates. And actually, I didn't plan really on talking about this, but the program, what I want to show you, it fits so well in your program, also with the talk from Alexi yesterday about this notification problems and also now just to talk about the task management. So I want to just very briefly point out two extensions. The first one is called Semantic Notifications. I personally have never used it, but it is still around, and it basically uses the ecosystem also to annotate or to notify you about changing properties in Semantic MediaWiki. So I think that's a nice idea. I've not used it, and but you might want to check it out if it still works, and you might even help out fixing it up. My lightning talk is actually called Semantic Tasks because that's another extension, and I had the same problem that Alexi yesterday described. When I started out with this, I think the Echo notification system wasn't even in place. So there is this Semantic Tasks extension that has a little bit of a different approach. You can see it here. You basically can you have some properties that you can use in your Semantic MediaWiki, like a task is assigned to, or a carbon copy, or a target date and reminder at. And then in a form-based Semantic MediaWiki, you can just this is the way I use it. You can just say this item, whatever it is, a project, or something. It has a field for to do, and then you can put a username in there. So to do user Brian, and then user Brian will get an email notification. And this still works. So it is an older extension that actually we try to maintain. I don't have any PHP developers, so the one that did the last update for me is not doing Semantic MediaWiki stuff anymore. So you might be interested in taking this one over if you have a similar use case. So it still works in Semantic Media 1.35. I think there is one small issue that it tends to send out emails twice, but we had the same problems that usually people don't like this built-in MediaWiki notification system so much, or they are not used to it, so they just want to have their email. So this is what I wanted to point out to you. And I don't know if I should be doing this, but as I have another small lightning talk, Brian, should I go ahead so that we don't have to switch again? Is that okay? Because I'm with
I'm finished with this. I just wanted to notify you guys.
Please go ahead, Bernhard. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so now to something different. This was actually something also that came up in the last SimWCon. The question of how to semantically annotate content. And for this, I would like to invite, maybe we will find time tomorrow during the Create Camp to further discuss this. So this is an invitation to discuss it. I don't have any solutions for that. I'm just asking the question. So what is the problem? The problem, as you can see here, let me make it a little bit bigger, is that for many use cases, Semantic MediaWiki is used in conjunction with some kind of forms extension, or basically what this forms extension does, especially page forms, is you have semantic templates. So you would set the properties in a semantic template with the set parser function. So this is fine. This is not the use case I'm talking about. But actually, one of the initial ideas also of Semantic MediaWiki was how to annotate really text. So there are, I think, three different approaches. One is you annotate while editing text. That means you click on edit on a wiki page, and you don't want to have a pre-structured template or so. You really want to edit within this text. So there we have this this annotation with the double brackets and the dots that will probably not work in the future anymore. And one question is, this is only supported currently when you do wiki text annotation. So how to support this in Visual Editor? That would be one question. How could I semantically annotate content using the Visual Editor? That would be interesting. There is another quite recent alternative approach. This is called extension page properties. That is suggesting something next to the edit button, I would say, where you can set properties while you're not actually editing the page. This is something interesting. And also, I think a very interesting use case is the contrary. You don't annotate the text while you're editing it, you're annotating it while you're reading it. And for that, there was an extension called Semantic Text Annotator, where you really could, highlight something and then say, I want to annotate, and I want to say, this is a person, this is a project, this is a date, or whatever, without editing the content. So this extension was there. I've never used it really in production, and it's not working anymore. So we could talk about, is that an important use case we want to revive? Because I think really Semantic MediaWiki is very strong, actually, in this area where you want to annotate content, the text content while you're reading it or editing it. So I would like to discuss this, and also there's this technical thread that was already mentioned yesterday for the in-text annotations. So there is some tasks already going on. So there might be some people who really want to look into technical details here. So this is my suggestion. If people are interested tomorrow, we could find maybe in your morning, a time slot to discuss this. I would also like to have open meetings during maybe once a month or so to discuss the question, how should, in the year 2022, Semantic MediaWiki should support semantic annotations. So that was it. Thank you.
Hello.
Hey, Lewis, we can hear you and see you.
Nice. I'll share my screen. You also see that?
Yep, looks good.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to have a little talk about the Wiki search. It's a faceted search for MediWiki. My name is Robus Koopmans. I'm a front-end developer at Wiki-based Solutions and also a front-end developer on maintainer on this project. So Wiki search is public at the moment, so everybody can use it. And we changed the name from being WS Search to a Wiki Search. So it fits better in our Opencvp project where Victor was talking about earlier today. So what is Wiki Search for people who don't know? It's a parser function to create search pages. It's really easy. You can create a lot of different search pages or let it be a part of your page. So for example, you have content and some search functionality somewhere. It uses the data stored by Semantic MediWiki, but we query directly from Elasticsearch. So we have highlighted snippets, also from attachments like PDFs and aggregation for filters and advanced search operators. And it's really easy to configure for the people who want to create search pages. So we offer, we use Elasticsearch directly because it offers more functionality than Semantic MediWiki. But we have built in some new features. We have an improved table layout, improved keyboard accessibility. We added a calendar layout and added an action option, so you can perform actions on pages you find in search, and you can select them and do some action. We also added a template result format, very similar to the Semantic MediWiki result format, so you can have freedom on how your result looks, and maybe it does subqueries and all that kind of stuff. And we have a lot of other new config options, and we did refactoring of the code, so it's also easier for people to contribute, maybe. So this is an example of one of our search pages for Cessna, and in the search bar you can see some special search operators, and we have some syntax highlighting with it. There's also, you can configure it to have a search, to have an info button also, which explains how these operators will work. This page shows content of PDFs in the wiki highlighted, and I think it's really cool. This is an example of a calendar layout that is new. You can also add new events in the calendar if you like, but you can also just display. We have a year view and a month view, and this is the table layout with the actions. So you see some checkboxes, you can select them and do an action. So an action could be opening another page with your selected pages as a URL parameter, so you can do stuff on the other page, or it could be a JavaScript function that receives your selection and does something with it. This is an example on how easy to configure the wiki searches. So you have a backend config where you have an ask query that is the base of your search. So you can restrict what people can search. You can also not restrict it, but we have specialized search pages most of the time for just a part of the data. And on the front end, you can choose a layout and have all kinds of filters, and all these filters can have types. It looks very similar to how you would do an ask query, and the question marks are result properties, so they will show up in the results, and the the add things will be a filter. You can visit medywiki.org on the help page of Wiki Search Front to check out all the options. There are a lot. And this is our roadmap. So we want to move to Vue 3 because MediWiki is also switching to Vue 3. Want more accessibility, even more. So we added keyboard navigation, but I think there could be still improvements for screen readers also. We want to use the Wikimedia Codex UI toolkit. This is not finished yet and not usable. It's an alpha stage, but once it's ready and ready to adapt, I think we should. So now all our Vue components are home built, and I think it's really nice to just use components that are already there. And in the far future, we also want to add capability for Wikigraph. That's in development. Geo position. Yeah, I'm already reading the questions because this is already my last. It's a really lightning talk. So we don't have Geo special search queries yet. You can use them in the base query, but we have ranges like date ranges. So you can have date ranges also with the calendar. Date ranges are used. So I think you should can also use this location ranges, but we don't have a special filter type for them yet. Another question is, why are Wiki Search and Wiki Search Front separate extensions? So the Wiki Search only is only an API and a parser function, and it does the communication between the API and Elasticsearch, and the parser function, of course, for the configuration. Because we don't want one configuration for the search. Every page can have its own configuration. And they are separate because maybe you don't want to use the front end and only use the API, or create your own front end. And also for development, it was easier because I do the front end stuff mostly, and my colleague Marijn does the backend stuff, so we have our separate extension. And Brian says, Robert, looks like you implemented Semantic MediWiki a separate extension, or is it something completely different? I'll open the link. No, it's a separate. We made a separate extension. Also, the link you sent about special faceted search, it's completely different. I think also because of the snippets and the highlights. Oh yeah, I will read the question again. If we implemented the Semantic Media Wiki special faceted search, there's a Github page about it. No, we did not. It's totally different, but I think we have some nice features like the highlights and all that kind of stuff that that makes it different. Yeah. Also check the normal stage. What's the support for Wikigraphs? So Wikigraphs is not finished yet, but this will be hopefully maybe a replacement for Semantic MediWiki or something comparable, which stores its data in another way. Can you say a few words about what a facet is, especially with Knowledge Graph and the Wiki Search extension. Yeah, a facet, I see it as a filter or your search filter. Like all this stuff on the left here. In my mind, they are facets, so you can select a facet of your data or just show a facet of your data. And Elasticsearch does some aggregation on it, so you can see how many of these results are there, and when you select something, it will update. Yeah, the benefit of adding support for the wiki graph is we want to use them both in the future and have the search show up both of the results. So next to each other, we want to use Semantic Wiki and maybe data from the wiki graph as well in the same search. So, yeah. Okay, I think those are the questions. I'll leave the room to my colleague, Charlie.
Hey, everybody. Can you guys hear me? Yes, good. Right, so I'll share my screen as well. That's not the one. That is not the one, so it must be this one. Okay. Right, I hope you guys can see my screen, because when I look at this screen on Hopin, it's only half my screen and not the full screen, so. We can see it. All right, good. All right, my name is Charlo, or in English, usually Charlie, because Charlo raises a lot of questions. I am a senior developer at Wikibase Solutions, and I'm going to talk a little bit about FlexForm, a MediaWiki extension that offers to create forms. So FlexForm, it was previously known as WS Form. By the way, my screens are full with my presentation now, so anybody types anything in the chat, I can't read it. So it was previously known as WS Form. I think we created it 5 or 6 years ago. And the reason why we created the WS Form is because we needed a form extension that was able to render any and all HTML5 form elements, but also arguments, like an ID to an element or data attributes, etc. And we didn't want any forced styling. So we wanted to be able to put our own styling to the elements of a form, because we have a lot of customers that have like a company look and feel, and those forms need to have the same look and feel. So we wanted that as well. And we wanted to have the freedom to put a form anywhere, if it's a pop-up modal or it's in the top screen or whatever. So we wanted to have all that accessibility for forms, and there were no extensions that did that. So we created WS Form, and we now rebranded it, or refactored it actually, to FlexForm. And that also, like my colleague said, has to do with the Opencvp project that we're working on. I've done already a lot of presentations on WS Form, as well as did Victor, my colleague. So I'm just going to rush through this as it's a lightning talk. So I'll just do this quickly. The idea of WS Form is that if you know HTML5 forms, you can create the same forms in FlexForm. So you see an example for an HTML5 form, which just shows a text field which you can fill in and a submit button. That's it. And it virtually looks the same as when you use it as FlexForm. The good thing about that is there's like hundreds of thousands of tutorials on how to create an HTML5 form, and you can use them to build FlexForm forms. Now, of course, FlexForm also needs to know what to do with a form once you submit it, what to do with all the data that's in there. And that's where the manual and the documentation comes in, because you need to add some extra things to the form to tell it what to do after somebody pressed the submit button. I go through this quickly. As I said, we've done already a couple of presentations, and these are the functionalities that are inside FlexForm. But it basically comes down to, with one form, you can create one or several pages. You could edit one or several pages, upload a file or multiple files, or even a canvas drop. That's new, by the way. It wasn't in there previously. It can send out emails. But the good thing is, all of the above can be created into one form. So one form could actually create multiple pages or edit multiple pages, do a file upload, and in the end send an email. So that's pretty powerful. And I was watching the panel yesterday where they talked that MediaWiki was so powerful that it's also for newcomers. It's pretty, how do you call that? Well, there's a lot of things to do, so it's difficult to get into MediaWiki. I think FlexForm fits right in there because it's really powerful as well. But we try to bring it down to the basics, and you can use all the extra stuff and all the extra features on top of it. But the basic HTML5 creation should be simple enough, but I'll come back to that soon enough. So yeah, we have multiple forms on a page. If you need to, you can submit through Ajax, meaning that if you have a form that does all the things I just mentioned, and you press the submit button, you just simply stay on the page. And when it's done, you get a pop-up saying, or a message saying, okay, it's done. So you don't reload the page. You can just go whatever you're doing there. It's got reCAPTCHA support. It's got extension support. There's JavaScript methods, like kind of a MediaWiki hooks, but then for JavaScript, saying somebody's pressing the submit button, and then you have some JavaScript that could actually, for instance, validate the form fields if they're, if they confirm to what you want to be submitted. We got full documentation, including examples. Let's go to the next slide. We got more functionality even. We got autosave on a change or interval or both. Show and select, which comes down to if you create a form that has, for instance, a couple of radio buttons, and you click one of the radio buttons, you can see parts of the form you couldn't see before. And if you click another radio button, it will show you another part. So you can have one form that can actually split parts. So if you click this button, you need this information. If you click this button, you need that information. Instances, really powerful as well. Good example, at Wikibase, we log our hours for what we do for companies, and just hours by default. If I go to my wiki page and I want to log hours, I see one line of code saying, okay, how many hours did you spend, or how many minutes did you spend on this job? I can fill it in. But if I spend more time on another job, I can just click a plus button and I get a new line where I can fill in the other jobs, the other hours I've worked. And that's instances. So you define one of those lines. It can be anything. It can be even paragraphs and some form elements. And then it will copy that, and you can fill it in again and again and again and again. So that's instances. Input fields. So the user input fields, they're all filtered by default. So nobody can put in JavaScript or whatever. But the good thing is you can define per input field, like a text field, what is allowed. So you could say, here's a text area, and all HTML is allowed for this text area. Secured hidden fields, those are kind of like hidden fields within a form. They're not visible for a user that sees the form. But if you're like a little bit technical and you're in your browser and you inspect the form, so you go into the DOM, you could see that hidden field. With a secure hidden field, you cannot see it. It just doesn't make sense to anybody. Same with form manipulation. So you create a form. If somebody would inspect the DOM using the inspection tool in your web browser, and they would manipulate any fields and then submit, FlexForm won't allow that. So that's all built in for, especially for security. So FlexForm, what is new in FlexForm? What wasn't there in WSForm? Well, we offer multi-content revision slot support. It's built in. So FlexForm has no dependencies. We have a new feature where you can create a user of the wiki. For lookup fields, we support Semantic MediaWiki Ask Query. So you just say, here's a text field, and people can search something, and it will be an Ask Query. So it's like the token or the tags fields that you see. FlexForm by default can send out emails. And we just recently thought of the fact that you can tell FlexForm, you can create a form in FlexForm saying, I want to send out emails and I want the content to be like this week's latest, newest pages in the wiki. And then what we've done is we added API support for that. So you could actually have like a cron job trigger that email. So it's sent out every week and you don't have to look at it. You just set it up once and it goes out. And one of the last things I want to mention here is skin support. We refactored WS Form, so now it allows for skins. We still need to work on that a little bit, but the first skin that we're going to create is going to be an OUI skin, so that it has more the look and feel of MediaWiki, while now you have to do all your styling using CSS classes. Form example and some documentation. So let's see if I get this to work. Let's see, I have the page here. No, I got it here. Right, documentation. On the opencsp.org website, we're creating, it's not finished yet, but we're creating the base documentation for FlexForm. It has the wiki search implemented here as well. So here you see the facets that my colleague just talked about, where you can say, okay, let me see everything related to version 1.00, and then you can have all the information here. So we're working on this currently, and it's filling up and it's accessible for everybody. So you can play with FlexForm as much as you like. Okay, let me just dive into a really quick example of FlexForm, because we talked about rendering stuff. And I'll just show you the source for this. It's pretty simple. So we say we want to have a form. We want to have a page title, which will be this text. We want to have some content for the new page, and we put that in the content area. And it looks like this. So the idea of this form is it allows you to create a new page with the title you enter there and the content you type in the content area. Now, if I look at the source, this is just rendering the form. It doesn't do anything. If I submit it, nothing will happen because FlexForm has no idea what to do with all this data. So that's where this part comes in. So this is exactly the same as what we saw just now, but now we add 2 lines of code where we say, okay, listen, I want to edit my own page, which is the page I'm on here, demo 2. Look for the demo EMWCon 2022 template, which is here. And I want you to use the title there, whatever people type into the title here. And the next line is, I want you to create a new page, which will be create and edit demo / and the title that the people typed. Okay. I had my slides in presenter mode, by the way, because I see it now. I hope it was still good to see, though. So, and I have one last one, which just adds a little bit of styling to it and actually write something to a second slot. I'm not going into details here, but just to show you how this works. So if I say I want to create a page called test 11 with my new content, and I say create page, it will reload now. It will say, so it edited this page, content demo 3. It edited with one form, and it also created this test 11 with my new content. So you have one form doing 2 things at the same time, editing a page and creating a new one, just to give you a quick idea on how powerful that can be. Now let's jump back into my PowerPoint, and let's see if, so I hope is my screen. Oh, right. I now know what you mean. The screens were switched. Nice. Okay. So swap. I think this would be better then, wouldn't it? Okay. So yeah, we had the form example and the documentation quickly now. I understand that people that are not familiar with HTML5 forms might find FlexForm a bit overwhelming. And for that reason, we are actually looking at tools to make the form creation easier. One of the things is a server creation where my colleague Lars is working on, which is basically a JSON-based form rendering. So you give FlexForm a JSON and it will render the form for you. And also more API functions to automate actions. Because you can imagine that since FlexForm can email and can do a lot of other things, can edit pages or create pages, you can also have actions where you tell FlexForm to do that on certain when certain arguments appear. So that we're working on that as well. So I want to end with, I think WS Form took 5 years to release, and actually it never was released. So download FlexForm. It is available. I'll put a link in the chat. Play with it and please give us feedback, because we use FlexForm a lot, but always in our business situations and where we know FlexForm, you know, all the ins and outs. But I want to know if somebody just tinkers with it, and I want to know what they think of it and what they can offer for change, or tell us what features are missing, those kind of things. I'm really looking forward to that, because we haven't been able to do that. So I think that's it. It was not as lightning as Robus's presentation, but still. So I don't know if anybody has any questions. Oh, there's a 20 seconds delay. Okay. Well, if there's, can you confirm that FlexForm and PageForm can both be used on a single wiki? Yeah, they don't bite each other. So FlexForm, we use FlexForm and PageForms next to each other all the time. But PageForm has a different way of building building forms. It's a more structured way. Just skipping through the backstage and stage. I don't see any more questions, so if you would take the lead, Brian. Oh, there's a 20 seconds delay, so I'll wait 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think the delay doesn't work between us, but what we're talking about now, they'll hear in about 20 seconds. But yeah, I don't see any other questions. So thank you, Charlie. Excited
Welcome.
to test out WS Form, FlexForm, sorry.
Yeah, we make that mistake still, so.
Okay, we're going to do some reconfiguration of the room. And next up, we have Matt talking about semantics, keywords, and the Healed project. So, oh wait, actually, if you're still there, there's a question. Yeah, there you go. It's in the.
I can see it. Yeah. So you mentioned full HTML5 elements. Could FlexForm maybe adapted as safer alternative to widgets if all you want are the HTML elements and no scripting or CSS? Yeah, you can do that. At the moment, you can. So you don't have to put the elements inside a form. You just could say, I want an element here. And it will by default have no scripting or no CSS. Yeah, that's one of the main features of it, basically. I hope that answers the question.
Okay. Well, thank you, Charlie.
You're welcome. Ciao, everybody.
Okay. And you know, I don't see it. Is it one of these? Or? I don't think that's it. No. Let's close some of the other ones here. That's it. Is that yours? This one yours? Should be okay. That's not it. So let's just close that one.
I took a screen capture. I can tell.
Oh, that one too.
If you click on it, what's the picture?
What is going on? Okay, well, this is it. What is this?
Look at that. It doesn't have it now.
Okay.
There's no version.
There's what?
There's no version.
Oh, okay. So, okay, yeah.
There it is. This one here? Okay. Okay, let me just make sure I can see it. Okay, that's good. Let me just make sure you're unmuted and yeah, you're ready. Okay. Although we don't see it there. Well, oh, there we go. Sorry. Okay. All right. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. In the room. Great. Okay. Well, hello. And I'm excited to be with you here in Houston and or wherever you're joining online. And I'd like to thank the organizers and participants and the MediaWiki community. I'm a newcomer, so I have learned a lot from the community, especially from really generously edited documentation pages and forums. So a quick shout out to the community as a whole. So my name is Matt Westerby. I'm a postdoc research associate for digital projects at the Center for Advanced Study in the Visual Arts at the National Gallery of Art. And I'll be talking about the history of early American landscape design, or HEALD as we call it, and MediaWiki, which is Keywords to Semantics is my title here. So first I'll start with HEALD, our project, and the origins in MediaWiki over 10 years ago. Then I'll talk about keywords as kind of our concept for how we designed the project, or really before I started on the project. Semantics, or Semantic MediaWiki, which we leveraged over the last couple of years to create new ways to explore our research project. And quickly, what's next, with a quick plea for the Create Camp tomorrow. So HEALD is a research project that originates in a book published in 2010 titled Keywords in American Landscape Design, edited by Teresa O'Malley and published by the National Gallery of Art. It's encyclopedic in its format. It itself is 724 pages, weighs around 7 pounds. One of the ongoing initiatives of the deans of the Center for Advanced Study at the Visual Arts at the National Gallery of Art is to produce openly available resources. And this definitely counts as one of those. So to explain the keywords concept, I'm going to quote our introduction page here, which is the keywords title was inspired by Raymond Williams' book, Keywords, A Vocabulary of Culture and Society, published in 1976. Both works share a cultural rather than an etymological approach to language. So in other words, the aim of the Keywords book project was to look broadly across the many usages of a term over time and to trace its meaning across many uses,
rather than to winnow down to a first usage of that term. So to quote again, the Heald database resource establishes an historically documented vocabulary for describing landscape and garden features that arise out of contemporaneous primary materials. And I'm emphasizing primary materials here since this is where most of the work we do at a research institute like the Center as researchers and historians, and what we focused on over the life of the project. So over 10 years ago, the research team proposed using MediaWiki to create a digital expansion of this 2010 book. And starting in 2012, the first Heald Wiki was initiated. Again, the goal for choosing a publication platform was easily interlinked content in an extensible open source environment. Now, MediaWiki fit this need very well, being sustainable and customizable and designed for collaborative editing and publishing. I should clarify that we edit this privately. We have a very small group of users who've created this content and entered it all with wiki text. MediaWiki was also a forward-looking choice at the time for the long-term development of this project, which at its start had a minimum viable product of 100 keyword wiki pages with full bibliography managed through Zotero, which is an open source citation manager. So one of these snippets on the screen here is a footnote where you can view this bibliographical source in Zotero. So 10 years later, there's been many cohorts and research associates and contributors to the project. So this is just a screenshot of our acknowledgements page to show how many people we have to give credit to for a project like this. Postdoctoral research associates for digital projects, that's me, editors, and a lot of National Gallery staff in departments, which I'll go into a little bit in the next slides. So also after 10 years with abundant content on the Heald Wiki, this story shifts to a comparative view of the keywords concept and how a reader or user navigates this public-facing Heald website, as opposed to how the workflows and data structures we used as content contributors on the private wiki. So in 2 short paragraphs on the homepage, it's a short explainer, which I'll quote here. By placing terms in relation to representations in the visual record, the project clarifies their uses and meanings. So one of the products of our redesigned site started in 2020 and completed last year are these 3 icons you'll see associated to the main categories of our wiki pages. And the Vienna History Wiki was our inspiration here. So a quick shout out to Bernard, who just talked a few minutes ago, who I know is part of that project. So we decided on the skeleton style key for keywords, a standing globe for places, and a generalized human in profile inscribing a surface for people. But in fact, our research teams went back and forth many times to reach a shared understanding of how these icons related to each category. And this is just an anecdote that gets to the inherent challenge of equating words and images, which is one of the really unending processes of communication and perception at the core of a historical or cultural research project like Heald, which I'll also add is limited to the English language and North America in scope. So following this keywords model, our team looked at the public Heald at kind of a reader or user's journey across the wiki pages and looked at this as kind of a hub and spoke network. So here's where the user's keyword clicks served to connect the 3 categories of keywords, places, and people. And so again, this is considering how the reader navigates a page. And the core features of MediaWiki afforded our contributors an easy way to create and edit these pages. And so again, after 10 years, just some numbers, 105 keyword pages 51 people pages, 41 place pages, over 1,700 images, which I'll dive into for most of the rest of my talk. There's 185 internal links just within one single page, which is the keyword walk, and 478 revisions for one single page, the keyword alley. And again, that one was created 21st of March, 2012. So amazing duration there. And in terms of analytics, over the last year, the website attracted over 55,000 unique page views. For a cultural heritage project like this, I think that's pretty exciting. So with this robust content in the wiki, in 2020, our team wanted to design new ways to search and browse, which we did by leveraging properties with Semantic MediaWiki. And a key question, as we refocused here, was how do we combine art historical investigation and information technology? So just a principle as we approach this, which is data should not be used as facts and or as evidence divested of its context. Data sets are always a result of extraction, selection, and standardization. Heald invites users to explore the network of keywords, places, and people by enhancing the navigation and exploration of its content in context. And as a really big picture view at this, one of the motivations for me in this project when I came on in 2020 was how do we work together across different knowledge areas, subject matter experts. So I don't mean to assign reading, but this is a really excellent article from my area in digital art history. And one of the ideas here is from the authors of this article, we believe that art historians and technologists occupy distinct problem spaces. So I'm taking this one graphic from this article to show humanists on the left, technologists on the right, kind of A to B scenario. So as I approached this with my research team, I was somewhere in the middle as this data steward or this catalyst who elicits data via flattening of the lived experience, also identifies and maintains the problem space of the entire collaboration. And I think people can wear different hats in all parts of this team. But so here we go, the research project team at the Center for Advanced Study in Digital Arts, and on the technologist side, but again, we switch hats often, contracted experts, which in this case was a lot of people in this room, Brian, Ike, your own, and our digital solutions and digital experience team at the National Gallery of Art, all the way to our Linux servers. So focusing on what we were thinking of as a digital experience for our users or site readers, focusing now on the semantic web at relationships and images. So I've created a video screen capture here of one of our person pages that I'm just going to kind of narrate over as if you were scrolling through it, pointing out a few things. So for the reading experience, this should start in a second. Let me try that again. It doesn't look like it wants to play. It's telling me it's playing. Oh, there it is playing. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not seeing it on my side. We have this floating sticky table of contents, which I'll talk about a little bit. Lets you skip across a page, really nice reading experience. And here just scrolling through one of our text blocks, which has a lot of associated images with this historical context, lots of interlinked keywords. And you can click on an image here in a section, view it as a kind of modal in-page viewer, which is another important thing we need for this reading experience. You can close it out, open it again. And if you're interested, click more info to look at this image in detail. So this is where we spent a lot of time over the last couple of years was on image file pages. So looking here at Robert Mill's alternative plan for the grounds of the National Institution, 1841. And we give this info box display with the semantic properties that we've added through this process over the last year. And you can see inscribed, associated, and attributed keywords here in this list. And our goal for doing this was to make it exportable. So as we worked, especially with ICHECT on this, we wanted to make sure that you could really easily, an end user could click download as an RDF export. And really this is a special ask query. But for someone like me coming new to all the complications of doing a query like this, we've kind of set it there for you as a link that you can click. I'll talk a little bit about more of that in the next slide, but once we've had all of these semantic properties, we decided we could now create this image collection page. And again, to do a lot of this querying work in an intuitive way, we agreed on image collection with this timeline slider and a few ways that you can check box properties or fill out a keyword. So here, if you, in the middle there, select has a person, has a place, you'll get images that populate this page. And in this case, quite a few. So I've given this whole running list here that kind of lazy loads as you go down the page. But if you selected, maybe pinched in the timeline slider just to select the dates, 1700, 1826, and pick a keyword like picturesque, you'll end up with 3. And we've kept these icons persistent too. So at the top right, you'll notice those also happen to have other associated people or places at the same time. So this is kind of the end solution. And I'll go a little bit in the next few minutes on how we entered this data as a research team using page forms and other extensions and packages at the same time. So here is our page forms view, which lets us set inscribed, associated, and attributed. And what I'm just showing here is how you can group these together. You can drag them around. So from a content editor's perspective, this is a really nice feature. It's easy to use. It requires not a lot of time to pick up, as opposed to learning wiki text or something like that. And that's really important in a cultural heritage humanities aspect. So I've highlighted these in 3 colors. And if you hit that RDF export, you'd get a file that I've just put in the background here to kind of show what's possible once you've exported that RDF. So here is a graph I just created in Visio. This wasn't produced from MediaWiki or Semantic MediaWiki, but looking at an image, you can see these 3 different keywords I've selected at random of picturesque, square, and bed. And one of the core concerns of the project is how a word could be associated with an image. So this image, in this case, is inscribed picturesque, it's associated with square, and attributed bed. And each one of those is a little more spiky as you go across because there's different levels of certainty. Inscribed, we know for sure that this word was labeled on an image. Associated is done through text, and attributed is someone like me as a researcher has decided that they noticed the relationship and we programmed it ourselves. So the other section of this form uses a date structure package. And I'm going to talk about this one a little bit. I put the link here for GitHub where you can check this out through the National Gallery of Arts. This was designed by ICHECT. So as historians, we spent a lot of time with uncertainty, and we can't always put a solid date on an image. So we have these options here of checking that a date is present, as in up to present day, circa, which means it's around at that time. The concurrence here is a little more certainty, exact before or after, and then questionable, which is important to us coming to this historical content that was already entered in wiki text. Sometimes we just don't know, and a question mark is it's a scholarly entity in itself that we don't know, we're probably not going to know. So we need to be able to show just a question mark along with that date. So we spent, again, a lot of time back and forth as historians and with Ike coming up with the best way to render this. And there's a lot of ways to do dates. This was something that worked best for our project. So I encourage anyone who's interested in this package to take a look and see how it works. So again, I put the link there. The last category was reference. And again, we used Zotero to track references and offer those to the public to download or to create their own collections. So we set this up where we actually just enter a unique identifier, a code created on the Zotero platform, and we entered that over. We could have created different kinds of integration for this, but for us and for the remaining scope of the project, this was the most expedient way, so our users can get there and download or create their own groups from this bibliography. Again, really thinking on the end user experience. So with these semantic properties, we're now wondering what's next. And a knowledge graph would be a really interesting way to see some of these word and image associations through the hierarchies that we've created with inscribed, associated, or attributed. So my question with this now is the best way to do this. And we have the RDF export. Again, a super easy end user way to do this. You could gather those RDF files and use a different application to create a knowledge graph from that. You could also do it on Wiki. So wondering if the graph extension is one way to do that. And here's where, if anybody's interested, on Friday at the Create Camp, it would be a great project to think about how to visualize these different properties. At the National Gallery more openly, just a quick plug to other projects that we have going on. We have an open data project. You can download all of our collections data on GitHub. It's a CSV file. There's also other ways in the works at a lot of other research institutes to look at open linked data. We also have donated over 50,000 images and metadata to Wikimedia Commons. And also in Wikidata, you'll find data there. So we're connected to MediaWiki and the Wiki Commons in a lot of different ways. So please take a look if you're interested. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Matt, if you look at the backstage, there's 3 questions.
Okay.
In there.
Get back.
That off and then.
Okay, so the project started
Okay.
Okay. So I was not sharing with Hopin when I did this. So I'm going to quickly go through these questions. And sorry if these are slightly abbreviated answers, but one of the questions was the project started 2010, then had an effort to add semantics. Did that add any extra complexity? And so let's see if I can remember my answer here. The question definitely was extra complexity. And we had to balance that, I think, at the research team then, and now starting it in 2020, how adding semantics added to the project and giving end users the new ways to browse, I think, was our biggest advantage there. So leveraging all the content that we had by the time we picked it up 2 years ago, and I think as the process evolved over time. So it was really what we wanted to do with it that answered that question. You online probably already saw this link to the Vienna History Wiki. The next question was, is the RDF export part of any bigger government initiative or guideline about publishing to Semantic Web? The answer is no, there's not an initiative or guideline, at least down to us at the National Gallery, but we looked to a lot of our peer institutions like the Library of Congress to see how they handle this and publish their collections online. So it's more of a best practices approach, and something we really admired and wanted to bring to our project. And the last question was, would be great if we could fix the SMW graph extension. Otherwise, you could connect a triple store. When I wasn't online, I said that would be fantastic. And we have a development instance of the wiki that we could experiment with that. Yeah, so again, the end goal might be easier for an end user to download those RDF files and create a visualization off Wiki. But if we did it on Wiki, that would be the preferred approach, I think. So, and a quick thank you to everyone who manages and maintains extensions like that. So I think that was it. Were there any other questions in the room? Or? Okay.
Thanks, Matt.
It's 1 o'clock, lunchtime.
Okay, everybody, we'll be back in an hour. We'll be doing a lunch break in person here. So we'll see you soon.
Can you say something, Rich?
Test 1, 2.
Yeah, you're live.
Okay.
You can go ahead and start.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and hello to everyone that's watching remotely. This is the. Okay.
What are we hearing?
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and hello to everyone that's watching remotely. There we go. Okay. Good afternoon. We're live?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Richard Evans. I'm an electronics engineer and a knowledge architect of sorts for the NASA Glenn Research Center Armstrong Test Facility. Myself and my colleagues have been maintaining and developing and promoting MediaWiki-based knowledge management in our organization for a number of years. And so one of the things I wanted to present today is a talk on file folders and attachment, a file folder and attachment system that we have developed for our MediaWiki site. If you're an astute conference goer, you may recall that I gave a talk last year, EMWCon 2021. I gave a talk on the file folder attachment system. It was last year's talk was primarily a tech demo where I was demonstrating it live. We discovered that that particular talk had done really well, and I wanted to come back this year and I wanted to do an updated talk that is less of a tech demo and focusing more now on how it is relevant, how it has affected our wiki culture, and why we think everyone should be working one way or another to do this. And so to that end, I wanted to start the talk with a stepping back and looking at the problem from a high level. Many of us operate MediaWiki sites, and when we talk to other people in our organization and that they're not users of the system, everyone recognizes MediaWiki as a wiki software par excellence. And what we know is that it's so much more. So the focus of today's talk is to try to explain why we have selected MediaWiki, and we're even in the situation where we're trying to replicate file folders and attachments. And so so the goal of the talk, sort of in three phases. I want to present our case for why an organization might want to use MediaWiki for managing internal project files and process records. And once we've done that, I want to spend a little bit of time talking about why the file folder and attachment system matters. And once we get through those two sections, I'll show you in very clear detail how we have implemented this and how you can also. So as our starting point, and I apologize if the text is small, the presentation has been uploaded to MediaWiki Commons. And if you go to the EMWCon 2021 page on MediaWiki.org, look at the program.
Sorry, hold on.
Yeah.
We are not sharing.
Okay.
I think it is sharing.
No. I see.
It's this, right?
Yes. I think.
Can you just start again?
I will do my best.
Apologies.
Okay. All right. So this is the second event where we had to start over. So I'll skip the if you've heard the audio, I'll skip the welcome. This is a talk. We did a talk last year on the file folder and attachment system. I'm doing the talk again this year with a greater emphasis on the context, making the case for why we're using MediaWiki in the first place, and how the file folder and attachment system is essential to the particular way that we're trying to utilize the application for all of our purposes. And so the goal here is that if we're trying to tackle the problem of a flat file system, MediaWiki users know that the default way that MediaWiki handles files is every uploaded file and media has to be unique. And that is not the way users think. So at some point, if you want your organization to get on board and support MediaWiki utilization for all of the reasons that we know it is worthwhile, you somehow have to overcome that problem, and you either have to train them on how to curate unique files, or you have to give them a way where they don't have to worry about the uniqueness of every file that they upload. So the talk is structured in 3 parts. I want to make the case for why we're using MediaWiki at all, and then explain why the file folder system is relevant for the adoption or for how the users are using the software, and then we'll go into good detail on how it works. So at the outset here, I spent a lot of time looking online trying to find a good hierarchical map of the different software products that are out there. So in the disk that you see on the right, it's a sort of a low resolution star map. And so the best I could come up with was I grabbed a map of the night sky, and then I superimposed all the different software classification types that an organization may need. So you have like customer relationship management software, you have business process management software, enterprise resource planning software. These are all different sectors of software product development, and there's any one of these acronyms probably has 2 or 3 or half a dozen main candidates that an organization will try to that would be in their radar, that they would be thinking, oh, well, if we're trying to do if we're trying to do document management, we should go and search for document management software. So I've listed them on the left. The text is small. So the presentation has been saved as a PDF. It's been uploaded to Wikipedia Commons, and it's linked on the EMWCon program page. So you could follow along if you can't read the text on the presentation. So if our guy is trying to decide what software he needs, he has questions like, well, what do they do? How much do they cost? Which ones are secure? How hard are they to maintain? What features does each one have? What about things that are specific to my organization that these off-the-shelf tools maybe don't have exactly as we need it and want it? These are all the questions that a user would have, or a service provider within an organization. And so the thing that has become abundantly clear in this community, just in the conversations that I've had yesterday and the panel that we had yesterday, was we all seem to understand that MediaWiki is far more capable of doing lots of things beyond being just a wiki. So while it is in the constellation of software products, it is correctly labeled as in the wiki constellation. However, we know that with all of the extensions that are out there and the different ways that you can extend the features and capabilities of core MediaWiki, many of these other products or software classes, the basic capabilities can all be achieved within MediaWiki. So I listed a couple of fun facts. I won't read all the text that I have there, but fun fact number 1 is that you can store data in wiki articles, and you can retrieve that data back out in queries. You can, so fun fact number one is that you can use MediaWiki as a way to store data in pages and query that data back out in other pages. Another fun fact of MediaWiki is that because you can store data and query it back out, you can utilize it as a database application platform. So any solution out there, or any job that you have for which the answer is a database, MediaWiki functions in that capacity really well. Fun fact number three is that once you are able to start envisioning different database applications, you can begin looking at the organizational processes that govern how your organization runs, and you can begin building electronic processes that model your company's, your organization's processes, and you can do all of this within MediaWiki. So the idea then is I want everyone, what I want my management to realize, and the people that are looking at what we're doing without fully understanding it, is at the highest level, we're using MediaWiki as a platform to accomplish many of the things that there are other specialized products out there for. Okay, so I think I skipped, yeah. So once you realize that you can do this, then you begin to realize that MediaWiki is an application that has some software prerequisites if you try to install it. And if you look at those prerequisites, all of those prerequisites can be met with other open source projects. And so MediaWiki is open source software. And so what I did was I made a ring around the constellation map. And if you follow it from the top, going clockwise around, it kind of builds from MediaWiki. We have OpenSSL, Pluggable Auth, Linux, Apache, PHP, MySQL, Elasticsearch. These are all mainstream, highly reputable open source projects. And this allows you to put together a complete open source application stack that runs MediaWiki as the centerpiece of that stack, allowing you to accomplish many of the basic functions of a lot of other software categories. And so then one of the things I did was, in my world, we have a NASA-wide handbook on how applications should be designed and how they should be implemented for agency use. I dropped the link in the bottom left. It's AP NASA Handbook 001. The link should be there. If not, you could Google it pretty easily. It has a section in that handbook that lists the recommended qualities of a go forward or a modern application. And not to read all of them off, but all of those terms in blue come right out of that application programming handbook. And the MediaWiki open source software stack checks all the boxes top to bottom. And so I want to pause. So MediaWiki plus extensions plus some special page content that we'll talk about in a bit is all part of an open source application software stack that meets all of the agency's requirements for confidentiality, integrity, and accessibility for what we call a moderate classified cyber secure system. And so when I say it's the central part, I wanted to visualize that. Some of you may have seen this pyramid before. I've used it in other presentations. This is my software stack. At the bottom in red, you have the server hardware, and the orange sections are the LAMP stack, including Elasticsearch. We have some authentication and authorization pieces, but then you see in bright yellow, we have the MediaWiki element in the stack, which is the center. And so you have information, or you have elements of the stack that are above it. And so we're building the database applications and the electronic workflows that govern our internal business processes, we're building those applications as special content. So MediaWiki allows you to have category pages and template pages. If you use extensions like page forms, you get form pages. Semantic MediaWiki and Cargo bring in special namespaces that let you have properties. And so all of that, all of the electronic processes are built on top of MediaWiki, including the extensions. So the takeaway here is that while MediaWiki itself is not an off-the-shelf, immediately cyber-secure application, it is able to be part of a fully open source software stack that is cyber-secure if it is implemented properly. So your organization needs to have the cybersecurity plan, and you need to address all of the configuration elements at each level of the stack. But the moral of the story is that it is possible, and so we are doing that and have been doing that for a number of years. And then I also wanted to point out, this was based on an earlier on Jeffrey's talk earlier on Canasta, and some of the wonderful talks by Wikibase Solutions and their advertisement of Opencvp. So the way that I'm looking at these evolutions, or these new projects, is that how do I manage this software stack? Everything MediaWiki and below, it seems to me, could be well managed by Canasta and is currently being managed by the Mesa project. But from the above MediaWiki, including extension management and all of the special content that we create that implements these processes, we really need something that manages extensions. We need something that can push and pull category pages and template pages to manage, to pull in updates to our process tooling. And it looks like Opencvp may be a really nice way to handle everything above. So to my knowledge, there is no one solution that manages the whole stack top to bottom. But I do think we're entering into a phase where solutions exist to manage above and below the MediaWiki level. As I have said a number of times, once you have the software stack fully implemented, it allows you to develop with the special page contents business processes where your organizations, whether it's document management or risk management or property management, inventory, product, whatever it is that's being managed by a database application that's being governed by your company's policies and procedures, can all be programmed into MediaWiki. So we have sort of a generic diagram of a generic process task that is made possible by the complete software stack, including page content and extensions. And then that, of course, in the bottom right, you can see our constellation where MediaWiki is the foundation of all of the different organizational productivity software types. And then I can't resist saying that MediaWiki, with all of these additional extensions, also functions as a wonderful user interface for a knowledge graph system. So if you choose to use Semantic MediaWiki as the in-page data storage, in addition to being able to develop all of your processes as data-driven processes in the wiki, you also get a fully qualified knowledge graph system that you can, over time, analyze for all of the advantages that knowledge graphs bring to modern data science. And so we're at the end of section 1. This is a quick review. My first goal was to explain why an organization might want to use MediaWiki for managing an internal project. So this is our motivation. This is why we've selected MediaWiki. We can add extensions. We can develop special content. We can model all of our business processes, and we can achieve a Web 3.0 capability that puts us right where we want to be to begin to take advantage of machine learning and artificial intelligence in the future. So all of those things, the AI future goals have this platform as a prerequisite. And so then that leads us to section 2. Okay, so that all sounds really great. And if I was building a company from scratch, maybe I would just develop it out of the gate to be 100% digitally transformed. But our organization has been around for a while, and a lot of our processes are legacy processes that have been developed and matured, using paper, and we're just now trying to begin to migrate to digitally transform our legacy processes, and so it's not straightforward. The current state of our world is where many of the users in our organization are still very much focused on file folders, network file shares, document management systems that give them the ability to create folder structure. And in many cases, the way people think is in terms of using folder structure as the primary way of organizing their world. And so to offer them a flat file system, it just does not compute. So, and we also know that a lot of people are using their inboxes and attachments as a primary source of project records. Not an official source, but it is definitely where a lot of people go to first to try to answer the questions for the projects they've worked on. So what we want to do in the top right corner, what I'm showing is that this world of file folders and attachments and emails kind of is it's the norm for what we'll call the web of documents, the world, the web 1.0. There's a presentation that I gave last year to the Semantic EMWCon, and I've referenced it in the bottom left. And if you're interested in learning more about the things that I talked about with knowledge graphs, I've got another presentation that goes into a lot of detail on how we're using MediaWiki as a knowledge graph front end for all of this. But the future state, so when I talk to my management, I don't talk too much about the future value of the knowledge graph implementation. What really resonates with people today is that we can get our processes, we can move away from a web of documents and a folder and file paradigm, and we can move more towards a web of data and focus more on process design for our structure and metadata for a lot of the records that we need to keep as evidence of our processes. So we're trying to move from file folders and email attachments and the information that exists in that domain, and we're trying to move that work into the open source software stack where we're modeling our processes, accomplishing and having all of the data in a web of data, a modern Web 3.0 application. There are challenges, and as I alluded to up front, the challenges are to make this transformation. It takes time, and so we are a pre-existing organization with lots of processes, and we can't just wake up one day and have all of our processes transformed. We need to do a phased approach, and so in order to facilitate this phased approach, but also get early adoption, we want to be able to lower the barrier for voluntary adoption and make the transition easier for legacy users of earlier systems. So so what we've discovered is that providing users with a file folder and attachment-based system within MediaWiki is the key to getting them to willingly participate when the policies aren't in place to make it policy, and so we're able to start getting people warmed up to the way the wiki works, so that when we bring the new processes online, it's not a complete transition. Step one is to start working within the wiki in a familiar way, And then when we ask you to do something wholly different, it's not a complete culture shock. This is a graph that I made about a year ago. It's what's called a stacked geometry plot. And so the idea is that we're showing in the x-axis is time, and in the y-axis is the average daily unique page hits by unique users. And that's kind of a mouthful, but what it means is that we only count once for each unique user that hits a page per day. So if a user visits the same page 7 times that day, that for that particular day's metric, they only get counted once. And what we see here is in our organization, we're roughly 120 knowledge workers. What we started with in 2018 was the composite. Each color represents a different wiki. We have multiple wikis for the different organizational divisions that we have. And in 2018, the daily usage count was pretty low, and you can just see a steady uptick in utilization, and we don't expect that to slow down. So and this corresponds with the introduction to the file folder and attachment tools that we implemented in 2018 is what we're attributing this upward trend to. Okay, and we'll pause here for the end of the second section. So we've explained why we've chosen MediaWiki, and we've explained why the file folder and detachment system in MediaWiki matters. So the last bit is to actually show it to you. And again, I apologize for the eye chart. Feel free to download the charts from the conference program, and you'll be able to read them better. The table, I've tried to use color. What we have here is the triangle in the bottom left is a cropped version of the software stack, beginning with MediaWiki at the bottom, showing the special content, and we're at the level of the extensions. So the table is a list of all of the extensions that we're running that are related to file folders and attachments. I've broken them into 3 categories. At the top is the Semantic MediaWiki extension and its supporting extensions, extra special properties, semantic extra special properties, semantic result formats, the dependency updater. These are essential to being able to store data in pages and retrieve it out later. The orange section is user interface and usability extensions like page forms. Instead of asking users to edit wiki source code directly, page forms gives you a nice form-based interface. Visual editor for all allows people to build paragraphs in WYSIWYG editor with WYSIWYG editor capability. It was mentioned also.
Quick note, for everybody that's watching online, they're seeing about a 60-second delay. So when you talk, when you switch slides, it's about 60 seconds as you're talking before they see the update.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't think there's anything we can do.
That's unfortunate. Okay. Maybe in post-production we can time align it.
I'll do that, yeah.
Okay. So the table is the list of extensions that are essential. So I visited our special version page, and I copied everything that it was reporting in our system. And then I just whittled it down and said, okay, well, if that installation, if that component left, file folders would still work. And then this was what I was left with these are the extensions that if we didn't have these, the file folder system would be impacted. And the green section is the under the hood stuff. You have arrays, CSS, my variables, numer alpha, parser functions. These are all mainstream extensions that many of you are probably already familiar with. There is 2 that I will point to directly. In the orange section, there's an extension called Simple Batch Upload. And that is what makes the file folder system possible, because as many of you know, when you go to upload files to Wikimedia Foundation or MediaWiki.org or Wikipedia, there's lots of copyright. There's very important information that has to be confirmed before you can just upload your file in that setting. In a private organization setting, anything that an organizational user decides to upload, it should be able to be uploaded without hassle. And so if we're able to give them a folder structure to create, and that folder structure is the tie-in to all of the metadata, then we really don't need to collect any metadata at the time. So if you visit the documentation for simple batch upload, there's a capability that it has, and I'll show you some screenshots here in a moment, but it allows you to have an in-page widget where you can just drag files from your desktop, drop them on the widget, and they just get uploaded into the wiki without any issue at all. And how we manage that is something I'll talk about in a moment. So that was the first one that I want to point to directly. The second one is the media functions extension in the green section. The media function extensions makes semantic data out of all of the file information. So it really takes the basic information that you get on media that gets uploaded, and it extends that information to include so that you can query and filter and deal with the media properties as data. So if I uploaded a photograph in MediaWiki Core, I could visit that photograph page and I could see the metadata from the camera and other bits of metadata for the picture. The media functions basically makes that available. It's like what Semantic Extra Special Properties does to media. And that's another essential extension for making this all work. And so that concludes the extensions requirements. And now we're above the extensions requirement in the software stack. And so we're looking, if you look at the triangle in the bottom left, we're now looking at the property, category, template, and form section. This is the special content that I talked about. These are the pages that we have developed that facilitate the file folder look and feel, that make the queries possible and organize all of the files under the hood. So there's basically two classes, and if you're not familiar with what a wiki class is, it is a combination of a category page, a template page, and a form page that are, they don't have to be, but they are usually all named the same. So we have a file folder category that utilizes a file folder form, and the results of which are presented through a file folder template. So that combination of category, template, and form together makes a class. And then there are additional property pages that contain key value pairs that we have invented specifically for the purpose of managing file folder information. How many files are in the folder? How much size on disk does it occupy? We calculate all of that on the fly. And then we have supporting templates that assist when we do our semantic queries, and each file folder page that the query results in is displayed as a line item in a table. And so we have some templates that we've created to sort of make that presentation very, very well organized and replicating a file system perspective, which we'll show you a screenshot shortly. Similarly, there is a class called upload, category, template, and form that work together. So when a file is uploaded, it's given simple batch uploader extension is configured to put all uploaded content into an upload category and pre-populate the file page with the upload template, which pulls in all of the which interrogates the file, pulls out the metadata, and creates all of the semantic data that can be used by the file folder class. And if you haven't already noticed, I did put a link at the bottom. So all of this special content is available right now on my personal GitHub project page. And so my hope is twofold. One is we're on track to begin migrating all of these tools to the official NASA GitHub repository at code.nasa.gov. And so it will be there as one definitive repository, but we're also hoping to get it included into either or both Canasta and Opencvp. So, this is completely pie in the sky thinking, but my hope is that next year when we meet, we'll be able to report that the collaborations that I'm hoping about right now will have taken place. Okay, so this is the heart of the whole system. We've got a little bit of code that I'm showing you at the top that represents the parser function provided by the simple batch uploader. The parser function is batch upload. The first term that is shown is the page content that you want to automatically be added to every file that gets uploaded. When you upload a file, it creates, MediaWiki creates a page in the file namespace that becomes the handler of that content. Your ability to access that file after it's been uploaded is facilitated through the file page. And the file page is like every other wiki article, it can be edited. And so this basically says that any file that gets uploaded by this parser function is going to be given the uploads template. And then there's another property which I won't take apart in good detail, but just enough to say that there's a rename function. And what this allows us to do, there's a little bit of regex code here. We worked it out. It took a little while. Some of you listening may have been the people that actually helped out in the forums, and I want to thank you for that. I am not a regex expert, but what this regex command does is it looks to see if the file you're uploading has a prefix already. And if it doesn't, upon upload, adds the prefix. And this does two things. One is that it guarantees a prefix for every file that gets uploaded. The prefix is guaranteed unique for every file folder. And I'll talk about that in just a moment. The second thing that it does is that it allows you to download the file with the prefix later, edit it locally, dump it back into the file folder, and it's smart enough to know not to put a prefix in front of a prefix. So it renames the files that are being uploaded, and whatever the file name is that's on your desktop that you're adding to the wiki, it puts a calculated prefix in front, and it's EMWFS is the prefix that we're using for our demonstration site. You would tailor this to anything you want. The goal is that we want to identify the wiki that it was uploaded to, and then you'll also notice the page ID magic word. So we get a wiki term that identifies the wiki that the file's being uploaded to, and then appended to that is the page ID for the file folder article. And those two bits of information give that file a unique location. And in the same way that on your hard drive, you may have many folders that have readme.txt, the only requirement for file name uniqueness is within a folder. So if I have a folder that contains readme.txt, I can have another folder with a different file that's also called readme.txt. And the way that we facilitate that in this system is that a file folder page has a guaranteed unique database ID. That database ID from MediaWiki is available to me through the page ID magic word. I tack that on to the wiki term prefix. I tack that on in front of the file name that the user has on their desktop, readme.txt, whatever. And And do you have a question?
Yeah. Have you tested this with and without subpages?
Yes. And I
Repeat the question.
yeah, the question was, have we tested this with subpages? And so subpages, if I actually go back to the extensions list, I should have called out 3 key extensions. The whole idea of nested folders, we're not just being able to create pages that are classified as file folders. We're using subpages are enabled in our wiki, and that allows, if you're familiar with subpages, it allows you to create child pages based on the slash character in the article name. And so not only does it give you breadcrumb links to go back up to the parent pages, but it also lets you create a whole nested set of articles. And if all of those nested articles happen to be file folder categorized, then they behave as file folder pages, creating the nested file structure. So the 3 extensions that I would draw attention to is go check out the documentation on simple batch upload, check out the documentation on media functions, and check out the documentation on subpages. You can see at the bottom of the green section, we've got subpage list, subpage fun, and I think core MediaWiki allows base subpages that's in the local settings configuration. So by adding the parser function call into the file folder template, we're able to use the template, the file folder template, to categorize the page as a file folder and automatically generate a guaranteed unique prefix onto any files that are uploaded there. And in the blue box, what we're showing is, I did a little screenshot of what that actual upload widget looks like. So you can see like the 3 little green whiskers to the left and the right, and there's a section that says select files or drop them here. That's a button, and if you click it, it opens up your local file explorer, and you can navigate to any local file folder, and you can drag as many files as you have in a folder over all at once, drag and drop multiple files, and they all get it's a JavaScript routine that uploads them. And what that looks like, so this is a page that, so if we have a page that we want to be a file folder, we don't have to spend a day developing it. All we have to do is create a new page that we want to be a file folder and put the file folder template call in there and hit save. And as soon as we create that page called example file folder with the wiki content, it's the template call to the file folder template. You hit save, and the template brings all of the file folder behavior. That one, 12-character template call converts the whole page into a fully ready to use. Nothing else needs to be done. The page doesn't need to be edited, and you can just drop files in there, and it will catalog them for you, and you can create sub pages based on the buttons on the right. So you can see at the bottom that in what's highlighted in green is when I drop a file into the upload button, it automatically performs the upload. It visually shows the progress. And when it's finished, it goes green to indicate that it was successfully uploaded. There's no hassle. There is no, we have bypassed all of the obstacles or things that people typically might have to do. Like Upload Wizard asks a lot of questions. We're not asking them to, we're not asking them to rename it. We're not asking them to give a description. This is a file folder. And if we make it any harder than just dropping the files in, then they're going to go to where they're going to go to a file system and just, and handle it over there. So again, the goal is usability, familiarity, give them something that works as quickly and as well as what they're used to in a system outside of MediaWiki. So we say attachments, and I don't have any slides that speak specifically on the attachment feature, but we've created an extension, a template which is an embedded file folder. So if you don't want the page to have one and only one purpose, which is a file folder function, and you have some other page that has editable content, and you just want to add a file folder section to it, that's what we're calling the attachment tool. And so you add that template into an existing page with other content, and then you get this nice tab system where you click on the supporting files tab, and you can take an article and you can just add files to support the article. And a good example of how that helps us is that oftentimes we develop articles where we have diagrams and figures, and our users are not typically thinking in terms of a global usage of the same image. And so we'll create a document, and they will want that image to exist in one place. So the idea of treating it as an attachment makes it unique for the page that it's embedded in. Okay, and again, if you want to see this in action, I would encourage you to look at last year's talk. I think it's titled the same. In last year it was more of a tech demo. This is more of an argument for why. Last year's talk, you can see this all in operation. And okay, so stepping back, we use MediaWiki because it is an all-in-one database application development environment that allows us to model our organizational processes and participate in a modern Web 3.0 environment, pull all of our organization data together, and do it all with one completely open source application software stack. The key to voluntary adoption and getting users to use the system is the file folder and attachment tools, and you've seen the demo. So, I think that the answer to the question to use MediaWiki or not to use MediaWiki, that is a question you have to answer, but I hope this helps. Thank you.
Backstage, if you hop in, there's 2 questions lined up. And read them.
All right.
The one to the right there, yeah. And then questions for Rich, and then.
Okay. So the first question that I see is, maybe you could also share the snippet of local settings.php on GitHub where you call and configure the mentioned extensions. Absolutely, and I meant to do that before this, so that's a great question. Thank you. That will happen. I thought I remembered you last year saying that you used header footer for this. Am I misremembering, or did this change? We do use header footer, and we use header footer. In fact, I'll just go back real briefly. I have to figure out where my, there it is. Okay. And let's see, where's header footer? We use header footer in the file namespace. So one of the things that we had to do was the default way that MediaWiki handles the file namespace. We needed this is it right here. So this is what you would see if you visited the page of one of the files that was uploaded. Notice that the prefix to the file that I uploaded was EMWCon Spring 2022 talk. The prefix was added, PB General, that's the particular wiki that I uploaded it to, and it was page ID 10,319. And so the fact that you get this yellow box with a direct link to download the media directly, these were usability things that our users were unfamiliar with the way MediaWiki behaved out of the box, and so we used the header footer extension to augment the way that the file namespace functions, and that made our users much happier. Good question.
How does the user define the prefix? I saw the
Can you repeat it too?
Yeah, so the question was, how does the user define the prefix? And the answer is they don't. The system defines the prefix for them. So what the user does is creates the folder articles. And so when you create a page in MediaWiki, all you specify is the article name. And once you hit save, MediaWiki assigns a new ID to that article. And so in the SQL backend, it's a primary key. It's automatically generating. There's a unique ID number for every article in the wiki, and so we're just taking advantage of that. Okay, another question over here.
What about moving files between folders?
Moving files. How does one move files between folders? So we use the special page replace text to change the prefix. And so the way that, so remember, it still is a flat file system. And so once you start uploading files, the image directory for MediaWiki is still what you guys are familiar with. It's the 2-digit hash code followed by a guaranteed unique file path. We have not modified the essential MediaWiki handling of uploaded files. All we're doing is giving them a front end, and then letting the front end put the unique prefix on there. So the files are available anywhere in the wiki. Moving them is simply a matter, in fact, let's take a peek at okay, I apologize that it is not easy to read, but at the very bottom of the file folder screen, there's a notice that says reminder to the user, a little note we put in there, to avoid file name duplication, files uploaded here are given the prefix, and then it states the prefix. That prefix is how Semantic MediaWiki figures out which folder to show the file as belonging in. So if you modify the prefix, you're functionally moving the file, putting it in a different folder.
So is that easy for most users to do? To move?
It's not. Most users will delete the file and re-upload it to the folder they want. That's the most intuitive way for legacy users to do it. But they're learning, and so we have there's a help section. We use the header tabs in the file folder. Yeah. Thank you. Good call. We use header tabs to create tabs across the top of the file folder, which allow us to annotate the purpose, the owner, the retention settings, how long, because one of the things in our world is that we could accumulate data forever. So there's this thing called a retention schedule, which means you have to specify after 10 years these records can be disposed of. We're automating all of that. But there's also a help tab. And to answer the question, how to move a file, we're putting all of the help documentation right in the file folder. So they don't have to go anywhere else. If they want, they can reach out to Lexi or I, and if they want to figure out, to read and learn, the information's right there for them to learn that. Scripting. What did you want to say about scripting?
Oh, just that we're using our approach I talked about yesterday. People can request to have a batch of files moved over and uploaded.
Yes. Lexi gave a talk yesterday on the internal notification system, and one of the other features that we have in the header tabs tool is a help ticket. So if a user wants help getting things moved or to learn how to do it themselves, they can use the internal notification tool that Lexi showed yesterday. And so then that generates a help ticket, which is in the wiki, that notifies us by email. We work with the user, either train them or do it for them, and the whole thing is documented. And also part of when you mentioned the scripting, the first thing I thought of was Lexi also wrote a script that would be worth. We should encourage her to come back and give a talk. That we have lots of legacy files in existing file structures. So all over the place, you've got network file shares with legacy information organized by folder. We built a script that goes in, recursively explores those folders, recreates that folder structure as wiki articles with subpages, and then imports all the files. So once they give us the file system network path to the folder structure that they want imported, Lexi has a script that we can run as administrators that will pull all of that in one fell swoop. How are we doing? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think I shut the camera.
Just as a quick note, so up next we have Ike talking about packages in MediaWiki, but we're gonna skip the break coming up just because we're a little bit crunched on time. But or do you want to find? Do you know where it is? It's on the EMWCon page. Actually, let's just. It's a lot of tabs. Maybe if you can just hop back to, it's not showing your screen yet. Oh my gosh, is that the right one? Hey, Yaron, can you, yeah, do this one. We should close the things that aren't.
Yeah, probably.
No, window, and then choose the one. Well, actually, no, I think window and choose the one.
You got it?
Okay. Want to make sure everything is sharing right? Yeah, looks good.
Okay. So my name is Ike Hecht. I started my MediaWiki career professionally consulting 15 years ago. Been around for a long time, and I am a member of WikiWorks, where I sort of got started, and I am now the CTO at WikiTech. And I mention that because we have some great people at WikiTech. Everything that I present today, the code was written by the WikiTech developers, and even the presentation was put together by the WikiTech team. You're probably wondering, if so, what did I do? I will get back to you on that. So we'll talk about PagePort installable MediaWiki pages. If you want to see some more background information, I actually spoke about this topic in Daly City, and I mentioned about how I wanted to move in this direction, and we did move in this direction. So we'll talk about MediaWiki packages. And a package is a bunch of MediaWiki pages that probably give you functionality. So you might have a MediaWiki file and attachment system. You want to package it up so you can share it. So you could add it to some sort of repository, just like we do with extensions. And people can download it, and people can do pull requests on it and contribute to it, just like we do with extensions. A lot of the functionality that was demonstrated at this conference would benefit from this sort of packaging system in order to be more reusable. We use it at WikiTech because we consult for clients, we build things for them, and we want to be able to reuse things. We don't want to reinvent the wheel over and over. It is PX compatible. PX stands for Page Exchange. If you don't know what that is, you should take a look at it. It is an extension written by Yaron Koren that is very similar to PagePort. There are differences which we can get into. We would like to merge the two, and there's actually a patch in Garrett to merge it, and the main reason it hasn't happened is it's waiting for me. So it is GitHub ready. And that's sort of one of the main differences with Page Exchange. Page Exchange, first of all, has an awesome user interface. It is a special page in the wiki, very easy to use. PagePort is more script-based, and it's also more focused on Git. So Page Exchange, you sort of take a set of pages, you install it on your wiki. Whereas PagePort, the focus is more on development. So you can install it on your wiki. You can also push it back to, let's say, GitHub and contribute how you changed it on your wiki. And like anything else, create some sort of pull request. So I would say Page Exchange is probably more for general use, and PagePort is great for developers. They're both amazing, completely compatible with each other, and probably will be merged soon. And that's sort of what happens. We recreate the same elements, deliver the same feature to many projects. All of these things, and these are MediaWiki pages, including the styles and scripts. They could be pages in the MediaWiki namespace. We want to be able to package them up. And as Matthew mentioned, this is what we did for the Healed Wiki, where they needed a bunch of different classes that all had dates. And we created that package that you saw that is amazing. Like if you ever have, which very common, you have a data structure that needs to include dates, and they might be complicated. They may be date ranges. They might be not, you want to be able to demonstrate that they're approximate dates. All of those things, this is like a one-size-fits-all date component. So how do we do that? So it's a maintenance script to export and import a collection of wiki pages, and that's why it's called PagePort, export, import. And it requires MediaWiki above 1.30. If you're not using that, call me. We'll upgrade you. And PHP zip optionally, which we'll see how that's used later. Gitbook is a sort of a format for storing MediaWiki pages in a GitHub repository. You'll see very intuitive, very simple. And it also can export a JSON file that is compatible with Page Exchange. So even though they're two different extensions, this will generate a JSON file, as we'll see, that Page Exchange can use. Now, the truth is there are many other use cases for this. I'll give an example that has nothing to do with templates or any functionality. We had an inquiry from a client that wants to use MediaWiki for documentation of a software package they have. So that documentation has to match up to whichever software package version it's documenting. So version 1, you need to be able to have the set of wiki pages that describe version 1. Version 2, you want to be able to say it's a different set of wiki pages that describe version 2. With Page Exchange, you would be able to take all the version 1 documents, push them into a Git repo, tag them as version 1. When version 2 hits, you take all the documents, push them into the Git repo, tag them as version 2, and then once they're in Git, you could do whatever you want with them. You could put the version 1 into a separate wiki, but the point is you have a record, an accurate record of the set of pages that match a certain criterion. And that's also very important really for everyday wiki editing. Let's say you have 5 templates. You have template 1 through 5, and you want to make a change. So usually you're not just editing one template because they talk to each other. So you edit all 5 templates. Now template 1 in the new version is compatible with all the rest of them, but let's say there's a bug there and you have to roll it back. The other 4 are now broken because they all expected the new functionality in template 1 that you just rolled back because it was buggy. So a better system is you make the 5 saves on the 5 different templates, you treat them as one single commit in Git, and now you sync them. They're in your Git as a new commit. You need to roll back, you go back in Git, you revert the latest commit, you go back and you import the old version, and it just overwrites all 5 templates. So basically it treats the 5 edits of the template as one unit. All right, you can export it, you can upgrade to the new version, you can test it first on a separate wiki, you can do branching. Anything you're used to doing with Git, you can do. So here's how you export to Git book format. This is actually how this works. It's got its own maintenance script, export pages. you can say export everything from a category, and the output goes to a directory on your server. You can also give it a list of pages, and it will output all those pages into a directory. And you can do the whole wiki if you'd like.
What format is the pages?
I'll show you pretty soon, I think. Yes, here it is, Gitbook directory structure. So it creates a directory for each namespace and adds a file for each page. It follows a page name.mediawiki convention. That's not arbitrary. GitHub actually supports .mediawiki, believe it or not. It will do basic parsing. If you tell it it's a .mediawiki, it has some sort of MediaWiki parser, and it'll show it to you the way it would show up in a wiki. Obviously not fully, but it does some parsing. The namespace is the directory name. So if you were looking at the Git repo, you would have main as the main namespace, and then the ratings page in the main namespace is contained in ratings.mediawiki. The template directory corresponds to the template namespace. So here you can see, let's say if you had a page on your wiki called template:rating, and it looks sort of like the code on the right, then that would be its own GitHub page file, as you can see. Okay, so let's talk about exporting a page exchange JSON, which I mentioned. If you want to use, PagePort can import from Git, but you can also, if you'd like, use Page Exchange, which, as I said, has a much more user-friendly interface. So you can see here we said also export a JSON. So it will take the files that it's putting into the directory, all of those files, all of those directories. It will also create a Page Exchange JSON that's a single file that you could point your wiki to, and it will be able to, with Page Exchange, import that entire repo at once. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you got to take a look at the Page Exchange extension. I think we'll demonstrate a little bit here. Here, this is a GitHub specific feature. This will say, we're going to export this directory, this whole directory structure, into a GitHub repo. It's called some/git-book repo, and that will tell the Page Exchange JSON, it'll put all the paths to the GitHub repo. You can also specify certain things required by the Page Exchange JSON, the extensions it requires, the dependencies, that will all go into the JSON file. Other nifty stuff, it can clean up its working directory before it's exporting a new collection. That would be great if you wanted to roll back to an older version. Can delete pages, so it makes it easy if you want to start again. Development automation, it has compatibilities, dependencies check, continuous integration, and essentially it works like a real package manager. It can pack, it can install, it can remove, it can check dependencies, both for extensions and packages. So you can specify that one package depends on another package. That would be common. Let's say you were using the date structure in a separate package. So you want to say this package depends on the date structure, and it'll make sure it's installed for you. Here's an example of something you could do with PagePort. This is a fully self-contained package. It has some dependencies, but unlike date, which is intended to be included by other structures, this is standalone. It's a ratings package, and there were extensions, and probably still are, that let you rate a wiki page, let's say, 1 to 5 stars. I don't like using extensions because a number of reasons, but they have to be maintained, and sometimes they don't get maintained. I'd rather use wiki pages, much easier, and we can. So why not? This requires some basic extensions that most of them you probably have already, and it allows you to vote on pages. This voting, I believe, uses no JavaScript. It's pure CSS, so very simple. It tells you how you rated it. It tells you the average, basically like any of the other ratings packages. It uses PageForm's auto edit behind the scenes. If you want to know the magic, when you click on one of the stars, how does it rate? if it's not an extension? What happens? The answer is that each one of those stars is a auto-edit page form link. It's magical. You like it. It'll automatically create a page with your rating, and we'll see in a second how that works. It uses Semantic MediaWiki's average to give you your rating. And there's a custom namespace with a page ID / username structure. So here's how that works. If let's say you have this page and it has a page name on it, instead of, we're creating a corresponding page in a different namespace. Now, these days we'd use a different, we'd use multi-content revisions, but this was created a while ago. So what it does is it takes the page ID of this page about this school, it takes that page ID and uses that as the base page name in the rating namespace. All right, why'd we use the page ID instead of the page name? The page name can change, right? You can rename it. We don't want that to happen. So that's why we use the page ID. And really nobody sees this page. I mean, they shouldn't. So we don't really have to worry too much. And then it's / the username who did the rating. So basically this rating :6199 will have a bunch of subpages. Each subpage is somebody else's rating of this page, and then we'll average that out. And if you're logged in, you'll see what your rating is based on this. How do you install this? You can see it's very simple. If you were using PagePort, you would clone the repo, and this is actually the repo. If you go to the EMWCon pages, you'll get a handy link to it, as well as a handy link to the PagePort code. So you clone the repo, you go to your MediaWiki root, you run the PagePort maintenance script, and you got it. So we need to tell the wiki where the page code resides. If you wanted to use Page Exchange, how would you do it? Right? The previous example was PagePort. If you wanted to use Page Exchange, which, as I mentioned, was written by Yaron Karen, like most of the extensions that people spoke about today, and yesterday, and forever. It adds a GUI for packages installation and uninstallation, special packages. It ensures the pages in the MediaWiki namespace needed for the package functionality are loaded. It'll load the CSS pages. This is actually a Page Exchange unique feature that I'm not sure PagePort does yet, but you can have multiple .css pages in the MediaWiki namespace, and PagePort will load all of them. Also, same thing with a JavaScript page, custom system messages. Page Exchange is awesome, check it out. How do you tell it where it's getting its pages from? A single line of code in local settings. You can kind of take a look at that. If you're not familiar with it, it's basically pointing to a JSON file in a GitHub repo, and that JSON file points to all of the other pages in that repo in a way that Page Exchange likes it. So you're pointing to the JSON file is pointing to everything else that your wiki needs to import. And because we exported with PagePort and we specified the GitHub tag, it all went into MediaWiki-ratings. This is what it looks like. Page Exchange, when you try to install a package, so you put the location of the package with your local settings, then you go to special : packages. It shows that the ratings book package is ready, or at least it's available, but you can't install it because you're missing certain extensions. You install those and you're also missing that namespace, the rating namespace. So it'll tell you what's going on. You're missing the namespaces, these unmet dependencies for the extensions, maybe other packages. Once you take care of all of that, everything is nice and blue, and you can install it. The way the installation looks, you can see it just grabbed all of the pages you need, put them into your wiki, and that's nice and convenient. The truth is that it doesn't happen immediately. Don't get nervous when you see that all of the pages are red. It installs the package using the job queue one by one. Eventually, either you run a manual update, or you have a job runner, or you just wait. It'll show up. Or use Canasta. Use Canasta. And by the way, this whole idea, like that was a layer of Canasta that Jeffrey spoke about, the top layer, which is ready to use pages. It all goes hand in hand. The whole all of the Canasta goals. We don't want to just give people a blank wiki, and this is a huge part of that, where we can build entire systems with MediaWiki, like entire systems. I mean, one example, we just had an inquiry from a client that wants to replace a certain like full-featured, multi-million-dollar, basically a file management system, and we can do it in a few hours. You know, we'll send them the estimate. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, we'll release it as open source. But that's a multi-million-dollar package that a certain very large company paid to create, and I don't think it'll take us that long to recreate everything it does and maybe make it better. So stay tuned for that. Package management. This is some of the things you can do with it. It has a delete pages script. So let's say you want to just get rid of the whole package. You installed MediaWiki ratings, you decided it was awful, you'd rather use an extension because you enjoy installing extensions, maintaining them. You can delete the whole package. It's got its own maintenance script for that. Page Exchange will also do that for you as well. So I will take any questions. Thank you very much. That's me, but mostly WikiTech.
You can hop over to the hop-in.
Happen.
What do you do if someone deletes and recreates the page so
the page ID changes? Okay. I think both Page Exchange, well, Page Exchange will warn you if you're going to be clobbering some content, like if it sees the external page is different from your page that you have in your wiki, it'll show you in red. When you do this update, it's going to overwrite what you have. I believe PagePort will just clobber it. So, you know, I mean, you shouldn't be editing those pages anyway. If you're using PagePort correctly, you shouldn't be editing those pages unless you are also then exporting it, doing a pull request. And, you know, if you're using it right, then you shouldn't be overwriting anything.
Does it honor any of the page protection settings, or is it administrative and?
So the question was, does it honor the page protection settings? So since it uses auto edit, it's basically just whatever you could edit before, you could edit with this package, right? So if the page is protected from you, then yeah, you won't be able to edit it. In theory, yes, you can use that to prevent people from editing other people's pages, but you need an extension for that. So we don't want to do that. Yeah.
There's another question.
Officially been released. I made the code public today. So yeah, if you go to the EMWCon page, it has a link to the extension.
You're using it in some cases, I assume, to do sort of change management. You do something on stage, you push it to 3 different production solutions and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything built into MediaWiki or this to do a rollback on an individual site of all the changes I just pushed? I know that I could probably roll back each page, but I could roll the assets individually, but is there a way to batch roll it back?
So the question was, if you have a Git repo and you just pushed a bunch of pages to the Git repo, would you be able to roll back all of them in one fell swoop? You don't want to have to do them one by one. Is that accurate? Or okay, and you could have multiple wikis all pulling from that Git repo. They might all have different commits that they pulled from, and the answer is that's exactly what this could do. Because basically what you're doing is you're taking a versioning system, and let's say you exported your entire wiki to GitHub, the whole thing. And now, it's there forever. So if you were using PagePort, what you would do is you have a local Git repo, let's say on your web server. You can clone the repo and then check out whichever commit you want. So you could check out version 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you just tell PagePort, just clobber the whole wiki with whatever I just imported from GitHub. So, you could think of it basically like a versioning system for MediaWiki, but we didn't build it from scratch. Git exists already. It could deal with all the problems that a versioning system already has, like merge conflicts and whatever. All of those problems, however you would deal with it with any other piece of software by, merging things and branching and all that stuff, it's all possible now. Because we're just the bridge basically between MediaWiki and Git. So.
Will it delete pages?
What, sorry?
Will it delete pages that are not in the version you're importing but are already in the wiki?
You could delete, so what you would do is, let's say I did version 1 and it had, let's say, 100 pages, and version 2, let's say, has 10, right? So you would run that delete pages script on the old version, version 1, delete everything, clone version 2, put that in.
All right.
Applause, please.
Okay, we're going to do a little wiring change, and then we have Megan Cutrfellow with handling internal data in MediaWiki. Give me a second.
Okay, this is not actually my webcam, is it? Can you hear me at least?
Megan, I can hear you, and I can see your presentation, but yeah, no webcam yet.
Okay. Oh, how about now?
Nope. If you don't want your talking head, you could give it without, but it's your call.
Hold on. Let me see if I can restart this. Okay, wait, I have one other idea. It was working before. I tested it. I went into a call with Jessica and we tested it, and it totally worked. I was like, great, everything works. And now it's totally not working.
Oh, we've been a bit with hop-in issues for this conference, so you're just joining the crowd.
Yeah, okay. Wait, hold on. Can you... Okay, I'm gonna leave and then rejoin again. One sec.
Sure.
Wait, it didn't let me change my settings?
Oh, there is the settings gear on the right there.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
We can hear her.
Yeah, and you can see her presentation, right?
We just can't see her.
Yeah, that's what she's working on.
Okay, I'm just gonna do this without a Zoom background, and you can have an extremely distracting. Is this too distracting of a background?
It's fine. Well, you don't have to have a background if you just turn your video off, and then it'll just be your icon there. So yeah, go ahead and try to share your screen again, and I'll let you know when I see it.
Okay, all right, give me 1 second. Okay, so screen to share, and then...
Yep, looks good.
Okay, wait. And then I'll just go ahead and do this.
Oh.
Okay, so
We see you actually.
Yeah, no, I wanted to do it with a background because I'm just like in a very distracting space. But I can't get like the Zoom background thing to work, so we'll do that without. Okay.
Well, that's perfect. I'll hand it over to you and drop out.
Okay, cool. So, all right. So today, so yesterday, Jeroen gave a talk about handling external data in MediaWiki. And today I'm going to give a talk about handling internal data in MediaWiki. And several years ago, when I gave my first talk, I was given some advice afterwards. I asked for feedback on my presentation, and I was told that I should always start out with showing just something cool on my wiki related to the presentation. So today I'm going to show you this really cool thing where you can like click these boxes to show and hide the columns in the table. And every single data table has this. and they're all coded the same way. You just add like 2 lines of Lua to every single module that prints a data table, and then you just get this show all button, and it's super cool. And this is totally unrelated to my talk. My talk is about handling data in the back end, and I really can't show you anything super cool related to my talk because it's just about data. But there is something really cool in my wiki that looks cool. So who am I? My name is River. My IRL name is Megan Kutcher Fellow, depending on how you know me. You might know me by either name. You can call me whichever one. That's fine. My main wiki is Leaguepedia on the fandom wiki farm. I've been with fandom since 2019, and I've been with the League of Legends wiki since 2014. We've changed who we're hosting with a few times over that period of time. I do a lot of work with Cargo and Lua, and before I worked with Cargo, I did a bunch of stuff with Semantic Media Wiki also. So I've done a lot of stuff, a lot of different paradigms of data management on wikis. And I have a MediaWiki blog at river.me, and I also have a Twitter and GitHub that I'm active on. So what kind of data are we talking about when we talk about external data? So most of the time, we're talking about external data, actually. But this is external data that we're now physically putting onto the wiki. So there's a number of ways that we can make our external data into internal data. So data that users type in, I think of as truly internal data. So this could be qualitative data where someone says, the fan favorite champion in League of Legends is Yasuo. And that's a truly qualitative piece of information that you're not going to get from a JSON. You're not going to get it from an API. That is user knowledge, and that's going directly into the wiki. But it's still sort of external data because it came from user's mind. Maybe truly internal data would be like the automatic output of a status report. So it runs analytic data on about the wiki and then saves that data to the wiki. That would be maybe be like the purest form of data that's actually internal, and that was never ever external. But pretty much for the most part, all data at some point was external. So even though I'm saying how are we handling internal data, at some point there's this little asterisk. At some point, the data was indeed external. So JSON files, this is the most common when you're dealing with video game wikis, and we'll probably talk about that a lot in the upcoming panel. External APIs, internal APIs. So if you're doing an enterprise wiki, you probably have a lot of internal APIs, and you may or may not want to have data from these APIs on your wiki. Random Excel or Google Docs spreadsheets, this is going to be pretty common if you're aggregating information that other humans are putting together for you. Like you might have information about all of the information about people in your department that you want to put onto the user pages that everyone has. So when we say handling internal data, what are we actually talking about? What does it mean to handle data? So the first thing that you have to think about when you're handling data on the wiki is that every single piece of data has a home. And this is not true in traditional computing. When you enter a row into a database, it's just there. You say New York City is a city in New York State. And unless you're doing really, really low level stuff, I don't know where that piece of data physically is on the hard drive. I don't care. It's there until I drop the row. But on the wiki, that row is on the page about New York City. It's being stored from the info box about New York City, unless we have a list of cities on the New York State page. Or maybe this is wiki about the musical Hamilton. And so we don't actually have a page about New York City. We have a data page listing all of the cities that are mentioned in the entire musical. And we just have all of the information about all of these cities on that one single data page because they don't meet notability guidelines to actually get pages. Because why would the musical Hamilton have a page for every single city mentioned in this entire why would that wiki have each individual city have its own page? That's just not important enough. So maybe you would have this like one data page that has all of the data there. So the location becomes very, very important. And maybe it's a sandbox page. Maybe it's user Rhinegold River / New York City. All of these situations, those are 4 different scenarios where the piece of data, New York City is a city in New York State, actually has a fundamentally different meaning because it's attached to the location that it's being stored from. And we're going to treat it very differently. In that last case where it's on the sandbox page, we're going to say, wait, that's bad. We don't want that here. And we're going to delete the page. And then we're going to add a line of code that says, don't actually store any data whatsoever unless you're being stored from the main namespace or maybe a data namespace. So one of the fundamental things that we have to handle is where are we storing our data? And just a little note, don't use page name as a key in any of your tables unless you actually mean the metadata field page name. So the second thing that you have to handle is people. And wikis are about community. And so handling data is not just handling data, it's handling the people who are handling the data. And everyone involved in this ecosystem is a user. So I actually meant to change the 3rd line in this slide to say readers instead of users. So I want to call it developers, editors, and readers. And all 3 of these people or all 3 of these cases are cases of users. So by developers, I don't mean the people who are like hosting the wiki. I mean the people who are writing the template module code that maybe the ETL pipeline to get the data onto the wiki. These might be the same people who are also running the servers, but in a lot of cases, like on wiki farms like Fandom, these are going to be different people. These people are users. They might leave the wiki one day. They might decide they're only going to spend 5% as much time as they did before. People who enter qualitative opinions, people who write the articles, those are also users. And then the end users are users. So let's do a small thought experiment. Say we have a wiki about a video game. This video game is a small video game. So all of the data is in one single JSON file. And we're going to try and optimize for the scenario in which all of the developers might quit tomorrow. And because they're users, we can't count on them. And we're really worried they're going to leave tomorrow. So our wiki is going to consist of one page. We're just going to upload the JSON and that's it. That's a wiki. It's a wiki. It has a page. The users can find all of the information. The editors can add as much qualitative information to go along with the JSON file as they want to. This might be the worst wiki ever. It's one JSON file. Who's going to use this wiki? But it satisfies our goals of all of the information is findable. And we did optimize for the developers aren't expected to do anything. So there's a balance here. And you can also optimize for maybe the editors. You don't want to require the editors to do anything. If the editors go away, then I'm going to ask, why are you using MediaWiki? You probably don't want to use MediaWiki if the editors aren't going to do anything. And then in the final case, the users might have to compromise in terms of, do you give them that absolutely terrible user experience at the cost of, or at the benefit of the developers not having to do anything, or the developers say, okay, well, that one feature that you want, I know you guys don't really care about it, and it would take us months and months and months and months to code, so we're just not going to bother with it. And maybe that's fine. So you have to, there's this just tug of war between these three groups, and you have to handle it. So you have to handle the locations of the data, you have to handle the people who are involved, and then performance is going to be an issue also. How expensive is it to access the data where you're storing it? And this is going to depend, are you using Cargo or Semantic MediaWiki and or DPL? Well, I'm just not going to mention DPL too much, but it is an option to use DPL. Doing things with Lua modules or templates is cheaper, but tends to be less feature rich in what you can do with it. How expensive is it to update? And there's two different components of this. If your data is all decentralized, it can take a very long time to run an update script. And it can also be very expensive in terms of how much stress you're putting on your servers if you have a very large what links here of a centralized page that you have to update all of the data on, because then you have to force the updates on that page and force updating cache on your entire wiki, which can be unhappy. There's this wonderful extension called Lua Cache that can help out with performance. So ETL stands for Extract, Transform, Load, and it's basically the idea of taking data from one place, transforming it to be the way that you want it to be, and then putting it into another place. And you need to make your trade-offs based on the considerations that I brought up before. And again, a complex pipeline requires confidence in your developers sticking around, writing good documentation for your for their successors. A minimal pipeline requires confidence in your editors to do the work that developers aren't going to be doing, and maybe in the users. If the users are really, really good at reading JSON files, then maybe that one JSON file that you uploaded is a great wiki for them. And if the users are themselves developers, maybe that's all they want in the first place. So let's talk about types of internal data. So if you're already aware of all of the trade-offs, this is probably what you're actually here for. So the first type is Lua data module. This is centralized data. So I guess the big paradigm is centralized versus decentralized. Centralized is you have one data page that has everything. Decentralized is you store everything in individual info boxes. A Lua data module will have a heavy what links here, but again, you can offset this with Lua cache. Often there's a minimal ETL because you can do a lot of stuff with regular expressions to transform your data into a format that works here. You can use PyWikibot page from file to create several Lua data modules if you need to. So I guess Lua modules can also be decentralized if you want them to, depending. So for example, here I'm showing the names of all of the champions in League of Legends. So this is module champion names. So it's a centralized location of all of the champions. But you could also imagine that I have a single data page per champion, and then that would be a Lua data module, which is decentralized. I tend to think of Lua data modules as being good for centralized data and not so good for decentralized data, because if you're using them for decentralized data, why aren't you using Cargo at that point? But you also could argue that you want to use it in the decentralized approach because of the minimal ETL required, because you're doing a regex on a file like that. It's great when you have random access data where you want to simply get a single value from a table like this, because you don't have to do the database query. You are just loading a single Lua file, and because you aren't using require, you're loading it instead of requiring it. It tends to load pretty fast. Although again, you should still use Lua cache if performance is considerably an issue. And retrieval can vary from simple to very complicated. If you look at that category that I linked, you can see the very complicated end of it. But it should be, generally it should be pretty simple, because you're just looking up the key in the first table and then looking up the piece of data that you want associated to the key in the second table. And a setup like this is good when you have, when you're trying to parse user input to a certain degree, where there's multiple ways that, for example, you can see someone might say atrox in different ways, and then you want to pull out the same data. Templates with switch statements is, I guess, the lower tech way of doing something similar. Again, it's centralized data. It's okay for very simple things, but please, please, please don't make this too complicated, because I'll cry. If none of your code is in Lua, this is likely to be more performant, because you're never going into Lua, and just the act of switching between Lua and not Lua does take some processing, but it's better to not overuse this. Templates with var defines. So assuming that variables is safe to use and that it's not going away, you can put a data template at the top of your page that var defines a bunch of global constants that are available to the entire rest of your page. So imagine that you have a single page, and then you have the data template that goes alongside it. You var define all of your constants at the top. So instead of putting your data inside of an info box, you put your data inside of this data page. Then you've var defined all of your constants, and it's available for the rest of the page. Why might you want to do this? It guarantees that everything is var defined in the correct order. So for example, if your info box needs to use a value that otherwise might not be defined until the image gallery, then you're good, because it was actually defined in the data page, and the data page gave you the variable at the top of the page. So if you want to do arithmetic with total number of skins that the champion had, and you want to put that into your info box, that's not a thing, that's not a value that someone would put into the info box, but everything is put into the data page. And so you get all of your data at the start. So this is basically a way to give you the illusion of a global template where you have control over the entire page, while in reality still allowing the users to control the order of elements within the page, and still allowing editors to type anything that they want in between any single element on the page. So it's a nice compromise between the two desires of the programmer to say, I need my data to appear in the right order so I can do arithmetic on it, and the user to say, but I want to be able to type things in the right order. I want my elements to be able to appear in the right order. So this is somewhat less of a data paradigm as it is like a dirty little trick to get around an annoyance with having decentralized data where you're putting stuff into info boxes. But this is something that actually came up on a wiki that I was helping maybe a month and a half ago. So I just wanted to include this slide. So cargo and info boxes, for the most part, this is the right way to do things, in my opinion. This is, as long as you are able to as long as you're able to script and you believe that you have admins who will stick around, who are able to script in the long term, and the time to update your wiki is not an issue, and I guess those things, yeah. This is pretty much the way that you should do things. Oh, and also that you don't need to have too much random access reading of it, or if you do, that it can be wrapped by Lua cache. This is pretty much the way that most things should be done. Also, as long as there's actually an entity, because remember that every piece of data needs to live in a place. So if you don't actually have a page for your entity, then you can't do this so much. But as long as you have that entity, this is pretty much the default way that things should be done. So this is great when you want to be able to query all of your data at once. What I mean by that is that it's not performant to make individual queries for, hey, I want to know Sona's HP here. I want to know Sona's HP regen in this other place. I want to know Sona's attack damage in this totally other random place. It's also great when you want a relational database, which is always, I'm going to prove that you want a relational database always. Do you have info boxes on your wiki? Are these info boxes defined by distinct templates? Do these info boxes have fields? Congratulations, you want a relational database. The tables are the info boxes. The fields are the fields. Now you have a relational database. Great. So info boxes can be updated pretty easily using the MW client Python library. And along with MW parser from hell, I left that out of my slide. Those allow you to connect to the wiki and then replace individual parameters of the template with their new values. There's also the data transfer extension that Yaron mentioned yesterday that I've never actually used, but it looks really cool, and it's probably worth checking out if you do a lot of stuff with external data that you are trying to make internal. Once a page is saved, the info box page itself requires no further cache refresh, unlike the case of having data pages. So if all of this data were saved on a data page, then after you saved the data page, you would then have to cache refresh the info box page, or the user-facing page about Sona, so that the information would update. And I'm not sure if I mentioned this on any of my slides. So I've written one extension called custom logs. And what that does is it allows you to write a log event. That's all it does. It lets you define custom log types and then write to them. This is a really, really, really useful thing, because what you can do is you can make a gadget that allows users to click a button that says, please update cache. And then you can have a cron tab listening for this event. And then when that event is triggered, then you can have that cron tab cache refresh all of the pages that were depending on whichever page got called by the user. So for example, if the user updates the page called module team names, then they click the button, and then that sends a refresh team names custom log. And then every minute I have a cron tab that is just listening. Was there a refresh team names call? Was there a refresh team names call? And then if so, it just purges the cache on all of the pages that depend on that module. So doing something like that is very, very useful, because then the users don't even have to know the word cache. They just have to know, every time I edit this page, I have to click this button, and then the gadget and the cron tab just do their thing and handle all of the cache. So cargo on centralized data pages. This is good when the objects don't have good homes. So I highly, highly, highly recommend a namespace called data. As you can see in the screenshot, this namespace is actually metadata. and I've been meaning to rename it back to data. Well, I have both. I have data and I have metadata, and the one called metadata has 3 pages in it, and there's no reason for it to be called metadata. They're just data pages, and it's been on my to-do list for like 3 or 4 years now to move them to data and then delete the metadata namespace, but it's not really hurting anything, and I'm not accruing tech debt by ignoring it, so I just haven't done it. So cargo on centralized data pages is great if you don't have a good home for stuff, which is the case here. I don't have league pages for these. I don't make pages for individual leagues. As you can see, it might be very easy to write a regex on a CSV that you have and then just create a bunch of templates on a single page and then store it. You don't have to worry about a PyWikibot page from file or writing any kind of Python script or anything if all of your data is going on a single page anyway. You get everything stored on a single page, and it's in cargo, so you can do all of your centralized data queries that you want, and everything is nice and available to join to other tables and stuff. Also, if you just impractically have too many pages and you don't want your script to take too many hours to run, you can centralize stuff on a couple pages. Another reason is if you want to hide automated data from your editors, for example, if you have a public wiki and you're worried about vandalism, or if there's contentious information that you're worried about where people might well-meaningly try to correct stuff and you know that the automated information is always the correct version, you may want to put cargo data on a data page instead of directly onto the info boxes. The downsides are, again, that there's an extra layer of caching. There's always extra layers of caching. Whenever you're dealing with centralized data, whenever you're dealing with any kind of data, there's always more caching issues than you think there are going to be, and your entire life is just more and more and more caching issues. And also, users might get confused because they can't find the data. Although one point in favor of this is that if the users do know about this source, then there's a single place where the users can edit all of the league information. So if a user says, hey, there's 3 mistakes with leagues in the leagues table, can I fix them? You can say, oh yeah, just go to leagues metadata and then fix all 3 in the same place. Semantic Media Wiki or DPL, you should use cargo. Like I said, your data is relational. There's almost no chance that it's not. I'm not that familiar with DPL. It's great for making actual dynamic page lists. It's fantastic for that. If you have cargo or SMW available, you should use one of those instead of DPL for actually doing stuff with data. And cargo versus SMW, you should pretty much always use cargo. However, SMW is much, much, much lower overhead to set up as long as you don't need any of the relational database capabilities of cargo. But if you're doing anything that's heavily data-based, eventually you probably are going to want some of the relational database capabilities. So it's a very, very, very legitimate benefit to want the lower overhead, but it is also tech debt. Also, cargo has a harder time with one-to-many support, and you pretty much need to work with Lua to make list type fields work well. I mean, they sort of work out of the box, but only if you're doing like the most basic querying with them. So putting it together, how do you pick? Users are the #1 priority. So you don't write code for computers, you write code for people. And it's not just that you write code for people, but you write a maintainable product for people. You're not the person who's going to be, I mean, maybe you are the person who's going to be maintaining your wiki in 10 years. Maybe your wiki isn't intended to last for 10 years, but you really need to be thinking long-term, what makes sense about sustainability of this wiki and community and who's going to be doing the long-term maintenance of it. And you need to make a balance between how do I make the data entry easy enough for users? How do I make the product look nice enough? Sorry, for editors. How do I make the product look nice enough for readers? How do I make the code maintainable enough for developers, and balance between these user groups? And get feedback from your users. Do usability testing. Try doing data entry yourself. Watch your users doing data entry. Doing a call or having them send you a screen recording. Documentation is good, but not needing documentation is even better. Shout out to the care insert extension, which is one of my favorite extensions. That it's one of my favorite under talked about extensions. I really, really like care insert. Some tips on improving performance when you're querying your data. You want to query everything all at once. If you can do a single query of all of the parameters that you're going to need on a single page at the top, and then set everything with var defines, not SMW set, var define, and then var define everything at the top of the page, and then continue calling the variables. That is much better. Even if it means that you're like half of the things that you're calling, you're not actually going to use, that's fine. You don't want to be doing multiple database calls on the same page. Cargo query is not an expensive parser function, but you should not be doing it more than and some people listening to this are going to be laughing. How could I possibly be doing more than 50 cargo queries on the same page? And I'm like, try not to do more than 50 on the same page. Look for variables and see if you have already queried something before you're doing a cargo query or an ask or get. Use Lua cache. Don't go too overkill with it, but it's a really great extension. And try not to go in and out of Lua constantly if you're using Lua data modules. Generally, this will mean that you're writing more and more and more and more of your code in Lua, but that's like more of a feature than an issue. So I guess the next bullet point would be like, rewrite your entire wiki in Lua. Yay. But as you rewrite your entire wiki in Lua, do remember that there's that one bullet point about, however, if your editors are not providing content, then why are you even using MediaWiki? So don't create a single page template that's just the entire content of the wiki. You really do want that space for qualitative information that editors are inputting. So I think I'm like I'm about exactly at time. Cool. So ETL pipeline tricks. In order to make your ETL pipeline not be so much of a code-based ETL pipeline, the best is actually to indeed have it be code in Python. The MWCleric template modifier class in my library is very helpful for this. You can basically iterate through all occurrences of a single template on your wiki just automatically. It just does it. And then you can take the name of the template and look it up in whatever dictionary you have or whatever object, and then update the data you have. So that class can make it extremely easy to do updates to your data using Python. But you can also cheat. The page from file script in PyWikiBot will do a lot of this for you. There's also the data transfer extension. You should learn regular expressions, and now you have two problems. Excel formulas, such as using and left, right, and other things, can get very close to scripting. At some point, you'll realize that you actually are much better at coding than you would have been on like day 30 of learning Python from all of the Excel formula scripting that you've been doing this entire time. But if you don't feel comfortable starting out with Python, you can do a lot of data transformation in Excel with copy paste and stuff. If you're worried about the long-term survival of a script, you should make sure to surface intermediate steps. So make sure that make it, for example, if you have something that goes from one end to spitting out the finalized wiki text, make sure that in the middle, it logs a CSV to a file and saves it. And that way, if in the future, no one has time to fix your tickets, you can still take that CSV and make use of it yourself. So you're not just kind of dead in the water if the script is completely abandoned. So make sure as many intermediate steps as possible are surfaced for your use there. And if you're getting data from somewhere else, also try not to ask for your final wiki text format, because again, that's asking to be dead in the water if something goes wrong. Instead, ask for an easily transformable format such as a CSV, and then create the final wiki text format in an Excel book or a GDoc or something, and then you can copy paste the final output from there. So it might make your life slightly harder in the meantime, but it also makes something that's a lot more maintainable. So, okay, I can take questions now. Okay, I have questions in the backstage. Have I or anyone else had random errors when using MW client to write via bot token? Okay, so it's extremely likely that you have a permissions error. Okay. So a couple answers about random errors. So first of all, you might have permissions errors because things are randomly protected. You should check the WG grants local, add as many things to that as you need to. And once you've added to that, then you will get like an extra thing in the bot passwords special page. And you can add everything in the, you can add everything that you've added to that grant to your bot password. So make sure that all of your protections and high volume editing and all of that stuff is added there. And for token errors and session timeouts and stuff, you should use my library instead of MW client. So my library is MW cleric. I have a bunch of timeout. I have a bunch of retries built into it. MW client doesn't really deal with retries that well. It kind of just, it doesn't, I don't really know what it does specifically, but whatever it does is not sufficient for actually getting a full new session. So when I reach an error, I just drop the site object and create a fully new site object and then retry, and it's fine. When I wrote it, I did not know about the backoff library, so I kind of re-implemented backoff. And you can set parameters about the number of retries you want it to do with just MW client before it does its own retry. And I also don't like its architecture where it has a site object attached to every page object. So I have my own like site.delete, site.move, site.save, etc. And you pass a page object as parameters to those. So I think it's a bit better of an architecture, and plus it also will properly get around timeout errors and stuff. So part one, set grants and grant all of those to your bot passwords, and part 2, use MWCleric instead of MWClient. How does Lua Sandbox compare to Lua Cache? Lua Sandbox is just a performance boost for Scribunto, right? It's not, it doesn't have any parser functions associated to it that as far as I know. Let me search this real quick. Yeah, so okay, let me Lua Cache is actually it actually has functions where let me just okay, so this is Lua Cache. So you actually have these cache.get and cache.set functions that you can use. And it uses the object cache interface. And so you're actually like actively caching stuff when you use it. So it's not like a passive performance enhancement. It's actually, it sort of functions similarly to SMW, where you're setting and getting arbitrary values. And when I said that every piece of data in your wiki has a location, that is actually not the case with Lua Cache. You can set and get the cached variables anywhere. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, you can read the documentation here. And I think, let's see. Yeah, the documentation on the Gamepedia help wiki is pretty in-depth. So let me link that in the chat. Here you go. Okay, any other questions?
I think that's it, Megan. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Actually, Megan, hopefully Megan, yeah, there you go. I'm gonna welcome you back on. So letting everybody in, Kevin, if you want to join now as well. Up next, Jeffrey's gonna introduce the panelists and I guess the topic as well. But you know, one of the more widely used public uses of MediaWiki is supporting video games. So I'll pass it over to Jeffrey.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm so pleased to moderate this awesome panel. Today, we're going to be talking about video game wikis. So I guess I was chosen to moderate because I grew up, you know, reading video game wikis. I think it was a big part of my interest in wikis as well. So this is a panel that really hits close to home, and I'm really excited to be here with y'all today. Yeah, so great. I'm going to first introduce everybody. We're going to go around, and then so I'll do introductions, and then we can get started with some questions. Okay, so first we have Jessica Clifford. She is a video game wiki editor Her work helped earn her a position as the product manager for Gamepedia, which was a gaming wiki platform. And when that company was acquired by Fandom, which was known as Wikia, she continued her role with a heightened focus on editor, admin, and moderator tools until the end of last year. Up next, we have Megan Kutrafellow, River, from whom we just heard. She is the lead admin of Leaguepedia, formerly also known as Esportspedia and the Esports Wikis. She's been in this position since 2014. She also works with several other Gamepedia, now Fandom wikis, such as those for The Alchemist Code, Oxygen Not Included, and Sea of Thieves. She frequently writes Python code, as you saw, just a few minutes ago, to perform various maintenance and automation tasks for wikis. Now we have Kevin Peyravi, known on Wiki as Super Hamster, serves as the co-director of Nookipedia, the largest wiki covering the Animal Crossing series and the only thing keeping me sane when lockdown started in 2020. So Kevin also serves as coordinator of the Nintendo Independent Wiki Alliance, which is a collaborative group of 32 Nintendo-focused wikis. And last but not least, we have Jacqueline Wong. She has started up and contributed as an administrator to several wikis, mostly revolving around mobile game titles like Fire Emblem Heroes, Animal Crossing Pocket Camp, Another Eden, and Tears of Themis, to name a few. She also hosts and maintains the wiki servers for the mobile game Dragalia Lost, and serves as its wiki representative in the Nintendo Independent Wiki Alliance. Her focus is more towards the technical aspects of wiki editing, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Cargo, Lua, PHP, and providing guidance for other wiki editors both on and off the wikis in which she is active. So we have an amazing, diverse panel today, and I'm really excited to see what everyone has to say. So first, I'm just going to start off with kind of a general question, but hopefully this one will be interesting. So what has been the coolest thing on your wiki or the wikis that you've worked with? Anyone want to start?
I can go, I suppose. So Wikipedia over the years as the Animal Crossing Wiki, we were in competition with Animal Crossing Wiki and several other Animal Crossing wikis, and we were all pretty like neck and neck. But something really cool that happened was once New Horizons came out, we saw a huge surge in activity, just simply because that's when Animal Crossing, I think, really went mainstream across the world. And we saw a huge boon in activity. And what was really cool was the data mining community for Animal Crossing New Horizons really took off. So a bunch of people came together to create a spreadsheet, data mined the heck out of Animal Crossing New Horizons, created a beautiful set of structured data in a Nookipedia where you're wondering how we could use this data. So this is when we started using Cargo, started doing a lot of stuff with structured data, and we generated item pages for the thousands of items in New Horizons. But then what's cool is we took this opportunity to kind of backtrack, and we collaborated with multiple data miners, and we started data mining all the previous Animal Crossing games, New Leaf, City Folk, all the way back to the original Animal Crossing game that came out in Japan in 2001, I believe. So we've been working really hard at data mining all these previous Animal Crossing games and discovering new stuff, and also populating our wiki with all this new information. So that's kind of, I think, the coolest development we've had in the last couple of years.
Yeah, awesome. And I can personally attest to that. That really helped up my experience when I was playing New Horizons. So that's really cool. All right. Anyone else?
I guess jumping off of that, on the Dragalia Lost wiki, we also, I think one of the coolest things for our community as a whole was that we had several editors come together and several other more tech-savvy people also data mine the game and also create scripts and things to help us automate the data and turn it into a format that would also be helpful for the wiki. And so there was also a lot of people behind that, and just having people create those scripts to automate each data piece that we needed on the wiki was also pretty cool, yeah.
Jessica, do you have anything?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things, not as specific wiki, but what we did on the Hydra platform for Gamepedia. One of the things that we built out was an analytics dashboard where we basically pulled in a bunch of data that we had in Google Analytics, and then also pulled in data that we were storing internally in our own little data warehouse. So editors, number of edits, stuff like that, and then created a dashboard so that on a daily basis, our administrators can go in there, look and see what pages are the most popular, what files are the most popular, what does the editing history look like, how many editors and how many edits are happening, are they logged in, logged out, are our users predominantly desktop or mobile, so they can make sure that the data is displayed correctly in those different modes. Another thing that we built related to this, and as part of our data capture, is a achievement gamification system. It kind of ties into the panel that was from yesterday, where you have achievements, you have leaderboards, all sorts of things like that. But that was also kind of worked in as part of we're storing number of edits and editors and things like that. And we created these, we called Wiki points, to kind of handle some of the weighing, because not every single edit is the same. And so you can't just count straight edits. So trying to give more points to like a higher edit count, things like that. So those are a couple of fun systems that we built out.
Yeah, that sounds really cool. I know that gamification and encouragement of editing has been quite an issue for wikis, really, not just gaming wikis, but literally any other wiki in any other category, getting people to contribute and put in good content. So that sounds really exciting, and I think that's a good place that we can all learn from. Finally, River, I know you just gave a really awesome talk, but do you have anything that you would say is the coolest thing that you have on Leakpedia?
I think our predictions, we have a thing that any user can pick any tournament that we have, and since all of our schedules are entered using the same cargo format and the same display modules, any tournament that has upcoming games, you can click a button and say enter predictions, and then as long as you have a user account, and if you don't have a user account, it'll prompt you to log in, and then you can predict the outcome of the upcoming matches, and then it'll save to a predictions namespace, and then it'll tell you how well you did, and you can like create groups and compete against your friends, and then it'll show you like how well you did against your friends compared to the results. And there's this cute little grid that it gives you with the correct ones highlighted in red or green, depending on who got it right or not. And there's a group leaderboard and a global leaderboard and stuff.
So it's like March Madness, but for League. That's really great. Awesome. Now, I'm glad you mentioned cargo, because one of the common things among here is that all of you have worked with cargo, and all of the wikis that we've been mentioning here use cargo. And I know some of you guys have used Semantic Media Wiki in the past, but none do currently. Is that correct, or have I misspoken? Okay, yeah, so that's really interesting. I first wanted to ask River, so Leaguepedia, I believe, used to use Semantic Media Wiki and then switched over to cargo. So can you tell us a little bit about why you were using Semantic Media Wiki, and then what led you to switch to cargo? And
Jessica made us.
Oh, okay. So I guess, wow.
No, we wanted to.
Well, there were many reasons, but one of them being that our servers melted during our holiday party, and we had to go get everything back up and running. And so really digging into that and saying, okay, Semantic Media Wiki, given the scale of our wiki farm that we have running, and the wikis that it is running on some of our biggest wikis, probably out of our top 10 or 20, half or more we're running Semantic Media Wiki. And so wanted to find a way to prevent server outages and issues like that. And a lot of investigation went into it, and decided that cargo is a better way for us to go, and also some changes that we were making with our infrastructure as well.
So was this back when you were guys at Gamepedia, or was this at Fandom?
Yes.
Okay, so Gamepedia. So I think for those of you who don't know, so Semantic Media Wiki, I would say it's a more powerful system, right? But the issue is it's very resource intensive. So with that being said, do you think it would have been sustainable to keep using Semantic Media Wiki if you got more, more server computing power? Or was it to the point where it was just completely unsustainable and it would just never would be working?
Well, we were going to switch anyway because I think Cargo is just better than SMW, regardless of computing power, because having the relational database is just incredible. And it, like, I would say, I don't know, probably 80% of the stuff that I do right now would have been impossible if we were running SMW.
So it sounds like Cargo fits better because your data is very well structured in the form of a relational database, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense because Cargo is essentially I think people describe it as like some sort of a SQL wrapper, and that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, awesome. And I think next we can ask Kevin. What does Wikipedia use Cargo for?
Pretty much everything at this point, or at least we're trying to. So kind of a fun background is around 2018, 2019, I wanted to look into using structured data on Wikipedia. And I was actually looking at Wikibase because I'm classically a Wikimedia editor, and that was what I was familiar with through Wikidata. So we actually set up our own Wikibase instance and came up with some properties and created some items. Problem with Wikibase is there isn't a good way currently to display information on a wiki that queries Wikibase. There are bots that automatically create tables generated from Wikibase, but that wouldn't be very effective. Then when New Horizons came out and we have all these items and villagers and stuff that we wanted to display information for, that's when we started looking at what other wikis were doing. And in mid 2020, I want to say, is when we actually dove into Cargo. We started with doing all the data for all the items in Animal Crossing New Horizons. And like I said before, we're now going back and doing data mining and creating item pages and putting all the data from previous games into Cargo as well, which is useful for things like items are a big thing in Animal Crossing. We can create hundreds of tables with all these different items with different properties, and it just makes it a lot easier to manage all this data.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Jacqueline, same question to you.
So I essentially, since I work on a lot of wikis, I try to establish Cargo as a base for the wikis that I start up, because most of the time, a lot of people who start up wikis will input that data manually. And when you're starting to get pages with characters for characters in the games and just general game data, and maintaining all that manually is a real hassle, especially when you have to go back and reestablish all the templates and everything to have Cargo there. So I usually try to implement Cargo for as many items in the game as possible, just to try to get that foundation there so that moving forward users can have that the functionality of Cargo to have more features, like more automation across the wiki.
Okay, cool. All right, so now that we've talked about Cargo, it seems like it's extremely useful for all of your wikis, and it's because you deal with so much data and you have to organize it in some methodical way, and Cargo is the key to doing so. But Cargo is not the only extension out there, and I think there are many extensions that can really make it or break it for a wiki to have certain functionality. So other than Cargo, what extensions have been very important for your wiki in terms of its success, and how do you use them? Anyone want to start? And by the way, we have some questions in the chat. So if you guys, the audience, if you guys are listening in and have any questions for the panelists, please feel free to drop them in. and I'll be sure to incorporate them in if we have a chance.
So for extensions, a couple years ago, I would have said loops and variables. Since around the time we started using Cargo, we started using loops and variables to store results from queries and variables and be able to reuse data around a page, as well as do like iteration to display data as needed. But now I would say Scribuntu's the other key extension we use, of course, with Lua. Partially because it's just more performant and we were running into limitations with using the variables extension, but also because the future of the variables extension is kind of in question, given that we're going to move over to a new parser soon that might or might not support it. So that would answer Scribuntu.
Okay.
A couple that we used a lot on Gamepedia and on Fandom as well, embed video, where wikis are traditionally long-form content, but wanted to be able to add, like those walkthroughs, or this is how you get these things into that, and to have that mixed media. So embed video is a really great one where you're able to embed YouTube videos or Twitch streams, all sorts of different things. Another one, just from a editing quality of life perspective, is link suggest, where you don't necessarily remember exactly what a page is named. So start typing in and it'll give you suggestions based on what you've entered so far.
All right, River, Jacqueline. Okay. Go ahead, Jacqueline. Yeah. Looks like it's cutting out a little bit for me. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Jacqueline, we think you might be cutting out. All right. Let's see.
Maybe have her drop and come back.
Okay. Let's see. Let's circle back and let's try to see if there's any. I think we can do to see if the network connection improves. River, do you have any?
Yeah, okay, so one is highlight links in category. I use that a lot for showing, I highlight disambiguations, and I guess it's not one of the most crucial extensions, but it's one that like I don't see mentioned that often, so I want to bring it up because I think it's really cool. And another one that I also mentioned in my talk is CareInsert. I think is really important because there's so many different preloads that are important to get exactly right, where like this template has like 10 different arguments, and Visual Editor just like breaks everything. So we don't want people using Visual Editor. We really want people using the source editor. And CareInsert sort of gives that bridge between the two where people don't have to really know what they're doing. They can just click a button and then the text just sort of shows up there and then they can fill it in. And then along the same lines as CareInsert is page forms. We have a bunch of page forms that people can use and fill out. And we use page forms both for creating pages and also for people running custom queries. So it's sort of like a line in between people using the Cargo API for straight up API access, and then also just running custom queries using the run query feature of page forms.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, these are some very interesting answers. Definitely, these are all extensions that, especially like page forms, right? They definitely have lots of validity, relevance in the wikis that you typically see that are really successful with a lot of content. So, and I must say that that's a really cool use case for page forms for making the queries. So that's awesome. Okay, it looks like let's see. Oh, Jacqueline, you just rejoined. Okay, hi.
Hi. Is
right.
the audio better now, or?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Thank you.
So I think I was mentioning Scribunto and Lua, but also I think for the wikis I'm on, we also make use of widgets and gadgets a lot, mainly for that JavaScript functionality and just additional customization that's there as well. We also use template styles because I know I have a couple editors who are really into that CSS customization and making sure that the pages look really nice. And also, since for most wikis I'm on, we don't use mobile front end, so we have to put that mobile responsiveness in ourselves, which some of our editors really enjoyed, to making sure it looks right on since I focus mostly on mobile games, so we got to get that mobile audience as well.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, real quick question. Can I ask why you guys don't use mobile front end on some of your wikis?
Well, for me, we mainly because we don't like the look and feel of it, and also sometimes we'll have custom widgets that don't play well with mobile front end. So usually we have it disabled so we can get, just to make sure it works well with some of the other customizations that we have on the wiki.
Makes sense, makes sense. And yeah, for those of you who don't know, you don't really need mobile front end to necessarily create a responsive skin. I believe Timeless can be used without mobile front end, and it works pretty well on a mobile device, if I'm not mistaken, because it's a new skin and it's responsive. So that's a really cool thing to keep in mind. Yeah. And speaking of which, some of you have mentioned Lua and Scribunto. So I want to use this opportunity to kind of ask about that. So, you know, in the beginning of MediaWiki, there were just templates created with wiki text. And a couple years ago, we started to have Lua-based scripts slowly starting to replace wiki text, like pure wiki text-based templates. And so this is achieved by the Scribunto extension. Scribunto, you know, no one really knows how to speak Latin, so that's why there's all these different pronunciations. So pardon me if I'm mispronouncing it. But anyway, there are some wikis that I know of that don't even have it installed, and they're huge gaming wikis. And on the other hand, you know, there are some wikis that basically, you know, swear by it and live by it. So for each of your, you know, the wikis that you guys maintain, do you use primarily wiki text or primarily Lua? And do you even use Lua at all if you know, maybe you only use wiki text? And which one do you use more? And is there some sort of push to switch towards Lua rather than wiki text, and why? So anyone want to start with that?
I can go first, I suppose. So like I mentioned, we're slowly migrating towards using Lua more and more. What we try to do is limit it to cases where doing something in wiki text would be impossible. So things like storing variables or iterating over things, we'll try to use Lua. But otherwise, if it's possible in wiki text, we'll try to do wiki text, and that's just to keep editing accessible. Not all of our editors are super technical, and you know, learning Lua can be difficult, and most editors are familiar with wiki text. So just to keep editing simple and easier for everyone, we try to have a balance.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think Megan mentioned in her presentation just before this that you want to keep the wiki, you want to know your users, right? So you want to make sure that the way you edit the wiki is in a format that a lot of your users can still understand, because if you make it, it can be the most elegant system ever, but if your users don't understand how to edit it, which in most cases is Lua, then you won't develop that community to help maintain the wiki. So you really have to find that balance between using the Lua to for its features and its how powerful it can be, as well as the ease of editing from wiki text.
That's a good point. I think River wanted to say something.
Oh yeah, so for Wikipedia, everything is in Lua. I don't do anything in Wikitext. There used to be a few leftover Wikitext templates, and then I was like, oh, these aren't using my standardized utility modules, so the display might be slightly off non-standard. So I switched those to Lua too. So at some point I hit like a critical juncture, and there was just no point in keeping any Wikitext. So everything is Lua. For when I help wikis, when I'm like helping other wikis they're using. So if they have, if they're all Wikitext, then I'm not going to write any Lua for them. If they already have a bunch of Lua, then I will write Lua for them. But I think for my wiki, it's we have like 1,000 to 2,000 edits a day or so, and everything has to be optimized so that everything is like a single source of truth per entering the data, and making that happen in Wikitext is just completely impractical. So it pretty much has to be Lua.
That's a really good point, and that's very interesting. You know, we have two different kind of perspectives here. One is focused on editor accessibility, and the other is focused on, I believe, performance and perhaps even functionality. I wanted to let Jessica have a chance to maybe elaborate further on that.
I am not the person to ask about Lua. I ask if I need anything with Lua, I ask River. I'm doing it in Wikitext.
Okay, yeah, that's totally relatable. And I think this brings up a good point, actually. So River, obviously Lua is is like a real programming language, I would say, and is therefore Turing complete. So I'm actually not sure if Wikitext, this markup would be considered, I don't know if it's Turing complete or not. I'm not sure if anyone's done the math or have, proven it before. But even if it were, do you think there is some, certain functionality that just doesn't exist just using pure Wikitext that Lua does provide and makes, is very useful for?
Well, Lua has frame expand template and frame call parser function and frame preprocess and stuff. So sort of the answer is like a cheating. That's impossible because you can just call it, you can just parse Wikitext from Lua. So if you're doing too much of parsing Wikitext from Lua, then at some point you might as well be in Wikitext. But I do have a couple occasions where I do use frame preprocess and stuff, where I'm expecting like raw Wikitext input from the user. And actually we have a module that's like widely used on fandom wikis that's called cargo query that like runs a cargo query with format equals template, because there's this one bug that's been around for years and we just can't figure it out. And so it just like basically runs the wiki text of a cargo query with format equals template, and then frame preprocesses the template, or I guess expand the template. But anyways, so you can do a bunch of wiki text expanding in Lua, and I think that's totally fine. Like if you're learning Lua to take advantage of those.
Yeah, interesting. It's kind of like when you're developing an iOS app and you can technically use Objective-C and mix it with Swift, or if you write Java and you want to switch over to Kotlin, right? Because they both compiled it down to JVM. If it's a long-standing bug that's for years, I think you can just call it a feature now, right? No, I'm kidding. Actually, actually, I think there's one more question I think that might be interesting from this. So have you noticed any performance benefits by using Lua, or is it just more of like a language difference, really?
Small thing, but like on Wikipedia, we have some templates that basically just use massive switch statements. And the problem with massive switch statements is on MediaWiki, at least in Wikitext, you hit one of the processing limits too many iterations or complicated text or something. I forget which limit, but Lua can save you there because you don't have the same limitation. You make your switch statement in Lua and use that instead.
Gotcha. So yeah, that's already one concrete example of where you actually have to use Lua in that case in Scribunto just to you know, make that functionality work. And so that's really interesting. And I think this is a good, you know, yeah, this is a good thing to keep in mind. So I think basically what we've learned today is, you know, Wikitext is more intuitive to edit with. But you know, Lua, yes, while it might be a little bit more intimidating because you do have to learn a programming language from scratch, you do get a lot more features. So it's probably better for heavy purpose, heavy duty sorts of templates. Awesome. Well, let's see. All right, we have a few questions about, you know, just building wikis and community engagement. So I wanted to ask, you know, how does your wiki build its community and keep active editors continue to be active and also engage? And I think Jessica might be the perfect person to start us off here because because she was a product manager at Gamepedia. So Jessica, sorry to put you on the spot, but just wanted to see if you wanted to.
Yeah, so a lot of it is just the prep work that we would do with this, and we'd look at what's coming out. And so we'd spin up wikis for that. We'd make sure we have all available content. Really, the critical key is finding somebody to be that champion for the community. Somebody who's really passionate, that's willing to put in the effort, that's willing to rally the troops, so to speak, help organize in that. So what we do is we focus on trying to create that ideal environment for that person to come in and take the reins and just go for it. But that it's not always an easy thing to do.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, it's definitely not. I mean, if it were, I think we would honestly, this question wouldn't come up so much in conferences because I think every single conference, you know, we always have the question of how do we solve the blank page problem? How do we get over that contribution inertia? How do we reach that critical mass to get the wiki rolling, right? And so gaming wikis are, you know, the bigger ones, successful ones are some of the best examples of how that was overcome. And yeah, I want to hear definitely more about, you know, everyone's experiences.
One thing I just want to add to that is that we found that was really successful is getting a place where all of our community could come together, people that want to engage. And so we went through several iterations of Skype to Slack to Discord, which Discord's it's mostly used by gamers, so trying to go where they're at. And we found that by having that community where people can start answering questions for each other, helping each other out, sometimes soliciting editors to come to join their community, adding that cohesiveness where everybody helps each other out really helped grow a lot of communities and oh, this is how I'm doing this thing here, and then go check that out. And so that was a really great thing.
Wow, that's awesome. Did you guys share like templates between the wikis, like starter pages or anything to get them, you know, off the?
Yeah, we would have a starter wiki that anytime we would spin a wiki up, it'd have like this base level of templates available to try and like seed it, so to speak. So there's at least some consistency. So somebody can go from one Gamepedia wiki to another, and there's at least some base level of consistency between those to get them started.
Do you mind if I ask in specific, you know, what are like the big like things that you would put on that starter wiki?
So aside from like every game's going to be different, so we would usually have some specific high level stuff, but we would have a lot of the templates being consistent. So like article management tags, setting up categories consistently. We would have every wiki would have like an admin page where it's like, this is where you can go to ask for help, and here's are the people that you can ask for help. And so just really trying to set up that different places of, all right, what are people going to be looking for? Here's some examples of how to do it, and here's the people to go talk to if you need help.
All right. All right, who wants to go next?
I guess For me, since I also spin up a lot of wikis, I guess there is that challenge of trying to engage with the community and trying to get editors on board. I mostly engage through Reddit and the Reddit subreddit communities. And so when I start up the wikis, I actually have a spreadsheet that I have, like importing templates over, which extensions that I commonly use, and then getting that front page set up, and also reversing the data from the games themselves and trying to get that kind of data set up to show that this wiki is active, that someone can come and edit it right now if they so wanted to, and not just like a blank startup wiki page and be daunted at that aspect. And then from there, I'll go on the subreddit or like Discords and get common questions about the game, and then try to fill in that data on the wiki, and then also sort of SEO link the wiki to them when I'm answering their questions on the subreddit. So it's building up the knowledge that the wiki exists for the people who are just starting the game, I guess. And then from there, you just have to sort of pray and hope that people will jump on board and help out from there.
That sounds awesome. It sounds like you have a plan, like a specific, methodology that's actually worked for you. And I think that's actually what a lot of people kind of lack. And I think that's a really good example of something that, people can take inspiration from. Yeah, River and Kevin, do you guys have anything to add?
For me, it's a little bit different because I'm usually not spinning up wikis, but like getting people to help out with events on an existing wiki. So every year we have a little bit of attrition from the previous year, and we generally need to have something along the lines of like 75 to 100 semi-active editors to keep up with all of the data entry that needs to happen each year. So it's like a lot of people who need to be involved. And for me, the big thing is that like you have to recognize that people view wiki editing and like a very broad spectrum of how involved a thing they want to be. And so you have to sort of like market it at every single point of like involvedness, I guess. So some people want to see as like, hey, do you want this like super cool career opportunity that you can put on your resume and get a lot of experience? And for some people, they want to see, hey, do you want this casual thing that you can do on Saturdays when you're super bored and have nothing better to do? And so I need to like make sure that I have both avenues of discovery available and like not conflicting with each other, and that like people can get involved in the wiki in like both ways. And like it really is either thing. And like if people want it to be like a career experience, it will be that, and they will do a lot of work. And if people want it to be a casual thing, it's going to be a casual thing, and they're not going to do that much. So yeah, having it like, so like we have a volunteer application things, and people like send me their resumes, and I'm like, we accept literally everyone. So yeah, having that like having this like spectrum, I guess, of how it's like advertised to people of who wants to get involved.
Yeah. All right, that leaves you, Kevin. I know you mentioned, trying to, go against the competing Animal Crossing wikis. So I'm curious to see how you were able to meet to the challenge.
I guess something kind of unique we do is we try to also provide more than just a wiki. For example, after we started using Cargo, we built a custom API that kind of serves as like a middleman service. And this API provides a bunch of data for developers to use, data for villagers, items, things like that.
And I want to get to that in a bit, because I think, yeah. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to talk about that a lot, because Kevin has some really cool stuff to talk about for that. Just wanted to, yeah.
Yeah, but community-wise, what's cool is it's like used for Discord bots, is used for some applications, some websites, and usually these Discord bots and applications, they link back to Wikipedia since they're using our API. So that kind of also draws in a community members and they get exposure to the wiki and they go, oh, this is a pretty cool site, and they might start engaging with us from there.
Ah, okay, cool. That's awesome. Yeah, so it seems like, a lot of, one thing that I'm hearing a lot is how important data is, right, to making your wiki successful. Because without the data, why would someone come to the wiki, right? They need to know these things, right? When I go onto Wikipedia, when I was, when it was locked down, right, I wanted to know how many bells I could earn, the most in a day, right? So, without that, I definitely wouldn't be as interested going on to one of the wikis. So with that being said, and I know that River's already kind of mentioned this in her talk, but what exactly is your data import mechanism, right? Do you have a formalized, automated ETL, which stands for extract, transform, load data pipeline from external sources into your wiki? If you do, what is it? What's it used for? How does it work? And what has the impact been on your wiki? And if you don't have one, that's totally fine. Just let us know, whatever your data import pipeline is.
So for Wikipedia, Animal Crossing data is fairly static. They release the game, the data's there. There's some updates, but not too many. So like I said before, there are spreadsheet communities. I'll link to the one for Animal Crossing New Horizons in the chat. These are where data miners have taken all the data from the game and create a spreadsheet. And what we actually do on Wikipedia is we make Google app scripts that take the data and generate files that we can then give to PyWikibot, which generates our item pages. Google App Script it's interesting to use, but it works. So it's kind of just this one-time batch job going from spreadsheets to PyWikibot file that's just used to generate the pages once. And then from there, we'll sometimes need to make updates, in which case we'll usually just use PyWikibot to do mass replacements or regenerations as needed.
Cool.
I guess I'll go next. Since I work with multiple games, it's always a different process for each. A lot of the time, games will be written in Unity, so there are basically a plethora of resources on GitHub on how to extract that, and then hopefully the data we need is there. Sometimes if it's not, then we do have to go the manual route, since a lot of mobile devs aren't as open to sharing this data as maybe some other companies might be. So there's always that process of needing to reverse engineer sort of the game and then trying to get the data from there and then transforming that into something that is usable for the wiki. So sometimes we'll also have like dedicated data miners who will do that, or sometimes I might do it myself sometimes, but most of the time there's that sort of reliance on other people that are more familiar with the process of extracting and everything. And sometimes you just game that's kind of a doozy. Like there was a game that I was involved in not too long ago that was written in Flash for a mobile game, which is it was interesting to say the least to try to reverse that. But
are you sure this was in 2010?
Yeah, I wish it was. Yeah, so that was an interesting experience, and we did have a data miner who was proficient in banging his head against that. So we somehow got that to work out, and yeah, so it's interesting to see all the various methods to try to get to that data that we need to get on Wiki and get that automation sort of working.
Wow, I really admire that persistence. I wish I had such good work ethic. All right, yeah, River, Jessica, do y'all have anything to add on this?
Somewhat embarrassingly, after that talk I gave, almost my entire wiki is manually entered. So there's a very little bit is is manually or is automatically scraped after some manual data entry, but Riot does not have APIs for anything. So people manually input the results of games and roster transfers and everything. So that's part of why I have so much Lua code, is that I have to then like if I was able to have an ETL pipeline, then I could have duplication of data on my wiki, and that would lead to like a significantly easier to work with architecture on my wiki. But since it's all manually input, I can only have stuff entered one time, and so then I have to compute everything based on it automatically. So I do have a couple tools here and there that like people will take files that they manually grab from a place and then run it through a parser that outputs wiki text and then copy the parser into the wiki. But yeah, everything's manually input.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, about that, Jessica, do you have anything that any like quality of life enhancements that you have installed on Gamepedia wikis, or championed for that in order to make data entry easier?
No, my experience has been manual. I discovered yesterday, and River also mentioned in her talk, the data transfer extension, which I wish I knew had existed when I was working on these things, because that was like on my list of features I wanted to build. I want a tool where you can just mass import and you can just map out, pages and fields and where everything goes, and it would just, you click a button and it would create all those pages for you and update all these variables. And so I'm glad the idea was already captured and built. It just, now I'm going to spread the news about data transfer.
Awesome.
And use that elsewhere.
Yeah, that's great. Let me think. Let's see. All right, I'm going to circle back to some questions that we got from our audience. So we have two questions about Lua, and they might actually pertain to what Kevin said. The first one is, do you have any issues with expansion depth exceeded using Lua? And anyone can answer this, by the way. I.e., if I'm having that issue with wiki text, can Lua quote unquote solve it for me?
I believe that goes back to like what I said about the switch statement. I think that expansion.
Yeah, likely yes, but it's not like a guarantee. So it is possible to have Lua modules that are so big that you will still get that error and you still have to split up the content. But that only happens in like extremely egregious circumstances, aka all the time for me.
Yeah, so I guess it's not really egregious because, I mean, we are dealing with like, the biggest gaming wikis in the world, right? So these are very legitimate concerns to have. And it looks like, you definitely want to use Lua and some heavy duty tools to handle this. Yeah, Jacqueline, do you want to add something, by the way? I saw your mic was unmuted.
I think it's just, I also wanted to say that we had our share of that error, and so we also used Lua to sort of try to get around it sometimes.
Did it work?
So, sometimes. I guess.
Okay.
I guess it just depends on how it was written, who wrote it. Sometimes someone who's not familiar with Lua kind of make it a little more. I guess it just depends, really.
Yeah. The second question we had is the Lua that you've written available to the community anywhere?
It's a wiki, so you can just go to the module namespace on Linkpedia.
I don't know if my code is worth looking at, but it usually works.
Yeah, but hey, if it works, I mean, perhaps it's at least good to try to parse it. Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, on any of our wikis, you can like go to search box, type module : and then you'll have like a list of some of the modules pop up in search if you just want to glance around.
Yeah.
Module
special colon all pages and then module namespace too. Yeah. Yeah. Jacqueline, did you want to add anything? Jessica?
I just wanted to say that on our wiki, we actually use a lot of River's modules, so hers are definitely in the community, especially Cargo query with that template bug, and yeah, that's been around for a while now.
Yeah. So to answer this question, yes, it is definitely available, and it looks like it's even the sharing has already been happening, right? So I think that's the great thing about wikis is that you can see everything, and you can get it from wherever it's available publicly, and that's how you get improvements. The community builds upon it. Okay, I have a few questions now for everyone specifically. So first, I know Kevin's been itching to say this. Yeah, Kevin, you mentioned that Wikipedia has an API, which is available at api.wikipedia.com, and it provides Animal Crossing data from cargo tables. Yesterday, we saw Lane Becker from the Wikimedia Foundation give an introduction to Wikimedia Enterprise, not to be confused with Enterprise Media Wiki, and the data services they provide to companies. So I think that's a kind of an interesting, contrast, and I'm not sure how much of it would be related. But anyway, how does your, Wikipedia API work? Who uses it, and why was it made?
Yeah, so first off, like all the data in Cargo is available. Like anyone can export it. Anyone can already query it through the MediaWiki API. The issue with that is one, it's not easy to query. The API query you gotta build to get data is very long and kind of gross, and you gotta define every single field, and it's not a fun time. And the data structure usually isn't that great. I think everything's usually returned as a string, even if it's not. So what we built out is a custom Python Flask service that kind of acts as a middleman. So you can hit our API, for example, api.wikipedia.com/villagers, and that will go to Wikipedia, query the cargo tables, reformat it and structure it correctly, and then give you all our villager data in an easy to use, easy to query way. And this also lets us do things like control caching better. So we don't want to constantly be querying our wiki because that takes resources. So we have a cache in the middle of that too, which makes it performant for users as well. And then by doing this, it just makes it easy for developers to consume structured Animal Crossing data. So I think a few of the largest Discord bots for Animal Crossing that are used on hundreds of servers use our API. There's a couple mobile apps, I believe, that use our API. What's really cool actually is that the bulk of our API user base are students. So students will be in a boot camp or in a middle school or high school class learning how to code, and they're tasked with using an API. And they'll search the internet for some API to use, and they think of Animal Crossing, since who doesn't love Animal Crossing? So we've actually had the opportunity to support lots of students working on cool little projects on their own time and for class, which is pretty cool.
That's great.
So yeah, it's been a really cool way to kind of just leverage cargo data and make it more easily accessible for everyone else.
Is this available on GitHub? Is it open source?
Yeah, it is open source. We've actually had some of our users, come and they wanted more data, so they create new endpoints and help restructure everything. So we've had a lot of great contributors too for it. Wow. The link to the source code should be at the bottom of our API page.
Okay. Yeah, cool. And as a reminder, that is api.wikipedia.com for those of you watching at home. Let's see. That is awesome. That is awesome. And I know that MediaWiki has its own API, but in this case, it looks like, just because of the amount of data that's consumed and just because of the needs of the Animal Crossing community, that a bespoke, purpose-built API was made, and it's powered by Cargo, which really speaks to the power, of these extensions that really make it or break it for, for the potential that gaming wikis can have. Next up, I have a quick question for Jacqueline and Kevin. So you guys both operate wikis that are in the Nintendo Independent Wiki Alliance. Is that pronounced NIWA as the acronym?
Yeah.
Okay, so what exactly is NIWA for those of us who are not very familiar with it?
So NIWA was started in 2010, I believe. There's like a lot of lore behind it, but basically several Nintendo-related wikis had forked from Wikia, as well as some wikis that have already existed independently, such as I think Bulbapedia and Mario Wiki. And they wanted to, create a community of independent wikis that could collaborate and help each other. So it was originally formed in 2010 with Super Mario Wiki, Bulbapedia, and Zelda Wiki. And then over the years, more and more wikis joined to the point where now we have 32 members across 3 languages. And we are really about independence. So like every wiki has its own host and does their own thing. And the main purpose of NIWA is just to support each other. So we have like a tight-knit Discord community. We're always collaborating and sharing best practices. So for example, in Wikipedia, we also use the timeless skin and we don't use mobile front end. That was actually inspired by Dragalia Lost, which had recently joined NIWA as well. So just kind of knowledge sharing and helping each other out. We also collaborate, and like every year we host a cross-wiki weekend. So editors from different Nintendo wikis will hop over to other Nintendo wikis they haven't previously edited and contribute there. So we do kind of these fun community events as well to bring everyone together.
That's great. Jacqueline, do you want to add anything onto that?
I guess that he pretty much covered most of it. I think our wiki, the Dragalia Lost wiki, we forked over about a year and some months ago, and that's when we also decided to, since we had forked to become an independent wiki, we also applied to join NIWA. But otherwise, Kevin pretty much covered most of the points, since I think our wiki is one of the more newer members, so he probably knows more of the lore behind NIWA more than I do.
Are the wikis are they donation based, or do you make revenue from advertisements?
It varies by wiki. As I said, each wiki does its own thing. So some wikis, most wikis I believe are supported by ads, usually enough to cover. A very small number, I think, take donations. And then I think some wikis are just from someone having a lot of goodwill and willing to host for free.
Wow, that's awesome. Sounds great, yeah. Okay, I think, let's see. So Jessica, I know I might have covered this earlier, but I just wanted to ask this. In your experience, what are some of the, most essential things that are not available on regular MediaWiki, but that you found to be really important in improving your experience as well as the experience of other Gamepedia users?
Can you clarify what you mean by that?
Yeah, this is more of like more of an open-ended question. So you can really answer, however you'd like. But basically, MediaWiki comes with a set of, features, and we install, extensions, and we might make gadgets, or we might even, like River, makes amazing, Python and Lua scripts, right, to get things done. So what, in your experience, does not come with MediaWiki, but you think has been really beneficial for improving experience of wiki users?
Communication on Wiki is really hard, which is why we established a way to have real-time communications outside. So like you can use talk pages. You want that record of this is a decision made, so that's saved. But if you're saying, hey, I can't figure this out, can somebody help me? Or I'm brand new, I don't know what to do. It's really hard to have that conversation on Wiki. And so having a separate space, or even if it was on Wiki, that would be great. Just to be able, some way to have that real-time connection and collaboration to connect people that need help or want to help, have questions, any of that. So I think that's a big component that you can't necessarily get that's on MediaWiki, because other than that, there's pretty much an extension for almost anything you want, or you can build it and just add it in yourself. So I think that's the biggest thing.
Do you guys use just a regular talk page, or have you dabbled in extensions like structured discussions, also known as flow, or anything else like what were those old extensions called? Liquid threads, if that's like a throwback, I think. Just curious if you guys just use like regular talk pages or something else.
Yeah, on Gamepedia, we built a custom profile page, which had like an easier to use messaging, where you can just create a post and so you can see the thread of the comments, and versus a talk page where you have to know how to format and indent and sign and all that stuff. So that made it a lot easier to have that conversation. With Fandom has a whole suite of social products that are layered on top of the wiki. So there's article comments, which are at the bottom of the page and work similarly like Facebook, where it's more of a conversation. And then a whole separate feed product where, again, it's separate from the wiki, and it's more of a, hey, I just watched this episode of this, or I just played this game, I'm stuck on the spot, can somebody help me? But that was a bit more disjointed from that. And some people really just want to be there to talk and not necessarily, contribute or be a part of that. So I think there's a way to have the best of both worlds, so to speak, of you have this encyclopedic knowledge, but then you have people that really want to talk about this thing that, like Animal Crossing, I want to, get really excited and geek out about different things. So
yeah, absolutely. Now, speaking of which, let's see. So, Jacqueline and Kevin, they, both have Wikis on Niwa, and Niwa is obviously not part of Gamepedia or Fandom, and therefore don't have access to their, or at least are not privileged enough to have the, the main beneficiary of the access, if that makes any sense. Like, it's not developed for them. You can maybe try to use it if it's like open source or whatever, but you have to like figure it out all by yourself, and maybe that's a little too hard. So instead, what do you guys use for talk pages, or do you use like an alternative? Do you just shut them all down and say go on Discord, right? What do you guys do?
We just use basic MediaWiki standard talk pages for the most part on Wiki. Something fun that people do, we don't even promote it, it just happens, is people like to make little user page profiles for their Animal Crossing towns as like little subpages. So someone made like an info box to make your own little town profile, and people will make these little pseudo articles about their cities and islands, which is totally cool. Like, it's not disruptive, so we let people do that as long as they're not making 50 edits to it every day.
Oh, so
but
cool.
Other than that, yeah, it's pretty cute. But other than that, we just take everything to Discord for like more quick and social interactions.
Gotcha. All right, Jacqueline?
So I like to set up flow for our talk pages, for at least the main namespace. For other namespaces, we usually leave it to like just basic MediaWiki talk pages. And otherwise, we do encourage people to join our Discord to, like, obviously that real-time communication has a lot of advantages over leaving questions on a talk page. And we try to be open about having people join there as well. And usually for most Wiki Discords that I set up, we try to tie in with the larger community. So we do have like more people in the community that are active, and try to pull in those numbers as well to help with the wiki.
Cool. Okay, I know we are kind of over time, and I will wrap up the session, the panel in a few minutes. But I think we do have one more audience question. And by the way, this is going to be the last call for audience questions. Please get them in right now, and let's see, we have some time to get to them. So do the Nintendo wikis ever have to deal with copyright issues?
That is a great question, since I think Nintendo's kind of known for being pretty, bringing the hammer down on fan projects and all that. Fortunately, no, I'm not aware of any Noah wikis that have had to deal with any sort of legal action from Nintendo. Nintendo, I guess, has been pretty lenient and friendly towards wikis for the most part. And they're, to an extent, I think most of our wikis do try to comply with fair use and kind of be respectful of honoring IP. And for the wikis that have soundtracks, for example, I think most of them try to do like little short clips and things like that. But yeah, fortunately, Nintendo hasn't brought the hammer down on anyone. Hopefully it stays that way.
Any audio clips or audio soundtracks worky because that Nintendo sort of on
Okay. Hey, Jacqueline, I think we're having trouble with your connection again. If you can, if you can hear us, sorry. Okay. Well, that does bring me to a question that River actually had asked. I think this ties in perfectly. So her question was, running a video game wiki has the unique challenge of having to conform to someone else's structured data paradigm rather than your own, and without actually knowing how they internally handled their own data. So have you ever been in a situation where that developer or publisher made some decision that was at odds with everything that date? And if so, how did you deal with it? And of course, River can answer her own question.
Okay, I guess I can answer it. So the biggest thing for us is that Riot Games loves to reuse item IDs in different patches and also item names. So they only care about internal consistency for a single patch, and we of course can care about internal consistency for the entire history of the game. So normally we are just an esports wiki and we don't care about game information very much, but part of esports is the results of the game, and part of the results of the game is who used which item, and so we do care about which item got used. And so part of this, one of the things that I mentioned that we have a script for is parsing the results, like parsing the full statistics of the game and then generating a scoreboard and then putting that onto the wiki. And so you might ask, okay, well, what do you use as the key for the item? Do you use the name of the item? Well, that is not globally unique across all patches. Sometimes the item name gets reused and it changes, but the item is like different. And so I have a disambiguation. And do you use the item ID? Well, that is also not the same. Sometimes the item changes. And so you might suggest that I key it by both item name and ID, to which I say that is also not a unique identifier of the item. So what I had to do was I have this module called item names that I pass every single input through, and it looks at an identifier of item name and patch, and this collective identifier of item name and patch is passed in, and most of the keys are just completely passed through and it does nothing. And if it gets to an argument of has patch specific information equals yes, then it actually looks at the data for that key, and then it tries to read in the patch, and then it says, okay, here's the correct disambiguation for that item, and then it stores the correctly disambiguated item name for that item. So we key by item name and patch, and I love Riot Games dearly.
Oh man, yeah. Well, yeah. This is what happens when they get to call the shots, right? And we're just like, well, we got to roll with the punches, right? And but hey, it sounds really cool that at least we can find ways and plan for it to at least soften the blow and to be prepared for any changes in the future. Yeah. Anyone else just have anything real quick to add before we conclude?
Nintendo can be a lot of fun with data. For example, there's been villagers that they've renamed throughout the series or just share a name between games, which is a pain. Personalities, villagers have personalities. Those are fun because while they've had Japanese names, they've never been officially translated into English. So the community kind of just made up personality names that we considered to be official enough.
Oh, wow.
And like with so for example, during the New Leaf era, one of the new personalities, the community called it Uchi, which is Japanese for, I forget what, I think something about like a sister personality. But anyway, with the release of New Horizons, it was revealed in the guidebook that the official name would be like Big Sister. So there was a whole debate: do we keep it Uchi? Do we keep it Big Sister? Some people want to call it Sisterly, and like in discussions in the community, people use all three of these terms. So like we have to deal with that too. So it's been fun.
Wow, my my entire Animal Crossing, like life has now been a lie. Like what? I didn't realize these were like made up by the community. Well,
yep.
That is, well, thank you for for taking that initiative and making it, because I would not understand the Japanese, definitely not. Anyway, because I'm Chinese, but anyway, well, thank you guys so much for participating in our panel today. I think this has been really exciting. I've had a lot of fun talking with you guys, and I've learned so much about gaming wikis, and I'm sure our attendees have too. So yeah, everyone who is here in person, when you hear this after the 1 minute delay, please give our panelists a big round of applause, and thank you so much for participating. And I know we went a little over, so thank you guys so much for sticking in. And with that, I think we go back to Brian.
Okay, well, that was super exciting, and I think the next thing we have up on the list, we're basically done for the day, but Jeroen's just going to introduce the create camps for tomorrow and the schedule for what we're doing tomorrow. But otherwise, people in person here, we're heading out to dinner at 6:30. So after Jeroen's announcement, go ahead and close out whatever you need to do, and then we'll head over to the social dinner. After Jeroen's announcement, go ahead and close out whatever.
Okay, this is fine. No, okay, yeah. Don't need the HDMI because it's just me. Yeah, that was a pretty amazing first ever video game wiki summit or panel or whatever. They didn't go over like viewership numbers, but I think those wikis collectively have like millions of views, but I don't know. Cool. Yeah, thank you, Jeffrey. So yeah, we're going to dinner. It's at 6:30, although, I don't know if we'll all get there at 6:30. Yeah, we could. And the information is there on the wiki. Tomorrow, I hope a lot of you or all of you can make it for Create Camp. That's going to be all day, including people viewing remotely. It's not a hackathon because it's not just for programmers. It's really for anyone who's involved with wikis and wants to work on their own projects or learn things or help other people with their projects. If you stay around for the whole day, we'll do demos at the end of the day, so everyone can see what other people worked on. And we may, for people doing it remotely, I guess, Brian's plan is to use Cozy for that. So hopefully we can work together and walk around in that virtual office together. So yeah, that should be really cool. And
I created a section on the
page, the conference page, for
Oh,
people
okay.
to put their ideas.
Yeah, okay, great,
And I
yeah.
already put one there that, and I think, Brian also put one there.
Cool.
But if
All
you
right.
wanna add
Yeah.
your stuff,
All right.
just
Then, yeah, there's a section on the wiki page for ideas. There's already some ideas and people can add additional ones. And we'll see some of you at dinner tonight and hopefully see the rest of you tomorrow. Thank you. Here, let me end it.